Today, we're up in the hilly confines of Georgia as we look to see how drivers fare out the GSI ClubSport Series by IVRA for the 700 kilometers of Road Atlanta. Good evening, everyone. I'm Justin Pritz. Alongside me is Lorenzo Bonder with Dustin always producing as we get set to go racing here at a track favorite. Many competitors getting geared up for today as we get set for the third round in what's been a very interesting IVRA season so far, to say the very least, Lorenzo. Today, it's Road Atlanta, and today, that means plenty of craziness.
Yeah, we go southeast into the United States, and it's going to be an interesting race. We changed dynamics a little bit. What was a very fast track with a lot of straights and plenty of opportunities for you to dive bomb. Here is kind of different. 4 classes in Road Atlanta. Should be an interesting race from start to finish.
By the end of today, we'll be at the midway point of the season with Indianapolis, VIR, and the Autodromo Jose Carlos Pache later on today and throughout the season, should say. But of course, with this being said, so far, it's been an interesting swing with Daytona and Road America so far. We'll talk about the point standings as they go throughout the qualifying groups today. What's been an interesting start to the season so far for the ClubSport Series. Let's take a look at the classes we're talking about here for today. We have 4 different groups of cars. The OMP3s, which utilizing the Ligier JSP 320. You also have the Cup class, along with the Cup class. Club class with the GT4s. And don't forget about the touring cars that get to sit ready to zip around the racetrack just a few days before iRacing build day, Lorenzo.
No, absolutely, and it's going to be a quite interesting talk here on the club category, because there has been dynamic shifts in the BOP. We also TCRs have a little few changes here and there to give a level playing field, but quite interesting how I think of all classes how TCR is going to pan out, because I think that's where the most dynamic race might be.
So in turn, it's going to be an interesting race today here from Road Atlanta here at iRacing. Remember, the format is like this. We have touring car qualifying currently underway, in fact, then it's sport qualifying, Cup qualifying, the OMP3 qualifying grouping. Then drivers have about 15 minutes at the max to warm up and grid in their cars for today. Before we go, 4 hours or 172 laps, whatever comes first for today's action. Let's go straight in towards the touring cars. They're the first group up on track. Here's a look at the team standings so far. Team Hoytenveld, one of the top teams in all of iRacing for touring cars, is up at the top of the standings entering today. Hydro Race, Geodesic Racing's in second. That's about a gap of around 45-50 points. Then you have Impulse Racing and Bravo Esports with Wave Italy Racing Team amongst the top 5. Obsidian, Core, XBD, Emerald, and Goryeo Autosport round out the 9 entries in the class so far this season. It's been an interesting class so far. It's time to find out how these drivers have an interesting qualifying session. And already, Michael Polasek is in the field, and we're underway for qualifying. Now, keep in mind, Obsidian Racing has Michael Polasek behind the wheel for today, one of the top drivers you'll see in this class. That's going to make things interesting for today. In turn, these drivers looking to get themselves grouped together, Lorenzo, as they get set for their first major flying laps.
Yeah, and furthermore, we know the qualifying laps will dwindle down. And I mean on time, not just on the time they have left. More importantly, I think drafting this track is going to be king for you to get the exit at the precise time, for you to find yourself a really good tow from cars that would be faster than you or just on the same pace around the lap at Road Atlanta. So this will be a very good marking of cars. See who would have the upper edge on this qualifying, and bringing Polasek. I think this is one of the few times that he's actually featured in IVRA series. I think this might be the first or second time. Might be an interesting strategy, because he's one of the what we should say, TCR savants that know our way around the car and can get really fast times. But so far, the first shot has been done by Wave Italy so far.
They're amongst those who picked up the draft, in fact, off the back end of an Impulse Racing machine. The Wave Italy car is working with the Brabham entry of Jordan Bachmeyer, who's also a very solid competitor in this respective class. And when it comes to early on in the season like this, it's been Team Hoytjenfeld who's been the top team in terms of the points we talked about. All but 3 points going the way of the 148 so far this season. They're currently third on the board. They're the leaders of this pack, in fact, for qualifying today, and gained a couple tenths. However, they fall down to fifth. Obsidian Racing, top of the board with Polasek.
Yeah, they can get a really good lap around the track on clean air. Of course, having the draft going into the back straight helps maybe a tenth or two, depending on circumstances. It's all about getting these lines perfectly. If you don't get the lines perfectly, even if you are around the toe, it's not a good thing. As we're seeing Erwin Liskowitz going around the S's, and this is the key part: getting those S's. Then turn number 7 or turn 6, rather perfectly. It can shred away much of your time. It is hard for you to get back, even if you actually do a perfect S's when the chicane right after this long straight.
In turn, as you look at Leskowitz, Brabham Esports entry also within half a second of the pole time. At the bottom of the board so far is Core Team. They don't have any drafting partners. The 129.9, hence why they are so far down, back off the main interval. In turn, if you are amongst this grouping, it's going to be very difficult to maintain the draft. It's such a draft-intensive car for the short run.
Yeah, but I think of all tracks in this season that we've been to Daytona, Road America. These are tracks that, since because they are longer, of course, on length, it is more demanding that you be within the draft of somebody, especially Road America. I was going to say Daytona, but Road America more especially, because you can shred much more time in Road America than in anything else. But Road Atlanta, I think, might be one of the few tracks where clean air might not be a huge problem. It's just getting the lines perfect. You can see a massive improvement from the 146 that you see Vidi Visualizio. So let's see what the Core has in store in the next few laps. As I said, those times are going to go down as the car picks up more speed and becomes more lighter.
Let's keep an eye on that as this run progresses here. Already a few minutes down. And of note, Team Hoytjenfeld is electing to give up the top spot of the line. Miguel Freitas and Impulse now lead the line. And this is not a surprise, with Team Hoytjenfeld being in 7th in the qualifying session, being the lead car. Let's go with a 6-car draft to try and increase the time, it looks like, as they tuck on in. Roman Perishek, in fact, does, behind Michael Polasek.
I think that was a good call. Like I said, you can get good lines, but everything in the draft kind of matters, and they gave away their toe. So in favor, why not get the toe of the others? And we're going to see more times coming down, maybe this time by. The question, who would do the kind of the shredding of the lap as they go one more time?
Still waiting to see how many laps in total drivers will get here based on the timing. Polasek, no surprise, top of the board again, a 127.6 with the amount of draft in front. True test about to be seen by the car last on the board. Team Hoytjenfeld, the team leaders in the standings. It almost looks like they're losing a lot of time at the S's, though. That was a lot of time trying to bobble once they pick up some sand coming out of 6.
Yeah, and breaking away from the line already, giving you a little bit the space to the Hydro-Race Geodesic car, which is an odd call in my opinion, but don't get me wrong. If there's one team that can allow to lose a little bit of time and conquer back in the final stages of qualifying, might be Team Hoytjenfeld of all things. They've been nearly perfectly, if you want to call it, this season so far. Only lost 3 points on the halfway points last time by. So looking forward to see how they will fare. Not this last round, but actually Daytona. But so far, let's see how they will fare as times are nearly running out.
Of note, two teams do have some incidents being noted currently amongst the briefing from the practice. We'll let you know once the details come in from those respective sides. Of note, both of them involve the drivers in the Cup class. We'll find out in just a bit the full results of those. Jordan Bachmeyer, he's always been very consistent when it comes to these types of cars, whether it's the Miatas, whether it's been the touring cars, whether it's been the Toyota GSI. He's been around the league scene essentially in this type of racing where draft is very dependent for a long while, to say the least.
No, absolutely. I think he's very, very good with these cars that don't demand a lot of power. So, well, they have a lot of power, but they don't have the same amount of power as the Cup class or maybe the club class would have on a straight line. But really good getting around the corner as we're looking back now into Miguel Freitas. Let's see what the Portuguese going to try to do on this lap with the car leading all this pack of cars. And we were just seeing in the background, Team Hoisingfeld just struggling more and more and more, giving Toto one more as now Wade Vitali becomes the leading car.
So nobody wants to be the leading car. It's been made pretty clear. As Miguel Freitas, I don't know if they're supposed to be doing that.
No, but I think that's the better line if you want to take in, and don't block the other drivers on a faster lap.
Of note, an invalidated lap for Team Hoytzenfeld after they settle back in the line. We'll see if they're able to find any improvement from last in qualifying. They need a full second to be able to get up the board. That car just does not look stable in the S's.
Yeah, looking at the lines, a little bit of a wider angle outside of turn number 4, but and then going into turn number 5. I don't know if he's losing a lot of ground because of that, but the car looks a little bit more leaning towards a racing setup than a qualifying setup, in my point of view, from what it looks like. But of course, I'm not the T-Star specialist. I'll just let the specialist do the driving. I'll try to do the talking and try to understand what they're trying to do.
Of note, lots of drafting games out for the front for Stephen Walker to deal with. See him up the road and several others trying to go up the middle. That's because both Wave Italy and Bravo Esports both heavy off the gas. Rowan Parachek zips on by. We'll see what the times end up being here. Stephen Walker now at the head of the group. Right now, the Hydro Race geodesic machine currently 4th on the board. Just put up 128.2. Not able to improve any time. In fact, Team Hoytzenfeld did gain up a couple spots to get to 6th.
Good, recovery from them, but not where they probably wanted to be in this race. You can even see the car going very slidey on the entry of turn number 3, and just because it is a blind corner of sorts, right? If you want to call it, Justin, the car can get a little bit unsettled. It's hard for you to find the right angle of entry and then attack the curb into the inside of turn number 3 and get away with a really good time. I don't know if that was the case for the Hoisingfeld team, as now eyes towards Michael Polasek and see what the American has in store with that Obsidian Elantra.
And Polasek has had a very busy year. Of course, a longtime broadcaster on the platform. He was a part of actually the community manager for a iRacing simulation and IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge revitalization project. He actually notes in the past year, in terms of these cars, and collaborating with the community to be able to get not just the track schedules down, but also making sure that a management was set to go. He's essentially taken on a community lead role, has Polasek of note. We look back at Miguel Freitas. Meanwhile, no change for Polasek, an invalidated lap. Team Hoytzenfeld jumps around to 6th, Impulse to 3rd.
Impulse getting into a spot they probably want to be in this race. I would say if you want to be at the first hours in this race, at in terms of track position, Justin, and maybe top 3 would be the better choice, because you can kind of control your destiny more easily than probably being like 4th, 5th, 6th, and on back. So it's quite complicated. Of course, times are all close between one another, but top 3 is what dictates your life as we're on the final minutes of this qualifying.
Final minute indicated by race control for today. So we'll see if anyone's able to bump up the times here, with time just about running out here. Again, no time to be able to try and navigate the different spots in the draft pack now. Stephen Walker still at the head of this grouping. Right now, Obsidian Racing still is at the pole. But 127.6 is the benchmark to beat here this time around. Rowan Parashek has seemed to look a little bit quicker in terms of the grip. Can he bump his way up? This time by, with under 30 seconds to go, Stephen Walker a 128.1. No change for Team Hoytenfeld. An invalidated lap. Obsidian does not improve. No major changes as the checker flag waves. Impulse does get to second within a 10th.
Yeah, slightly below the 10th, but anyway, good lap on that Civic from Miguel Freitas now. In even a better track position when this race starts, Justin.
So, as Jason Dilworth would call it, the mini race is now complete for the touring cars. Their qualifying session is complete. And once these drivers are off the racetrack, that will spark our next respective group, the Sport class, for their qualifying session. Already Brabham, it looks like, has taken the tow, and pretty sure he had to put the cool down lap here.
Yeah.
From my understanding, that might be a penalty, possibly. We'll have to see what race control deems as the rest of the drivers sort themselves out here with the end of this qualifying session. But good speed once again from Obsidian Racing. It's not a surprise for Michael Polasek, to say the least, to see him up at the front, as it looks like they'll try and finish out the laps. Confirmation, 127.7, Team Hoytenfeld. Doesn't see a change either, no changes. Impulse already in the pit lane. And that's the qualifying session. It's Obsidian Racing who sets the top time at the qualifying session. Impulse, Brabham, Wave Italy. Hydro Race, Geodesic Racing. Team Hoytenfeld, XPD, Emerald TCR, and Core is how they're all sorted. Your thoughts on qualifying? It's Michael Polasek who sets the pole by just under a 10th.
So it's slightly surprising to see Team Hoytenfeld not being featured within the top 3 or on the higher half of these TCR cars, in my opinion. But and again, they have race strategies they can work out with that could work in their favor. But Polasek and Freitas, what a real good drive, and Backmeyer to come into P3 and put Brabham, I think, one of the best spots in qualifying so far in this season. This should be providing a really good race for TCRs to fiddle with in the next few minutes.
So once again, 8 entries in the touring cars today. It should be an interesting one for them, as now up on the racetrack is the Sport class, and this is a very big class for today's entry list. It's been a very interesting season of 22 entrants for this class this season. We'll take a look towards those point standings next moment or so, because Glacier Racing is the ones who have set the benchmark so far. Keep an eye on them in the qualifying session in the 455. They led the practice session in times. They also lead the points with 226 on the season. Impulse Racing is in a close battle for second, though. German Sim Racing is within a point to them, but also Hydro Race Geodesic Racing is within 10 points. Geeks Energy and Fiercely Forward working together this year with 144 points. Huge Ass is in 6. Hydro Race Geodesic Racing, another one of their cars, is up in 7th. For reference, the 462 in 4th, the 463 in 7th. RJD is in 8th. Hyperion Racing 9th, and Wave Italy Racing Team rounds out the top 10 entering today. in what's been a very sizable class that has had a lot of parity amongst its top 8. Majority of the entries in this class this year are running the Mercedes-AMG. However, all but 2 of them are 9th or lower in the team standings entering today.
Yeah, which is going to be quite interesting. Of course, the stronger car, I think, in terms of if we're looking into the schedule so far, right, Justin? It's a schedule that kind of demands more speed than anything else. You've said we've went to Daytona, like I said, Road America, same thing. It demands speed. Road Atlanta, not so much, but Indianapolis might be one of those tracks that might demand a little bit of speed. VIR, I think they're going to be great, and then we go to Interlagos, which is going to be a track that car is going to be basically king on the main straight line after Junção. So it's going to be a challenge for the McLarens, for the Porsches to try to contend with, and even the Aston Martin to try to do it with the V8 from that Mercedes car.
So underway with qualifying as we keep an eye on Otto Tynan, who's now the driver for this car to start off the session. He's right now in the McLaren and working off the back of one of the Aston Martins from Apex 1, Patrick Witkowski. First flying laps coming on by, this time by. And it looks like the first times populate in RJD and Glacier amongst those who set times. Saybot Esports, top of the board to start.
Yeah, so and these times are going to be like more filtered out as we go into maybe 1 or 2 more laps. You can get basically 2 fast laps here to Road Atlanta. The way the GT4s and then all the classes up, it's going to work. It's usually the cars are going to do 1, 2 slow outs, out laps, maybe one slow out lap, as Gilardi has a little bit of a wiggle going to turn number 7. But is that thing is try to manage and nurse the tires the best you can while you try to push. You can even see Glacier giving the toe to everybody else. Toe is important over here. Don't get me wrong here, Justin. But is how you manage the tires on the GT cars and then upper, because that's the only way you can actually strike really good times in a track that for McLarens, I'm going to tell you, you are in a world of pain. So the leaders of this championship, even though they were dominant so far, are probably going to find themselves in a very, very big trouble moving forward.
And in turn, Apex 1, keeping an eye on them. Keep in mind, Apex 1 as a team, no points scored last time out. One of 2 teams to have that distinction. So they'll need a lot of points to be able to gain some spots here. They do get to second in the quali. Hugo Gomez Orenta gets to the top of the board as we expect these times to fluctuate a lot with how many cars are on the racetrack. So the Wave Italy Racing Team car up at the top of the board has a double toe off the geodesic entry.
No, absolutely, and getting from the McLaren.
Oh, they hit him! Contact off the back end of Justin Ream, and that's not what you want to see in qualifying. Damage to the Wave Italy car.
Yeah, but the question is how much of a damage that Wave Italy car has sustained. I know you can see the grill of the car being slightly bent inwards, so don't know how much of the speed that will be taken away. But let's just say here, and once for all, I think this was her full race incident. You can even see Ream loosen the car outside of turn number 7. Nothing you can do over there.
So just like that, our first incident majorly in this session already had one different event reviewed in this grouping with the 455 and the 401. Glacier and Apex 1, in fact, at the start of their lap. So a lot of interesting moments for race control to review already. Keeping an eye on Saybot Esports, though. Simone Guardi. He's right now trying to run away with the Geeks Energy and Fiercely Forward entry. This time by a 124.8. Pick up some more speed. Of note, Wave Italy Racing Team, to be expected, has gone down the pit lane and fixed the front nose.
I don't know how much of a fix that car will be. Maybe just a quick switch of the front grille of the car and then go back into the track. I don't think there's any more damage within that Mercedes AMG GT4. But let's look let's look forward to see if they're going to be back on track with time remaining on the clock for them to do more laps. Interestingly enough, they're keeping in the track more than I probably envisioned initially. Doing more laps. Maybe they're seeing that the progression of the tires and the progression of the car getting lighter and lighter would give them faster laps. Is still good tire progression moving forward.
Oh, do we have some gamesmanship down the straightaway? The Hydro Race Geodesic cars both trying to let everybody go. They didn't want to be the lead cars, and a couple cars nearly clipped them. Impulse Racing, Hyperion Racing amongst those who had to sit on by. Same for RJD. They really want to be on their own. As we take a look now at Impulse Racing, who's at the top of the board. 124.591 last time by, no improvement this time. Hyperion does get to second place, though, with Alex Caruso behind the wheel. And keep an eye on Caruso today. He's been very quick in his long time in IVRA competition.
And it's insane to think about how the progression of Hyperion, isn't it, Justin? We've featured them into maybe driving into the AM category in the GT3 class back in the endurance days. Also, ClubSport, I think they featured a few times in GT4s, but progressively just having better and better results, being more solid. And so far over here with a really good qualifying as well, also featuring other championships, but always picking up good results and good team progression. Nice to see them in P2 so far.
Funnily enough, I just did a quick Google search because that's part of the background side of things to find information. Well,
go ahead.
I was going to say, as you know, there's an NBA player named Alex Caruso. No, it's not the same person. Apparently, 3 years ago, people thought that they were the same person.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. I'm suddenly impressed. Okay, now let me. I'm gonna turn this my attention now. Did you know in the endurance series the racing specialist actually picked on me because I criticized the livery of their car because they had a white color in the front bottom of the car and I thought it was strange. And they reverted back to full orange and they actually put a message in the car. Now, I think there's enough orange in the car, isn't it, or something like that. In a direct shot towards me.
Well, that's what you get for insulting the paint scheme designer.
No, I'm not insulting them. It's like the next time I see them at the Sim Racing Expo, they're probably going to mention that.
Well,
towards me.
I wouldn't be surprised either. They are in 8th, by the way, the Rusty Spatulas. Keeping that run through turn 5 very conservative for the time being. Still have a few more minutes left in the qualifying grouping for these respective drivers, keep in mind. So, for the most part, every driver has set a time. SimCity at the bottom of the board for reference. Frank Smits, he needs a lot of time. That's amongst the drivers that have kept it very careful this session. Justin Ream trying to help him still. It was a 125.3 for Frank Smits that sees him in that 21st. He needs to be in the 124s to be in the top half of the field.
Yeah, which is insane to think about. It's going to be in a slight improvement, maybe? Yeah, very slight improvement. I don't know if that's going to put him in many spots up. Just one spot here, Justin. But if I remember correctly, I could be wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think they're the only Porsche, maybe one or two Porsches that we have in this sport class.
For one can tell, yes, they are the only Porsche on the racetrack here today. So that's going to be really interesting, to say the least, based on the size differential, but also the class manufacturer side of things. Keep in mind, they are one of 2 Porsches entered. Satellite Racing is technically the other. However, Satellite Racing is in an Aston Martin today.
Time to talk to Adam Crane and see what they're trying to scheme.
Well, it's going to be interesting what happens for them. After all, he is one of the co-announcers for the second half of today's broadcast, so he goes from the car to the booth alongside Joey Tebbin during the second half of today's race. So that's an interesting time to talk about that.
Yeah, I think he got some explaining to do.
Either way, Continuing to quickly go through the qualifying session. Apex 1 going in. Already online for a half a second of improvement. That's why they're in the green here. Frank Smits, 124.7 this time by.
That's more like it.
And according to Ryan Walker, they've been using the satellite racing entry has the Aston Martin throughout the season. So, before anyone asks the confusion, the IVRA League website claims they're using a Porsche. They are not using a Porsche.
Therefore, Justin, we've been bamboozled.
Wave Italy Racing Team looking to try and close out strong for this qualifying run. They're working off the back of Echelon Simsport for a drafting partner. Joshua Burke is at the head of this pack. And Joshua Burke no longer wants to be the leader of this pack.
Not a bad choice.
I mean, we've seen the difference when it comes to being the lead driver. Here's Shopov. He's got no draft in front. Still in second, though. Needs 2/10 to be able to try and get the pole time. They have some geodesic cars off the back end. He pulls out with a 125 flat, but a new pole sitter. Possibly, no. Justin Ream nearly got there. Frank Smith's the same. They're within a couple tenths of Wave Italy. They both jump in poles. And now Shopov picks up on the mistake and uses them as drafting partners.
Well, if it ain't broke, we don't fix it, right? So let's see how that toe is going to work out for them. But what a lap for Ream and Smits. You know, I know Ream loves to drive that McLaren. I think that's the only one of those crazy guys that I know that I see in official series, and loves to drive that McLaren, knows how to get around it. But I never expected the Porsche to be within the top 5, let alone top 3, given the fact that we have a sea of Mercedeses around the track. But good to see that. Good to see they're all balanced up, even though the Porsche looks like a pogo stick going around the curbs.
1 minute remaining. 1 minute remaining here in the session. We'll see if anyone tries to finish out the runs. Likely going to see that before the checker flag waves. Justin Ream leading the group, trying to help out Frank Smits here with the draft. Remember, the 463. It's the 1 in 7th, and they both pit instead. How does this help the others behind? RJD, invalidated lap. Impulse Racing, no improvement. And now it's just those two on the track for the most part. What a sim racing team ducked up instead of no bad. Also amongst those without any drafting partners to close out the qualifying run. So most of the field elected to come down and pit with less than a minute to go here, Lorenzo. Wave Italy at the top of the board.
I think it's not worth to get, I think, one more lap. I think the guys went for maybe what would be like 13 and a half minutes of qualifying. Maybe you wouldn't be able to get the final lap within in time. Let's see if Pustinen actually has one more in store for that McLaren that is going around the back of the straight into the chicane here, but I don't think they will. Might go into the pit lane. Hope I'm proven wrong.
Glacier Racing entry has the checker flag already on track, and it looks like they'll try and finish it out. Looking to improve from 6th, a 124.609. Improving on time, but not on position. Looking back over to Shopov. Will they look to finish it out? Yes, they'll try and finish the run. The Impulse Racing entry, a 124.331, top of the board.
Wow.
Impulse takes the pole. And one of the final qualifiers is Echelon Simsport with Joshua Burke. Coming to the checker to the grouping, a 124.8 gets them in the top 10 to close out their session. And Wave Italy does not get enough improvement. In fact, no improvement to be able to try and take the pole as the last of the cars make their way through the final corner. Again, checker flag waving on session. Everyone else is coming on in to close out the qualifying grouping. So an impressive qualifying run for Impulse Racing. They get the pole on their final lap. It's a 1:24.332 that sets the top mark. Wave Italy Racing starts off in second. Then Justin Reed for Hydro Race Geodesic Racing. His teammate Frank Smits alongside in fourth. Jacob O'Reilly and Archer Brothers quietly finished fifth. And Glacier Racing in sixth. Seventh spot today, Hyperion Racing with Sable Esports. Then it's German Sim Racing's entry in ninth with Dennis Brizik. Then it's Joshua Burke and Echelon in the top 10. Back at 11th is Court Sim Racing. Rush Dispatch back in the 12th spot. Apex 1 drops to 13th at the end of qualifying. Geeks Energy and Fiercely Forward start 14th. RJD starts off 15th alongside Kramer Racing Esports. Then it's Bristad Nomad in 17th. XPD Emerald in 18th. Satellite Racing starts off 19th. Then it's Mackenzie Cornice and Sim City Racing in 20th. 21st spot going to World of Sim Racing Team. And Huge Ass having a very rough session. They finish dead last, a second off the pole time. Let's go straight to the Cup car points because they're the next car group to hit the racetrack. It's Visceral Esports who leads their point standings so far this season. When it comes to Visceral, they have the margin over SimCity Racing of just under 20 points. ATRS Esports is in third. They're in a close battle with Olympus Esports, both their cars, the 922 and the 946. 20 points the separation between the Olympus cars each. Kramer Racing Esports and Visceral Esports. It's Orion, SRN Motorsports, and the Hydro Race Geodesic Racing entry of the 962. Rounding out the top 10. So far, 14 entries in the Cup class throughout the season. And most of those drivers are here once again today for their respective qualifying and race session. So the first lap's now starting and getting underway here for this respective grouping. We'll see how things fare out here today. The leader in practice was the Visceral Esports 901 car, led by Sentry Markikainen, should say, as he elects to get some drafting help before he goes on some full flyers.
Yeah, the leader of the championship so far. Let's see how it's going to fare into this race already. Doing some tire heating. This, I think, is going to be the most interesting category, in my opinion, here, Justin, because we know that drafting these cars is slightly broken, so it's slightly more on the driver level, maintaining a clean lap and don't over-wasting the rears of the car, which can get very heated when you actually are doing these fast laps and trying to get the proper braking line. So looking forward to see how they will do in this qualifying as we shift our attention to Matteo Quenzer, former driver into the Porsche Esports Super Cup qualifiers. I don't remember if he qualified to the contenders. I don't think he didn't, but really good driver for the Wave Italy racing team to get them started into this qualifying session.
And so far, third best in practice is the Wave Italy racing team entry for today. Right now, that team is 12th in the point standings, looking for a big boost. Now, keep in mind, a majority of the teams elected to try and get their draft partners figured out here. So expect that qualifying order you see showing up quickly to change. However, the Wave Italy machine is in push mode to start things off at 120.3. That's a difference of 14 seconds compared to those who elected to just wait for some drafting help.
Yeah, I don't think drafting over here is going to be basically the topic of conversation here. Is like, get your laps on, maybe 2 laps into this car, switch tires. This is not going to get really good progression and moves forward because the rears are going to be dead on, basically asking for help afterwards. But more importantly, we have to look into the weather conditions as well, which more kind of help the rears a little bit. But all in all, this is more like on driving standards than being relying on the tow itself.
Right now, Matteo Coinzer is in the green once again. Whenever it's in the green like that, that means they are on a positive track to improve that respective lap. But they're in the red, it means they're going the opposite way. Already, Hydro Race Geodesic Racing's 962 top of the board. And here comes the next Flyers, a 119.6. Wave Italy to the top of the board over Impulse in Sim City. Right now, taking a look over at one of the Olympus entries. This is Christian Arp. This is the Protown car. And Olympus has had an interesting season, to say the very least. Your thoughts on Olympus this year?
I think it's been one of the marquee years for them. I think the progress they've made in terms of results and picking up things from 2022 to 2023 has been nothing short of really good progression, especially with the fact they nearly had drivers into the Contender Series as well. Like, one of the best drivers was Thomas Cope, so driver that knows how to take their pace and work into the progression of the cars. Let's see how they will fare into this qualifying session.
Proton entry for Olympus Esports, 4 for the points coming in, a 120.7, only good enough for 9th currently. Both the Visceral cars keeping it very conservative to start off qualifying. They're in the 130s. Their best lap so far. It looks like they're trying to get themselves regrouped. Matteo Kuenzer electing to come on down and pit. Here we go into the session. Right now looking at Apex 1. Hearing this is looking close to the pole time. It is a 119.5. That is the pole time for now. And never mind, it's the 901. Saturi Markkanen hits a 119.259. Going for the 130s the first time around. My goodness. And it looks like they're cooling down the tires a little bit. Philip Hammer has the hammer down still. And Impulse Racing looking to try and see if they get the pole in at least 2 of the classes today. They already have, at the very minimum, 1 pole and a 2nd place in the touring cars as a team. And it looks like they're electing to back things up a little bit. The team has been around since 2018 for reference. Meanwhile, more pit stops. The 971. That SimCity Racing elected to come on in. Let's now look at Scott McGarvey. Right now, this is the bottom of the board. SRN Motorsports looking to find a lot more pace here. A 120.4 does get them from the bottom of the board. Moves Proton to the bottom of the board. So far for reference, so far for SRN. 9th in the point standings coming in. Take a look at Olympus Esports Atlas. Yao Alfonso behind the wheel for their car. This will also be the car where Love 46 jumps into later on today. Keep in mind, Alfonso showed speed difference around 2 seconds compared to their teammate. See if Alfonso is able to give this car good track position to start. So a lot of shuffling on the board in the early going here, Lorenzo. But so far, so solid when it comes to the session, especially for the 901. Up on the pole, and now they're trying to help out Oscar Wilkins, their teammate of the 997.
Yeah, of course, because getting the teammate in a really better spot into track position, especially for these cup cars where you can, be on the verge of, controlling your destiny, but at the same time, control the destiny of your own cars and having someone to back you up into the race and also have a better scoring into the point standings would be really, really optimal for them, because so far their sister team is in 7th place and they need all the points they can get moving forward. Good return around, but not a good Road America race. They probably want to bounce back with that 997 car and finish strong the first half of the season.
For reference, Wilkins is based from the Netherlands. It's raced for the team for endurance action since the 2020s. 129.7 in the midst of trying to gather up behind his teammate. You can already tell the difference even amongst those said cars in terms of how they're entering the lines. A lot more shallower for Wilkins. And that's an off track as they go off the track and nearly hit the wall for boot.
I think just got the car straight, but are going to lose a lot of track position. Just going to slot themselves right behind the wave Italy, but they're probably going to give a tow to in space to every car on the track, basically going really slow. So good call on them. You know, just try to remain yourself safe on the track, even though you might lose a little bit of time. And going to have to rely on race pace maybe moving forward for you to get those good results, as they're probably going to have one more fast lap moving forward with 22 minutes to go into the qualifying session.
Meanwhile, Wave Italy is on track to be able to approach the pole time again. And the 916 coming up with the flyer, a 119.5 on the dot. That gets them the second. They still need about 3/10 to be able to battle for the pole, however. Matteo seems to be on it, though. Once again, with that experience you talked about.
A really good lap from Quinzer, even though it wasn't able to get the fastest lap. I think it gives them a little bit more cushion for you to push one more lap, where the tires are already progressing in terms of you know, being much better. If you haven't cooked the rears and also the braking itself, even if you have to shift the braking zone a little bit into the rear of the car a little bit, so the dynamic of the braking gets better. You might put you in a really good spot, as Centennial Marticani on the edge of the apex might have blocked off the lap of the car in front. I don't know if that looked like to be SimCity Racing that got blocked off over there.
Yeah, it looked kind of like that there. They've been trying a lot to be able to stay with some draft, and Buchanan doesn't want to seem like he wants to go here with Dalton. Somebody needs to go. Instead, they're going to choose, okay, which one of us are going to go first? Eventually, somebody's going to lose this game. And it looks like the game winner is Visceral Esports, who goes first. No, it's SimCity Racing who passes them because they pit.
I think for Marticani, he saw the thing of, you know, there's no way. Probably the guys up in the back or at the back going to be able to do a better lap. Maybe Apex 1 or Impulse might be the lead-on contenders to get a better lap as time run out. Basically, this is a checker flag for qualifying, I think, Justin. So if you want to get your better lap right now, your pole leading lap, it has to be now. Otherwise, your day's done, and just concentrate towards race time.
Still no signal for that in session, it's worth noting, but we are getting close to that mark. Of note, quietly in the 6th position is ATRS Esports. Take a look at the 913. They spent a fair amount of time in last lap trying to cool down their tires. It's crazy how much the team has changed in the past year, because just looking at who is a part of this year's organization, there's nearly zero connection to this grouping outside of maybe Chris Barrett, who's a team analyst, from the team's main core members from just a year ago. That's how crazy and how much turnover and how many changes they've had trying to grow this team this year.
Yeah, I think they had a very big reshuffling of drivers. I think some drivers left into, I would say, I was thinking of Delta Sport, and I was thinking of other teams as well. I think Bellica came right at the transitioning towards the Porsche Sports contenders.
Oh.
Or qualifiers. Oh. Good lap.
They go to second. Good lap from Louise Bellicky. So that jumps that car up to second on cue. 1 minute remaining. Conrad Zerabika-Monstos trying to push with lots of space to work with. And these Apex 1 machines we've seen have showed solid pace so far as grouping and qualifying.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's been a really good lap. I don't think Zerabik is going to be able to do one qualifying lap. He has to tilt back into the pit lane, even though he still has a little bit of time left here from what it looks like, Justin. But all in all, I think the grid is pretty much set. It's done, everybody. If there's any progression, it's going to be maybe around top 5, but I wouldn't see anybody doing like massive improvements of, getting top 3, maybe leader of this field.
Checker flag now waving up at the stand. SimCity Racing gets up to the top 5. Doesn't. Zebedil able to zip up towards the top, or towards as high as possible. Monstos need a lot of spots as Christian Arp. A 120.4 is the personal best. To be in the top half of the field, you'd be in the 119s today. Hearing a couple tenths up right now in the midst of this run. 119.198 is the now new pole time, by the way, from Visceral Esports. As you see that flash on the top of the screen, Arp now not able to improve. That's an invalidated lap. So dead last for Olympus Esports Proton today. Only a couple cars yet to finish up the runs. SRN Motorsports electing to pit, and the other is Orion Race Team. We haven't seen much of Mike Dam today, and he's coming to the pit lane. This should just about close up the qualifying run, believe, here outside of Wave Italy. And hearing that Matteo Corenzer is not in line to improve. So let's take a look at your grid. Up on the pole, it's Visceral Esports setting a blistering 119.199 to the top of the board. Luis Bilke starts off in second for ATRS Esports. Their team won earlier this season. Wave Italy Racing Team in third with Apex 1 in fourth. Then SimCity Racing and Hydro Race Geodesic Racing, your top 6. Then it's Impulse Racing and Olympus Esports in their Atlas car in the top 8. Orion Race Team and Visceral Esports round out the top 10, the 997 in the 10th spot. Then it's Kramer Racing Esports along with SRN Motorsports in the 12th spot. And starting last is Olympus Esports Proton here today. Let's take a look at your last grouping, the LMP3 standings, where it is Nomad up at the top of the board with 225 points this season. So far, when it comes to their campaign, winners at Daytona, then the winners from Road America. Hydro Race Geodesic Racing 62 in second. They have a 2-3-4 as a grouping. In fact, the 72 and 64 in third and fourth. Then it's Bowden VDS by Undercut, looking to power ahead from fifth. Court Sim Racing, then Whipperman Racing, TREQ Esports, Kramer Racing Esports, and Moranis M Squad round out the top 10 coming into today. 14 entries. A part of that grouping today of note, the team last in points who did not get a start last time out, JDR Graphics Sim Sport, is back today here at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. Let's look at the running order here today. A full grid in effect for this race today as everybody warms up their tires.
Yeah, this is going to be quite interesting. I think this is going to be on the same modes as we saw in TCRs, maybe a little bit into the sport category as well. This might be more reliant on draft than anything else. But of course, we know breaking into these LMP3 cars at the very early portions of the lap is a little bit tricky. You don't really get the good progression around the car, so you have to be more careful around it as they're going to get their first laps in, and all eyes should be not only on Presenta Nomad but Hydro Race Geodesic, especially after Dilworth not having the best round of Road America, and they probably want to bounce back and be in a very good point standing against both the geodesic cars.
Dilworth, in fact, amongst those with no drafting help to start things off here for the session. He does have both the Hydro Race geodesic cars who have tried to break away from him to start off the qualifying session. Take a look at Austin Yun. He's the lone of those who is not up with his teammates. In fact, the 64 entry in the black entry for this team. Trying to find a little bit of ground to work with here. We mentioned how things are in the point standings coming in. Austin J. Yun today, expected to work with Bo Rigger. Rigor, should say.
Yeah, it's all good. We butcher names all the time.
Valentine Bonnie, though, is at the top of the board, though, for Boats and VDS for the time being, and there goes a response. How about that from Austin Yun on his own, a 1:13.9 to start, and some smoke. That is from one of his teammates, Maximilian Fritz, cut the S's after going off into the grass after a slide in turn one. Now he's got a friend to work with.
You got a friend in Maine, but I wonder if these tires didn't go to Fritz. Sorry, I had to go for the pun.
Boo. Austin Yun, he's off the track, and there's an air lockup for Fritz. Interesting start to the session for this group again. It's the last grouping on the racetrack, so about 11 minutes to go. Still staying in the midst of the line. Let's take a look at the replay. This is what we're referring to.
He actually got the Kirby on turn number one trick. It's such an odd turn number one because if you clip it with your fronts, the likelihood of you kind of doing like a 50-50 grind like you would do in skating is nearly sure. But if you catch it with the back end of the car, is 99% a half spin. That's what happened to Fritz right there. Unfortunate, but that's just how the nature of turn number one is. That curb on turn number one doesn't help any driver. It's just a killer on the tires itself.
Now ATRS has its academy drivers looking to move up from 11th in the standings today. We touched upon the team before today's action. They're looking to try and find a lot of pace here in this car. Their aim coming into today was to get the class win. The team said, in their opinion, they have race-winning pace in this car. Now it's the matter of getting track position to get step one, prove it in qualifying to get track position so you don't have to pass 10 cars.
Yeah, which is odd to think about. That car sits in 11th place so far in the standings. Not a good result in Daytona. Did have had a better solid Road America, but didn't want to have the points they probably wanted to have in this race. And now Fritz improves into 9th place, but still was in the struggle of finding good pace around the lap as now eyes towards Pascal sticks, which for me, odd to think about, would be the driver would say, watch this driver. He can work something around a track like this.
Forward on Pascal Sticks. He's right now in line for a purple lap. That's why you see that in the purple. Currently in 7th, and right now drafting off the back of Alessandro Delatraz in his own car. Sticks seems to be looking very comfortable here on the grip. A 1:14.1 started off his qualifying run.
Yeah, Pascal for me is one of the, like back in the old HPD days, is a savant in that car. Probably one of the best drivers I've ever seen driving around the car technically and pace-wise. So I wouldn't be surprised if his lap is actually a pole lap as he gets actually closer and closer to Delatraz around the chicane.
Pascal Sticks, second in final practice. Top of the board in qualifying now. And now, it's the matter of does it stick for another 8+ minutes. Austin Yun, he's in line for a green. A
Oh,
1:13.661. He got close. But Austin Yun able to get the second for the time being. Meanwhile, over to Tom Casanitis. A 1:13.674. Things are looking tight for the top three. This is their closest qualifying grouping so far.
Top four separated under a tenth, which is insane to think about.
Here's Delatraz, meanwhile. As Munstow's looking to gain a lot more time this time by. This is the car 6 is working off the back of. For reference, Delatraz in the point standings coming into today. 13th. He didn't score any points at Road America.
Yeah, I'm just trying to grab. I think their results in the club sport kind of is they work a little bit differently than their standings in the endurance series, though. Like I think in the endurance series, they are one of the best teams, or they had one of the best results so far. But not the best round at Glen, despite everything that has transpired at Glen.
Indeed. Team that also races a fair bit in the open wheel series and other leagues across the platform. Jason Dilworth, take a look at him. He's in line for a purple. After an invalidated lap last time by, it's definitely not a purple. He didn't improve.
I think his sector was a purple, not the lap itself. But there are improvements in that car. If that was his first fast lap within the 14 lows, there's a good chance he can actually improve on that lap, as we're seeing Stakes now going around the chicane here, Justin, and probably improve on his lap if he doesn't go to the pit lane for a tire change and a slap of here.
Did make the pass as well, and it's a 1:13.465. How about that? Zipping by Delatraz, works out and then some for the pace. Meanwhile, the Moranis M Squad car, Adam Brockaway. An invalidated lap, back-to-back laps, in fact. 1:13.904 is his personal best so far.
I'm trying to remember if Brockway was one of the drivers that I had the opportunity to drive the GT4 Mercedes that I think when we're racing kind of provided for them.
Yeah.
So really good opportunity, cool opportunity for you to drive a real race car, and they got the drivers from all iRating levels for them to actually get an opportunity to see how the car would work.
Yeah, cool opportunity that Moranis allowed for its drivers in the past couple weeks. Daniel Morad in the past week also put up the video with many of those drivers getting the opportunity. And for many drivers, they might not get that chance in the real life. But virtual to reality, Daniel Morad, I know, has been a big supporter of it. Even though he's busy, of course, with a real-world racing schedule, he's always been a big supporter of the sim racing events, whether it's in Canada or across the globe.
Oh yeah, and it's kind of cool for everybody to see, more and more of these opportunities coming. Even if you don't get like a real life drive, like what happened to Lauren Heinrich, Jeff Giassi, Rudy Van Buren, and so many other drivers, but still getting that opportunity for you to drive a real life race car is really cool. As we're going to see Joe Brack maybe improve on his lap, but I don't think he's going to be a pole improvement lap.
No. As a matter of fact, the 32 gets up to 10th. And now it's spinning. Michael Dolbeck, a massive save. No crash. But he's able to stab the brakes, and it looks like they'll have to take a tire change. Back to Jason Dilworth we go. Only 8th best for the 56 so far. They need a lot more speed, 4/10 to get up to the pole.
Yeah, but it looks like there is an improvement on his lap. A minor improvement, but it might be enough for him to actually up a few spots as we're going to these final minutes. I think they probably have 2, maybe more 2 more laps depending on circumstances to get around into the top of the standings here in the LMP3 board. But don't know if that's going to be a pole-setting lap for Dilworth. I would estimate maybe top 5 would be the more realistic range.
Just look at the replay, the massive save. They were looking already at the wall.
Yeah, good reactions, and already slamming on the brakes as now track goes into the top 5.
Who was that off the side of the racetrack? Somebody just had a crash. Was not sure. Was that? That was Whipperman Racing. Yes, it was. Chris M. Bell was the reason for the smoke puff there with that red blur. And they did take a tow after slamming their car into the wall. New top of the board driver, ATRS Academy.
Basically detonating or demolishing Pascal Sticks time. You can even see there's not an improvement on his lap per se, but I am 100% sure that Sticks is going to try to fight back and get around on the top of the board.
Now, this is the reason we had some of the confusion here for the smoke.
Ooh.
That's a big whip around for the Whipperman car. Oh, another one. And now it's Core that's off the track. They nearly clipped the wall trying to cut the S's.
Well, take the long way around, Pascal, and you're still surviving for one more lap. There's now attention shifted towards Graham Sanders and that Hydro Race Geodesic 62 car, which for me is a little bit awkward to see that 62 at that kind of a spot, you know.
Yeah, only back in the 6th position for the time being. Graham Sanders, for reference, a long-time racer and IVRA competition, both in the endurance and the club sports scene. 2021-22's point standings for reference. He drove in the Cup class to 2nd in the point standings. He's been with the team. The Colorado driver has been since October 2020. Just passed his 4-year anniversary just this past month. And now, an invalidated lap, no improvement. With 44 seconds to go, one more chance to make a flyer. Maximilian Fritz. We've seen those tires have a lot of slides. Still no improvement.
Austin is going to improve.
How about a race for the pole within 2/10? Austin J. Yun gets within a couple 100s. Meanwhile, Valentin Bonnie, invalidated lap. And it looks like they're not going to push for another one with 10 seconds on the clock.
No, but they actually managed to improve from 5th to 4th place as there are still a few cars to get around the track here, Justin. As now we got the checker flag. Those actually opened up the lap. Who will have the opportunity maybe to get on one more lap in. But looking forward to see who's going to get on top of the board because Austin is definitely going to try to go for that.
ATRS Academy already putting it in. Adam Brockway 1:13.7, their personal best, no improvement on position though. Meanwhile, Fritz, he needs to go. He needs to find a way to gain about a second, and he does find another couple tenths out of it for 10th, but that's all. Most of the others completed their laps. Michael Dobek is the final car left, and that's the way to end the run. The car wanted to go in the pit lane after a clip of the grass. That's where it's going. So that just about does it for qualifying here today. Again, checker flag waving across the racetrack. No other chances for improvement, but it's Tom Kazadonis who sets the pole time, a 1:13.253. That's by 19 100ths over Austin J. Yun, the Nashville, Tennessee driver. Pascal Sticks starts alongside Valentin Bonnie in the top 4. Niels von Handel, he finished in top 5. He did not set a practice time initially and set the time in qualifying very early In turn, 5 laps counted out of his 11 attempts. Graham Sanders in the 6th spot. 7th goes to Del Trust Automotive by Majors Garage. Then it's the Nomad entry, Jason Dilworth, back at 8th. Brockway and Fritz, the top 10. Dolbeck for Kramer Racing Esports in 11th. JDR Graphics Sim Sport today has Alexander Russell to start behind the wheel. They finished 12th. Team points developed back in 13th with Jan Senkowski, and Chris M. Bell crashed in qualifying and did not finish the qualifying run. They finished 14th. That's hooked top to bottom at the qualifying orders for today. And in turn, that means it's warm-up time and a chance for drivers to get a feel of the racetrack. Drivers are being told they have 8 minutes before we advance to today's official gridding procedure here, Lorenzo. Your thoughts on qualifying today?
I think that was a very good qualifying, clean between everybody. Just that chess game of who gives toe to who. So looking forward to see how the race that will translate to the race, if there will be any shenanigery, because last time we actually done Road America, they were very short on time for them to complete this race. After the first yellow flag, it turned actually from the second yellow flag, it turned from a lap race to a timed race. So of course, shorter track, we can expect maybe to see the full laps, but it's going to be short nevertheless in terms of time, and a track that has a lot of attrition. We might actually see the second straight finish within time constraints.
Traffic management expected to be pretty wild today. In terms of that side of things, what goes to your mind now that for some of these drivers, as they go through this warm-up session, they're about to see a lot of overlap throughout today's race, and we've seen a lot of busy crashes because of overlap in the past here too.
Oh yeah, of course, and I think the fact that we have the LMP3 instead of what would say an LMP2, a GTP or GT3 per se. You can even see an LMP3 is a GT3, but it has better aerodynamics, even though on the straights the GT3 has the upper edge. It makes things more interesting because you don't have the ABSs. They have to get a little more tricky around the braking. So it can become a very nervous race, especially if you're looking for points in the sports category and the cup category, where the things are a little bit, more around the edge. So looking forward to see how they will behave around the traffic when it gets like maybe all 3 categories together, or even 2 categories contending for track spots.
Still a few more minutes before we get things going for today's action. Remember, 172 laps, 4 hours up on the clock, whatever comes first for today's race. And for those who have never tuned into these types of racing, there is safety cars in IVRA competition. Not going to touch upon the last time out number of safety cars, but we'll say, who do you think is going to come away with the wins today, based on what you've seen speed-wise and knowing how momentum's playing out? Who are your predictions?
I'm going to try to pick per class. I think per class, I would say maybe Wave Italy had this, might have this one. They were looking really good at Road America, and I think this is where they might make the bounce back race and contend for points. Sport, I'm trying to find the team over here. I really don't have one favorite. I would say maybe Glacier are going to continue their really good result. It will come in how the car progresses. Apex, I'm going to pick Visceral and Cup, and then LMP3. I'll switch it back to you.
In turn, let's take a look at the starting orders for today. We'll go from the top of the classes to the bottom of the classes. Let's start off with the LMP3s. They'll take things first for the green flag. ATRS Academy once again set the pole time a few minutes ago. Austin Yun will start off in second. He'll try to avoid his top accomplishment on his bio on iRacing, where he once crashed in a top split at Daytona and had it showcased for 3 minutes straight. Pascal Stick starts in third. Then it's Bolts and VDS by Undercut in fourth. Then it's TREQ Esports in fifth with Nick Thiessen behind the wheel. Hydra Race Geodesic Racing in the sixth position to start things off today. Deltras Automotive starts in seventh, and it's Pistata Nomad in eighth. Miranda Sam Squad in ninth. Hydra Race Geodesic Racing White in 10th. Kramer Racing Esports starts 11th. JDR Graphics Simsport with Alexander Russell starts off in 12th. Team Pointsfield and Whipperman Racing round out the entries today in the LMP3s, 14 for their class to start. Then in the Cup class today, it's Visceral Esports setting the pole time. They did so by nearly 3/10 over ATRS Esports. Then it's Wave Italy Racing Team, Apex One, and Sim Racing the top 5. Hydra Race Geodesic Racing EU is in 6th. Impulse Racing starts 7th for their car alongside Olympus Esports Atlas. Then it's Orion Race Team looking to build up from 9th. Visceral Esports starts off in 10th for the 997. Then it's Kramer Racing Esports in 11th. SRN Motorsports rounds out the top 12. And rounding out their field, Olympus Esports Proton. Behind them is the Sport class today. Impulse Racing alongside Wave Italy Racing Team in the front row. The difference, under 5/100ths of a second. Hydra Race Geodesic Racing Gold and Vertex have third and fourth respectively. Well, Jacob O'Reilly, we see you in fifth for the Archer Brothers. Then it's Glacier Racing in 6th position. Hyperion Racing in 7th. Sabelt Esports in the 8th position. German Sim Racing by ACV starts off 9th. Then it's Echelon Sim Sport in 10th. Court Sim Racing and Rusty Spatulas round out the top 12. Apex One and Geeks Energy by Fiercely Ford Yellow round out the top 14. RJD starts off alongside Kramer Racing Esports. Then it's Bistrata Nomad alongside XPD Emerald Racing. Then it's Satellite Racing back in 19th with Ayrton Williams currently practicing the car. Dickensi Cornes for SimCity Racing in 20th. What Sim Racing Team and Hugh Jazz round out their entries. 22 cars, the biggest entry list of the day. And rounding out the fields today, it's the touring cars. Obsidian Racing up at the top of the board. Michael Polasek, the community representative, up at the top. He set the pole by just under a 10th over Impulse Racing. Brabham Esports with Jordan Bachmeyer to start, alongside Wave Italy Racing Team. Then it's Hydra Race Geodesic Racing. Spencer McCarthy currently practicing the car for Echelon. Then it's Team Heutingveld back in 6th. XPD Emerald TCR starts off in 7th. And Court Team rounds out the entries. 57 total cars are in today's event. So that's looked out to bottom at the running order here today. Just waiting for the advancing to the race itself. Drivers have just got the indication. It's time to grid up for the real deal now. Of note, 3 different incidents are currently under review from the qualifying session. Let you know if there are any penalties from said qualifying session that carry over from the race in the later stages here. But as we now get set for the real deal here, and as cars get ready for 4 hours of action, Renzo, what are your keys to win today?
LMP3s need to know when to overtake. Basically, traffic management is going to be at its key. Don't take your time. Take the losses when you have those losses, because every loss that you can have, depending on circumstances, might be your gain on the yellow flag. And more importantly, this is a fuel number game if we go all the way into into the timing race, basically.
And in turn, we already heard your picks for today, but in terms of today's racing, what should we expect in this opening lap or opening laps here today? After all, the track conditions near immaculate with the fall conditions. In fact, winter conditions just about. It's December 2nd in Sim after all. Pretty cool for this time.
Yeah, for me, what catches my eye is that speed of the wind. 16 kilometers catching, depending where the direction of the wind might be. You might have that information more than I do. Justin might get into a crosswind situation, might throw the drivers off, or even might help on circumstances of getting that draft effect, because he might pull you in much easier than you probably would have to work trying to get a really good run into the back straight. But into the first few laps, I think it's going to be more like a pandemonium, maybe for LMP3's sport class trying to figure themselves out, because they're usually the bigger fields. And whenever we go into traffic management, which might take about 4 or 5 laps into a track that is very small like this for 57 cars, it's going to get really crazy.
So, as we get set for today's action, for this mid-afternoon start in sim, a couple reminders that today, if you want to follow along with the live timing for today's event, we are using Timing 3. Once again, timing3.RaceSpot.TV to follow along with your favorite teams and drivers throughout today's festivities. Also, if you want to join the conversation, be sure to use the hashtag IVRA, hashtag IVRA, to help say where you're watching along with today's action. Once again, Timing 3 for the live timing and scoring. So just about all the drivers have made their way to the starting grid. 3 minutes being given to drivers in turn before they get the command to roll the cars for the pace lap. And remember, when it comes to today, the restart and start zone already indicated for drivers is the end of the rumble strips coming out of the final corner on the right side of the racetrack all the way to the flag stand for today. So that, again, is where drivers will get the command to roll before they get to the start line right next to the gantry here today. So just about ready to go. It should be an interesting one, to say the very least. With us reaching the halfway point here, who really needs a good race today, Lorenzo, with how things have played out so far?
Percent the Nomad, they got their backs against the wall here, especially being in the back half of this LMP3 class. They need to pick themselves up, I think, quite early. You gotta use the traffic to their advantage. Might be a little bit more aggressively than probably should. Just one thing, they cannot make the same mistakes they've done into the entrance race, because they actually have been penalized in the entrance race. But let's see how they move fare. Cup class, it's going to be quite interesting. I'm really looking forward to see how the Visceral team is going to fare on the first few laps with the field of the Cup class right behind them, and the tow is going to be quite strong. And Bailica is going to try to work wonders with that ATRS car. Sport and TCRs, it's going to be Impulse and maybe the play of Glacier, trying to go up in the field, and how the McLarens will fare on the long run. TCRs, well, I don't know. It's everybody's game at that point.
They've just given a warning out over the radio to Impulse Racing's 457. They are too far back, race control says. They need to catch up a little bit closer to the other classes.
And that happened actually on the endurance race. They're going to throw back. Actually, we had drivers and teams getting penalized because of this spreading out the cars on the endurance series on the start. I think that was on the GT3 Pro. The leader of the GT3 Pro, I think, got a penalty on the race start. They got to give the 3 to 5 seconds from each car. So that's why I think race control just saw your gap is way too big. Close that down.
Hearing there needs to be a 5-second difference on contact between some of these classes here today. More warnings over the radio. But right now, it's the leading class looking to lead things to the green. It's the LMP3s. All set to go. Green flag from Barney. They reach the start zone. Off and away we go. We're underway for the GSI ClubSport Series by IVRA from Road Atlanta. And a clean start up front. Tom Castanidis leads the field off to the S's for the first time. Some checkups amongst the LMP3s, all while the Cup cars already remain close distance. They look single file already. Meanwhile, back to the sport class, they take the green flag. About half a track the distance, Lorenzo, between them and the next class in front of them. We'll see how they race things out, already looking 3 wide.
Yeah, and SimCity Racing already getting very, very aggressive on the start of this race so far, looking for moves and didn't get anything going as their cars going too wide into turn number 3, and all kinds of disaster can happen as TCR already started as well.
Already, good launch for them in trouble. There goes Sable Esports going around. That's off on the racetrack, already damage to the race car. And already our first major trouble of the race, they've lost the front nose.
Oh boy, and I think not only the front nose, you hit hard into the concrete barrier, you might get nose, you might get engine, you get things more than that, as now Hydro Race Geodesic has gone to the lead of the LMP3 class, and with that overall lead.
Austin Young taking that lead at the end of the first lap down in through turn 1. Expecting a fair amount of swapping today with some of the draft, but Austin Young does have some good experience in top splits. We'll see thing plays out. Here's a look at what just happened there with the chaos. And that was also Dilworth also going off on the other part of the S's.
Yeah, a little bit awkward to see the issue, but then again, it's the nature of the S's. It punishes you if you go side by side, and that's what happened for Sabelt. I think they were on their line, and unfortunately, with the transition from one side to the other, just caught off by the back end and got pit maneuver into the wall.
So just like that, our first crash of the day. Here in the 401 for Apex, 1 has gone around as well. This is in turns 10 A and B. They're already 3 wide behind, but it's more so the 2 wide.
Yeah, and they're going to lose a lot of track position because you're going to have to wait all the field to go around you.
Oh, by the way, they've rejoined with the touring cars, so good luck to the touring cars. As we look up front for that group, Wave Italy is there. Meanwhile, let's take a look back at the MP3s. They are continuing to shuffle and quickly. Already, Butts and VDS by undercut. Amongst those in the top 5, battling with Alexandre Delatraz.
And I think more importantly, we have to see here already, Justin, we have a 4-car field following one another. Of course, there's still some tilt to be provided by that 4th car, which I think it's core to the Bolton VDS by undercut, but it's not by much. They're hanging on the thread, and they're leading out that big train, I would say, from 4th all the way 9 cars following one another. They're going to get defensive into the chicane as Delatraz looking for the move.
Already into the touring cars they go. Already they're touring each other for 5th. Core team tries to figure out where to go. 3 wide as core team gets it done by TREQ Esports. Goes in the grass and here he crashes. Contact from behind. That comes from the Murad car of Dilworth. They got a little bit of damage from that checkup. Now it's Team Hoytingville trying to stay left. Oh, as well, they try and sort each other. Now at the dive through the S's. Wave Italy tries to stay on the side and then get punted.
And Wave Italy somehow alive at the end of all things.
Well, that wasn't very nice. And now they're crashing with Morena's Sim squad getting squeezed out by Maximilian Fritz.
And not only that, you can even see, I think there's one of the TCRs, Wave Italy got very slowed down with the fact that we're crashing out in front of them. The TCR, I think, at the back, that looked like to be Team Hoisenfeld or the Hydro Race Geodesic car had to take a slow down to actually get around the field and made everything just more chaotic of all things.
A wild run to the first layer of traffic. Here's a look at the track map. Remember, the purple is your LMP3s, the blue, the touring cars, plus the 1 green dot of Apex 1 from the sport class who had troubles to start off the race. And they're already about to reach the next layer of cars, the rest of the sport class, in the next minute.
In the next minute, they already reached it.
Oh, Geodesic White is coming on in. Yes, indeed. You mentioned that is Fritz electing to come down with some damage.
One of the side hits might have broken the tail link of the car, and that is not really good for them looking forward. He's going to put him in the back burner for a little bit, but like, this is going to get just more hectic because we know that the LMP3s are around there, but that's not the bulk of the LMP3s. We have the bigger half, I think, of the LMP3s still coming. So everything can kick off and a little bit more moving forward as they are on the back stretch of the track.
Of note, Visceral Esports is under investigation. Them and all other Porsche Cup cars for that start procedure, it looks like. So there are a lot of investigations underway. Of note, there are 3 complete. That includes the 946. They registered at the wrong number. 30-second penalty. A 30-second penalty for the 992. A 10-second penalty for the 962. As here's the layer of traffic yet again. Oh, and big crash down into turn 1. Contact from undercut as they spin out one of their fellow cars. That's Rusty Spatulas with contact.
Oh my God, 4 wide.
Oh, and now it crashes. Whipperman Racing crashes again. Whipperman hits some contact, and somehow they don't lose the rear wing.
Oh, we're going to get a yellow flag, I think.
They're stuck. Chris Bell with a second crash today, and this might be a safety car.
Oh, you're pulling back. That might be smart. That might not trigger the yellow flag because that's right at the exit. Maybe one of the service areas. Let's look forward.
Side by side, building up amongst these cars. Now, the caution is out. The caution flag is out. The first safety car. Nitro Race Geodesic Racing Black has just been told to slow down the field. And we're under yellow for the first time today. Well, that happened quickly, didn't it? It lasted this run all but about 10 minutes.
No, Lorenzo. Take that away. Take that thought away. But we kind of predicted this would get really crazy. Look at the replay here, Justin.
Yep. Where do you go?
Nowhere. Nothing you can do about it.
I mean, you can say hit the brakes, but if you stop the brakes too quick, you're crashing it.
Nope, but I don't think even if you try to slam the brakes, it would work because I want to get the outsider angle. If he slams the brakes, there I think 2 or 3 cars right behind him, and you're right on the apex of turn number 1. Of course, you would say, oh, okay, yellow flag, cars are merging into the track. You have one car onto the outside that is already basically one third of the car outside of turn number 1 that would take your space away. It just makes things more chaotic, and therefore you want to be as cautious, but I think that probably would have caused more chaos if you slammed right on the brakes, even though that would be the more natural response for you to do. But then what was 3 wide became 4 wide right after. If he slams on the brakes, that percent of Nomad car might have caught, and you can even see the Moranis car in close, and that 4 wide was just a result of course, not going slow on the brakes, but the merging of the GT4 outside might have triggered that 4 wide, and therefore the first yellow flag.
So a crazy start to this one. Again, we're on lap 7 of 172 of the scheduled lap distance today. And how things work today for the safety car procedure is as such. Everyone slows down to safety car speed once the yellow flag is flown. Safety car drives in front of the leader. Once it comes around the pit lane, all other cars continue to catch up to said pace line. Pace line in turn, we'll see the class leader receiving a wave around. Once every car with the wave around's caught up to the pacing line, they can then pit. In the case of a leader pitting, they may have another wave around in the same procedure as the first wave around. Porsche Cup cars are allowed to drive in front of the touring cars and the GT4s. Hence why you see the different lines pairing out here and being settled out here. And if anyone's exited or took service, which was not allowed, they get an EOL penalty. All EOLs in turn get sorted and awarded and issued through the green flag procedure. So, here's a look again What sparked all this with undercut?
SimCity on undercut and then rusty spatulas. Am I thinking that SimCity got a little bit optimistic with the fact that undercut was just going around the car, and they thought, oh, I'm just gonna slob myself back in and go for the overtake on turn number 1, because that's my line of thought looking from that angle, and then everything that resulted after that is just a backbone of of that whole chaos that ensued on turn 1.
So everyone's still trying to sort themselves out here in the midst of the first safety car period of the day. And let's look on board from SimCity.
Yeah. I think that's right my thought exactly here, Justin. I thought what happened, the SimCity driver thought, okay, the LMP3 is gonna get right on by. I'm just gonna do the smart move, tuck myself in as the turn is entering. The rusty spatula is gonna lose track position. I'm just gonna go into the natural flow of the corner, make that overtake on turn number 1, and get myself cleanly. But unfortunately, just that wasn't timed well enough.
So again, under caution for the first time today. Right now, have several drivers still taking service. Maximilian Fritz just finishing up service. I think the pit lane was still closed though.
When he got out of the pit lane, right at the yellow flag, I think he got out of the pit lane, and maybe he was told to go back into it because the pit lane was closed.
Interesting, to say the very least there. So right now, what goes through your mind when you have a caution this quick, this early?
Reset. I think the best thing they've done is just let everybody by. Let the Porsche Cup go by, let the LMP3 go by, and basically relaunch yourself in a big field. Of course, might be one behind the other. Surely, race-wise might not be the best thing for you to see a whole line of 50-something cars, one after the other, but in the sport class being one lap down. The TCR is already one lap down. The Cup, I think, is on the same lap. But he already basically gave room to everybody else in saying, okay, basically this is a restart from zero on the same shape that has happened on Watkins Glen, because on Glen we actually had a yellow flag on lap 1. So basically this is a full reset of the race.
By the way, the confirmation in from the team representative, it looks like today, of Andrew Laneham's service is they were trying not to go down more laps than they were, since they came out before they were finished the repairs. Hence the situation there, and that's understandable. Take a look over to the sport class. Wave Italy Racing Team is up at front, and this caution came out just as they were starting to fall a lap down for the first time, mind you. Yeah. So it's been an interesting one for them so far, to say the very least.
Yeah, because what happened, if you look at, I think that was a really good moment. If you look at the track map, as soon as the yellow flag came out, they were right at the exit of the pit lane. So I think there was a little bit of, time right, maybe wrong with the timing, because when it goes to the yellow flag, you might have closed the pit lane for them, and everything that might transpire in between. We don't know that for sure, of course, but I think it saved their race a little bit, because they wouldn't go down in laps. Everybody would have to slow down in front, track position wise. So basically the lap down was the best case scenario they would get early on in this race.
So taking a look at the touring cars, meanwhile, Obsidian Racing still up in front. And so far, Michael Polasek holding off Impulse and Brabham at the time of the caution. We'll say, on top of what we mentioned when it comes to Polasek for the sim race community, he's also amongst those involved in his university's boat racing program. He goes to the Stevens Institute of Technology. For reference, that's in New Jersey. He's the design lead for the team's electric boat program, which basically works on designs with the American Society of Naval Engineers in terms of their collegiate boat competition that promotes electric propulsion. Lorenzo.
Oh, I was muted. Sorry, I committed the Cardinals in.
Yes.
But that's a cool job for you to have. Not gonna lie, if you want to have a job that that involves engineering, I think that's probably one of the coolest jobs, especially maybe on collegiate level as well.
Absolutely. He is a mechanical engineer by trade. Take a look at the Cup cars. Meanwhile, that's still in the midst of a review. They are planning to restart the race this time by the way. Also of note, the penalty list under the race control notice board of those either with penalties issued or being reviewed still, 18 incidents deep.
Uh-oh.
We are 10 laps in. So we're having a fun time so far in the 700 kilometers of road at Atlanta. Amongst the cars off track, Whipperman Racing still with mandatory damage repairs. Everyone else is still in the race. Just about all set to get back underway in this one. They've already warmed up potential checkups in this corner through 10A and 10B. Tom Casadonis in control as they come up to the restart zone. Remember, a small restart box today in the final section of curbing. It looks like they're going down the hillside already. Green flags out. Back underway. And already hard defensive movements for third. Pascal Sticks did not want to give that up. Alexandre Delatraz moves his way up to third, as close to them is the Cup class.
And you can see already a few cars aggressive out of the gate. You said Delatraz. I nearly think saw him moving into the podium spot as well, but that wasn't enough of a run to try to get yourself overtaken to turn on number one. Other than that, a Glacier already looking aggressive out of the start. Better lines in that Porsche from the Hydro Race Geodesic car. So looking forward to see how the Finn team is going to fare moving forward into this race. And I think things are going to be more calmed down. We normally say that yellow breed yellows, but the fact that you have a more inline start with less gaps in between everybody, I think makes this more streamlined for the next few laps.
And single file restart throughout the field definitely can make things a little bit calmer. Zipper on the racetrack. Of note, Whipperman Racing, they can inadvertently just have their mandatory damage cleared, so if they want to, they can go on the racetrack. They're electing to fix the full damage. First lap complete, back underway. Austin Yun already looking to take off as Dilworth looking to try and make up some ground. He's up to sixth.
Yeah, and already looking forward to see places on the core team as they go through and somehow core survives for the time being.
Pascal Sticks just about squeezed off Niels Van Honden. Oh, spin in front. That's Delatraz. Hard contact. Valentine Bonnie hits him. Bonnie up and over through the air. Several more still wounded down the straightaway. No caution yet as Alexander Russell stops. The JDR Graphics SimSport car looks to regroup and rejoin. At least 3 drivers involved in that contact. My goodness, Bonnie sent up in the air.
Delatraz, you can see the car is already ailing for life as yellow flag obviously comes out once again. I had to say yellow brig yellows. Why?
That had to be a caution. That had to be.
Yeah.
Maximilian Fritz, more damage on the car. They've lost the entire back panels. And that was one of the most violent crashes you'll see all season.
I'm gonna steal Peter Mackay's line over here and say, "Dear, oh dear."
Cautions, breed cautions. A lot to look at for this one.
Why? What? I know I'm the yellow flag emperor, but I didn't mean to say yellow breed yellows.
Well, it happened. And wow, at least 5 cars went up there, at least 3 airborne.
I mean, all I gotta say is, I know turn 5 is gonna kill a few drivers. It's a killer. Not turn 5, but sorry, turn 8 or turn 7 is a killer of a turn, basically, especially for these LMP3 cars. So I'm slightly surprised it was that early on in this race so far. You would see 4 cars already get involved into this.
Let's take a look at on board. This is one of the Hydra Race entries.
Oh, that's Fritz's car.
Pretty clear how you can lose the back end there. In fact, that was their front wing they crumpled up.
Yeah, because what happens normally when you go into that corner, that high curve corner, what happens? Your car has to go into a certain of a line, and it kind of compresses the suspension. You're gonna see right here, it compresses the suspension a little bit, and it comes back on the ground. You can see the boots in VDS by undercut. Nothing you can do over there, as everybody just try to fiddle themselves out into the lines of the track, and their surprise, you see Delatraz right in front of you.
Again, drivers still trying to get sorted here. Here's another look on board.
Oh, poor Fritz.
And I believe some heavy damage, to say the very least. What might have been one of the JDR entries. And already 2 safety cars in, both of them involving the LMP3s. Let's put it this way, the talk's already down amongst those in the Porsche Cup class. 2 down, 8 left here in for the 997. So you can see where their focus is at Visceral Esports.
Ay. If that's the talk, I really don't want to have shades of what had transpired in Watkins Glen.
Well, you didn't want to think about it? Guess what? It's happening. This is, again, what triggered it. Spin out of the corner, middle of the racetrack.
And can you truly blame Delatraz here? He held his brakes.
Yeah. But, again, you can't really see out of turn 5 easily like that.
No. Yeah, I agree. Especially with like 3-4 cars ahead of you. So it's a full-on race system. Don't get me wrong. You can see the car, bottoming out at the exit. You can see the car just holding its brakes the best it can. And just on the exit of turn number 8, right there is just like, well, you just shrug it. Nothing you can do. You leave it up to chance.
So again, pit road is open. Why don't we turn on the clock at this point? You mentioned the lap being 172 or 4 hours, whatever comes first. Right now we're at 3 hours and 34 minutes for reference. You're over and under for laps today, Lorenzo.
Under. Oh, and Austin is trying to be cheeky already. This is not the Indy 500 or like Daytona 500 for you to do that already.
Oh, we have some pit stops. Indeed we do. We have a fair amount of drivers, in fact, in the LMP3s, but also Visceral Esports electing to come in from their class lead.
I wouldn't say this is a bad strategy, though.
I mean, 30-second different, 30 minutes just about in. You could see the idea. Have a fuel run, take the fuel.
Take the fuel, and it's going to be a short amount of fuel. The problem is the...
Oh, I almost thought they were about to hit the drivers in the pit lane.
Yeah, that would have been very awkward.
For reference, the pit exit's closed. That's why they're stopped.
Yeah, and just to get things over here appropriately correct, Justin, let's get this right. We've seen that happen before.
We've seen it happen in real life racing, especially.
True.
Once again, as pit road exit is open. Right now, it's Austin Yun up at the front. Then it's Tom Casadonis for ATRS Academy. You also have Graham D. Sanders up to third in the main Hydro Race Geodesic entry. Then it's the Nomad car of Dilworth up to fourth. TREQ Esports in the top 5 so far. Pascal Stix. Great qualifying run. He's dropped all the way back to 6th, though, in the midst of this class. He is the first pitter for reference. Miranda SM Squad, Team Hoistenfeld, and K. Kramer Racing Esports all pit. Everybody else in their class is either still in the pits, multiple laps down, or in very rough shape right now.
I wonder if you're Maximilian Fritz. How are you feeling right now after just getting contact? I think with the TCRs. Then the toe link is broken. You have to repair your toe link and your steering, and then right after you are involved in the biggest incident of this race so far, and you lose the back bonnet and somewhat the splitter a little bit as well.
Fritz is still getting the repairs done, and this is actually going to cost him an error lap here with this pace lap. We are in the midst of the procedure to get the rest of the LMP3s up towards the front in the midst of the pit stop procedure. So that means sticks on back are now allowed to pass by the slower classes to regroup. Wave Italy racing teams also been informed to leave a gap between the classes, so there's space for these LMP3s to rejoin. And in turn, it's a bit more understandable with the LMP class in theory, if I think about it, for the fuel strategy. Correct me if I'm wrong, they're almost through the first fuel run, if not past the halfway mark as well for theirs, correct? How long can the LMP3s go?
If I remember, they can go around the 40-something minutes.
Yeah.
My only question here is because you're Road Atlanta. Road Atlanta is one of those tracks that it's very different than Daytona. It's very different than Road America. You don't have a lot of straights, so the fuel saving can be done more efficiently and can be done more constantly because you're dealing with traffic quite a lot. So you can basically enhance your time in the track for about 2-3 laps more. So that might extend the run to 46 minutes, but that's around on the verge. I think it's close to what the LMP2s and provide in terms of fuels in this track as well.
So here come the rest of the LMP3s to rejoin the front of the field. It's those who are still running, should say. Looks like Alexander Russell is still running amongst those, by the way, for JDR Graphics Sim Sport. He was the last car, in fact, for the class left on the lead lap. And interesting to see JDR Graphics amongst those who have registered in for this season, of course. JDR Graphics Sim Sport. Referencing the graphic designer J.D. Laird. They race on the roadside. There goes Alexander Russell. That Nearly went very bad.
Yep.
But so far, they've been trying to survive, and they've survived. Getting back to the hashtag IVRA, IVRA. That's for those to be able to follow along with the social media conversation today. Be sure to follow along with the conversation by using said hashtag today in your social media conversations. Of note, as we get sorted out here, the main thoughts from teams after the question forward of who is having fun. The response from Impulse Racing is they're in eco-friendly mode with the caution.
We're looking forward to 2030 zero carbon emission already in this race. We're looking towards the future. Can we say we are already looking for zero, for like virtual 0% emission, carbon emission?
Well, technically sim racing doesn't create emissions, does it?
Yeah, power.
Server farm?
Server farm, maybe. Electricity, someone would be saving on their bills.
Well, saving on real world mileage.
That as well. True.
Oh, and here's an interesting call over the radio. The teams that have penalties so far, this includes the 457 now for 5 seconds for failing to maintain the gap to the next class on the pace lap. They can now elect to choose to take an end of the longest line penalty and use that to serve the penalty instead.
Go for it.
So, has anyone pulled out a line to serve it? I don't think anybody, sir, pulled out a line yet.
No, I think they are not. But I think at this point of the race where there's so much uncertainty, especially now that we've seen the yellow bring the yellows, and I'm still the yellow flag emperor. I think this is a point that we mentioned this as well at the Glen race. There were a few teams that had up to, I would say, 30-something seconds that could take the EOL as well. The total time that you would have, you can take the EOL. I think it lowered from previous seasons now. I think there was 100 seconds back at the old days, like at last season or the season prior to that. And now these last few seasons, if the season included, I think it is up to 60 seconds or something like that. So you can basically take the EOL if you have that length of penalty. And at this point of the race where you can kind of strategize a little bit more, we're still racing for laps, but we're right on the verge of time race as well. You can start to think upon, let's take the EOL right now and see where it leads us when we get a green flag going in. We might have more yellow flags moving forward. I think we're going green this time by the way.
We're coming up to the restart. Drivers have now been told they can go from as early as the Fox Bridge for this restart if they elect to choose so. That's why we're seeing the pace start to pick up a little bit. The pace car is already on its own down the straightaway. And most of these drivers already have had a couple heat cycles on the tires. You can see them just trying to warm up these tires as much as they can. For reference again, the turn 11 bridge will be where we restart all the way up to the start line. It is up to the LMP3 leader when they elect to go, in this case Austin Young.
If you're young, leave as late as possible. Don't do that run at the exit of the Fox Bridge because you're leaving room for the other drivers to catch up to you in turn number 1 and make this more hectic than it should be. For not only for yourself, but the others as well.
Again, still currently looking okay on laps. We're on lap 18 after all. Austin Young leading the way in the LMP3s for Hydro Race Geodesic Racing Black. Safety car is officially in. Restart zone starts here. When does Austin Young elect to go? Now, he says. Green flag is out. Good jump over ATRS Academy. And the battle is on for second. Graham D. Sanders wants the run. Already hard defensive move. No pass for second. They stay single file into turn one to start. Same for the Porsche Cup class as they zip their way ahead. Looks like the Hydro Race Geodesic Racing EU car, the only one to really pick up a spot into turn one.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit of time between Graham and Austin into the restart itself. He kind of leaves as late as it can be right after the box bridge and kind of timed this nearly to perfection for them. As we're seeing the other cars as well trying to slot themselves into the grid, and now we're looking towards sports class as we're going to get our first lap done into this second restart of the race.
All sorting themselves out here in the midst of the single file. You see how things are faring out across the racetrack. The Cup class has Wilkins trying to make some moves. He has no draft to work off of, though. That's Scott McGarvey alongside. Now it's Yo Alfonso looking to try and get some draft now off the SRN Motorsports car. Wilkins now picks up the draft with the switch back over. That is a teammate in front, and it's 3 wide. McGarvey gets zipped on by. McGarvey taking middle as Wilkins holds off the charge for Alfonso.
Good overtaking, good attempt on Olympus to go for 2 for 1, but that outside line, you need more room and you need more action for you to get that overtake done and still be side by side. And you know, it's a long race still. You're still fighting for a lot of things moving forward. So take the L for this time being, and then reset yourself for the next lap and maybe set yourself up for an overtake moving forward.
Your groupings trying to settle on in. Amongst those include how your GT4s look to go. Again, the sport class so far being led by Wave Italy Racing Team. Impulse Racing does have a 5-second time penalty. They're second on track. Looking back over at Impulse, or rather should say when it comes to the Cup side, to Olympus Atlas. Alfonso makes the switch back. Wilkins is now amongst those trying to fight back and forth. They lost touch to the Visceral Esports 901 though.
Yeah, unfortunately right there couldn't do much. The Portuguese driver to the toe off that Porsche Cup, and now he's going to find himself in a world of hurt on Wilkins trying to do that overtake right behind him. And 997 Visceral car, and like Marticani probably wanted his best friend close, he's not going to be the way moving forward in the next few laps.
Lots of grass clippings as well coming up there as well. Let's take a look on board with Wilkins. Wilkins from the Netherlands, really pushing hard to try and keep up here, almost too hard. So far, still maintaining a solid gap amongst those in this Cup class in the choo-choo train. Of note, expect the overlap to already begin shortly from the LMP3s. There is lap traffic that's catching up to the back end of the touring cars. You see in the track map those first 2 dots in pink. Those are the drivers that are at the tail end of the lead lap, if not on repairs, including Hydro Race Geodesic Racing White. Also in those dots, going to be Valentin Bondny as he comes out of the pit lane. Also in there, Maximilian Fritz. Three drivers now back in the race at the back end of the grouping, about to reach the back of the touring cars. In fact, Stephen Walker is already under pressure from some of his buddies, and already the lap down LMP3s, they're nearly making contact. Roman Persic having to zip on by. Now is the core team trying to give some space in the midst of our first major traffic of this run.
The good bit is everybody got away and skate for the time being, but look, that's not the problem, you know, getting away and skate for a minor number of LMP3s. The problem is the bigger bulk is right behind him by, I would say, like 5 seconds.
Team Hoytenveld trying to make up a lot of lost ground, nearly makes some contact with the core car. Miguel Freitas and Impulse Racing staying lined up astern, though, for the time being as well. Lap 22 overall with this race, by the way. And now the overall leaders about to come up and overlap with the touring cars. Here's a look back to Austin Yun. He's already ran away a decent chunk, in fact, from Grant Sanders. 2.5 seconds in 3 laps.
Which is insane to think about. Of course, helped by the fact that Sanders made it overtake that on the TRS Academy car. But all in all, good movement from Austin Young so far.
Lots of traffic to deal with, though. That's going to cost the lead. How about all the lead? 2 seconds lost, so the S is alone. And it looks like this time these drivers are reaching the traffic at the right spots to avoid major stack-ups. Well, give that a moment. Niels van Hondo wants to make a pass here. Now it's the ATRS Academy car forced outside.
3 wide?
Oh, that was a little bit risky. Jason Dilworth forced to reset. Here come the rest of the drivers in the battle pack.
I never thought I would see 3 wide going to the second half of the hairpin.
All back to single file for the time being. By the way, core team making a pass in the midst of all that. They zip on by the XBD machine. Offset 3 wide as the Moranis M Squad car zips on by, but Adam Brockway seeing the 3 wide turn to 2 wide in front.
I don't like this one point. I know they can get racing so far. They're fortunate about the back end of the fourth class. It's scary. It's very scary.
Oh, one more to the grass. Brockway behind. They were pushed off by one of the OP3s. We keep going though. On race lead, they can run away. Next grouping, still trying to find its way around Obsidian Racing. Van Hondo does so now, able to get around Polasek. Now they have Apex 1 from another class to deal with. Huge ass in all of this is trying to run away for their own respect. However, they are way far back in their respective class. That is 4th to last in the sport class. Meanwhile, speaking of battles, here's a battle for 2nd. Kramer Racing Esports amongst those looking to squabble. They have Ryan Scott Hamilton also fighting. Again, this is for 36 overall, I should say.
Yeah, which is 13th or 14th in sport class, apparently.
Yeah, battles abound, to say the very least. This is our longest green flag run of the race so far. Let's see how long this run lasts is the question, with all this traffic management for all these cars to deal with. Right now, Dilworth and Van Hondo battling still for 4th. ATRS Academy is trying to run away, but they have more traffic. Core Sim Racing Ruchi Spatulas checks up the pack.
Yeah, and basically check up the ATRS car. So we're back to 4-car train battle, and the momentum has been lost by that ATRS car. So he might get overtaken depending on circumstances and how Dilworth is wanting to be aggressive on the backstretch.
Have to keep your head on a swivel with this type of action right now. Side by side again. Dilworth able to shuffle off Van Hondo. And here comes the next layer. Evan Hernandez amongst those to deal with. Of note, SimCity Racing is back in the pit lane with Kenty Cornice. They zip on by through turn 1. Williams moves out of the way. Here comes Ryan Scott Hamilton. That's a teammate to Dilworth. And they try and stay as far to the left as they can here. Doesn't check things up all too much. Now it's Maximilian Zower. Out of turn 5, that keeps up a bottleneck.
At least rule number 1 of multi-class racing was respected.
Rule number 1?
Don't hit your teammate.
Rule number 2?
Read rule number 1.
Oh, and now they're hitting each other, trying to use cars as picks.
Manhandle.
Echelon Sim Sport was almost used as a pick. Now it's 3 wide. Caruso needs to go somewhere. Von Hondo is the one forced to check up. And Dilworth not afraid to trade all the paint to send it. Now they have Dennis Brezik up in front of this battle side by side. Again, this is their third in class. Brezik now that's forced to check up. Von Hondo now looking for fourth.
Yeah, he got the momentum on the car. He's going to maybe not get the overlap on turn number one. Playing the smart game. Don't risk any moves so far, especially with traffic up ahead. And you know they're going to get checked up, especially by the front of the pack of the sport class going around turn number 6.
Oh, and a bit of contact. A little bit of air between. Sends off Archer Brothers. Jacob O'Reilly able to hold on to it through the grass, though. This is all allowed Pascal Sticks to join the fray. Here's a look at the battle going on amongst some of the Cup cars. Amongst those still fighting Olympus. They've had a hard fight with Kramer Racing Esports in the midst of all this. And now Visceral Esports Oscar Wilkins looking outside.
Can they make that turn one work? They can so far. But side by side through number 3 is not looking good.
A little poke. Wilkins forced to check up. They're losing a fair amount of time, mind you, to the next pack as they're trying to overlap with the touring cars. Now a big checkup. No move for Yao Alfonso for the time being. Of note, Graham Sanders' new fastest lap of the race. The next pack in front, Visceral Esports' 901 car is treading paint with the 915. Everybody is losing a little bit of paint somewhere.
Oh,
and a crash in the pack. There goes the black 997. Visceral Esports with the 997 going around there in the midst of the slide after the loose moan for Dominic Knuckle. That was after they hit the side of the touring car for Team Hoytenveld.
Yeah, Team Hoytenveld just closed the line right there. Just played in the normal line. Impulse getting sliding into the chicane. Gonna lose the momentum to the other Cup car that's going to be in the inside, so Tintendi Martikainen might get the position back.
Very, very chippy around the racetrack as we take a look at more traffic. Right now trying to let cars go here is XPD. They are third, by the way. That's how things are shaped up. Right now the Visceral Esports 901 in that spot. There's a look back to the touring car. Next up in line is Alfonso. Mike Dam now has a chance to battle with them. Graham Sanders back-to-back laps, by the way, with purple laps. Right now, Graham Sanders, the second fastest LMP3 in terms of positioning, but the fastest on lap time. And they're about to catch up to this group and quickly.
Yeah, which is going to make him more insane, given the fact that now we got not just 2, but 3 classes nearly battling for track position. And we know if 2 was already chaotic, imagine 3 fighting for track position. It just gets way worse, and it's multiplied.
Remember, some of these top drivers did not pit. The top 5, in fact, yet to pit in the LMP3s. Technically, if we're talking about the timing, we're close to their pit stop window for the first time already. The others have an offset of 14, 15 laps already. Here comes the lap traffic yet again. Italy Racing team still holding on. Up at the front of their respective group in mid-pack, should say, with the touring cars. Oh, and there's a bit of a check-up with the Olympus car. That's Christian Arp nearly getting some contact from Grant Sanders. That breaks up the leaders for a little bit.
Had to check up due to the XPD Emerald, now going to turn number 3 right behind the SRN. Checked up again.
More checkups indeed. TREQ Esports gaining a lot of ground on Dilworth from the checkup. Mackenzie Cornish nearly spins it out. Able to hold on in front of Spencer McCarthy. Lots of slow ups and slow downs in the midst of all this. But most of the LMP3s get through without any major holdup. You just got to wonder what goes through the mind from the spotter perspective here at this point when you basically have car slow, car left, car right, car left, car right, car left, car right, right, car left, 3 wide, middle 3, contact to the door.
It's kind of like NASCAR if you think about it the way that you're saying, right, Justin? You've covered NASCAR. You know how this goes.
Yeah, there's a reason that each of those NASCAR drivers have spotters at the Coke level. It gets crazy. By the way, in sport, it's a 3-4 for Golden Vertex for Hydro Race Geodesic. Right now, Justin Ream and Frank Smix, just like they were in qualifying, they have Glacier Racing also in their pack.
But I think one thing that I want to address more, given the fact that the P1 and P2 are Mercedes, I need to say Lamborghinis. I don't know why. I nearly did a knowledge and rampo moment right here. But you can see there's a performance maybe giving a little bit of favor towards the Mercedes. Wondering how the McLaren and the Porsche will do on the long run if we continue this on green flag, and if they're going to get a better performance run than the Mercedes does, because Mercedes suffered a little bit given the fact that it is a front engine car. The weight that it gets transferred towards the front might affect the car dynamic a little bit, but we know also that the McLaren struggles for tires a little bit, especially with heavy braking zones. So looking for how the balance will work it out for these cars on the field.
Still keep an eye on the LMP3s, by the way, for third, as they catch things up to the touring car leader again in Polasek. Right now, Dilworth, in terms of the pace being set by this car, 1:16 to 1:15 second lap times, 1:15.4 last time by. They're up to 3/10 slower in this grouping compared to the overall race leaders. 11 seconds already the gap. For reference, those who already pit are at the back of this pack already, and Pascal Sticks on forward, who are also running the same tempo as these couple up in front. Young and Sanders have been hard to touch, and one car is off. It's Oscar Wilkins that's slowing things up. They just went off in the grass. That checks things up and breaks up the pack a little bit. HRS Academy gets the worst of it. Nowhere to go unless they use the bumpers. Pascal Sticks forced to check up hard as well. This force is side by side. Going to take a few moments for them to try and regroup, to say the very least here, after all that hold up, to say the very least. On lap 32 so far, the GSI ClubSport Series by IVRA here on iRacing. So far, it's been an adventure around the racetrack. Okay, glad to have you with us for today's action. Joey Deb and Adam Crane will be on for the second half of today's coverage, as here comes the start of the pit window for the LMP3s. For those who didn't come in under caution, remember, big difference of 14 laps between these drivers now staying out. Eventually, Court Sim Racing expected to take the class lead. 32 laps in the LMP3 so far.
Yeah, I'm trying to look on how many green laps there were for them in total. That's my only question. I think they were from 32 laps to 33 laps. I would estimate about 26, 27 laps in total, Justin. Or even less than that, 24 depending on circumstances. I'm just trying to do my mathematics on top of my head. But anyway, interesting how this progressed. Let's looking forward to see how the difference of tires in the dynamic of field as well is going to affect the LMP3s that are pitting now as well.
See if we see the overall leaders come in. Not this time by. We're able to stretch things a little bit further. Looking back to the fights. Once again, some side by side. Niels von Hondo holding off Dilworth now. They swap positions. And this has been going on for a while. These two just do not quit.
Great braking for a handle on the entry of turn number one. Try to get a little bit of a launch, but the problem is that these sport cars right in front gets checked up, and Dilworth might actually get the short straw at the entry of turn number 5.
Able to get around though. That holds back Dilworth. RJD forced to give up a spot in turn as they look to regroup. Back the other side of the racetrack meanwhile. Seems almost like the Hydro Race Geodesic show, with some of these cars doing well in their classes. Justin Ream, they're now in a fight with Glacier Racing though. They've had a swap with Frank Smits now leading this respective pack. Glacier Racing says, I want to come to in my McLaren. Thank you very much. Glacier Racing up a spot.
Yeah, and I think Ream was just very smart right there. He gave the track position, made it a little bit harder than it didn't look like to be. But after that, it just didn't lose a lot of time with the switchback of places now. It's now Court goes on the defensive.
To regroup and reset. Now let's look over to Miranda's M squad. Remember, these are amongst the drivers who have already pit or are likely to cycle to the lead group for at least a little bit. Pascal Sticks, Adam Brockway, amongst those on that strategy. They've also gained a buffer over Jan Senkowski because of all the lap traffic. You see with all the dots, lots of overlapping colors. And that's a way to gain a buffer as Pascal Sticks gets some help from Ayrton Williams.
Yeah, the thing is that section of corners right there, the S's. Do you know how much time you can actually lose if you catch a car right in front of you just at the wrong place at the wrong time?
4 seconds.
Precisely, which is insane to think about.
Oh, this is getting a little bit too dicey.
Oh.
Conrad Zerobig nearly squeezed off the racetrack, and now he's taken 3 wide. Pascal Sticks trying to keep it outside through 10A and 10B as they go through the dirt cloud. Adam Brockway trying to go for the switchback. And Brockway gets the spot with the help of the checkup in front. Brockway, again, is in a very intense back and forth. They lost 3 seconds, by the way, in this back and forth.
And they're gonna lose more time. Look at this.
Still down the hillside. Let's take a look, by the way, at one of the replays. This is undercut. And that wasn't nice. Oh, and live pictures, 3 wide again.
Wow.
Adam Brockway does not want anybody near him. By the way, he was amongst those racing in the PRL we've seen here on RaceSpot earlier this year. He was in second in points in the LMP3 class. For reference, he's pretty much making it clear he wants to prove a point today.
That he knows he knows the way around the car, and he's fighting against, like I said before, one of the most experienced drivers I know in prototypes, in Pascal Sticks. If I remember, I would have to look it up. If my mind doesn't fail, Pascal Sticks already won like sports car open in HPD class, in the LMP2 class back in the old days of SCO. So that's telling something. A guy that already faced top competition in the prototype category and prevailed on it.
Meanwhile, let's take a look at Del Travis. And contact yet again. Del Travis Automotive around. That was out the back of a slower class.
Was that the leader that nearly made the contact with him?
Couldn't quite see the exact color pattern. Let's just say it wasn't pretty. Meanwhile, this could get very unpretty quickly. JDR Graphics Sim Sports Alexander Russell amongst those checked up behind this battle. Hydro Race, Geodesic Racing EU, Visceral Esports, and near contact with Russell.
And by the way, is that Brockway defending for position as well?
In terms of this, that's actually Chris M. Bell.
Oh, okay.
But Alexander Russell, no more so as an oval specialist, because he runs in a lot of oval leagues. But hey, you have to branch out, especially since if you want to be a part of, say, a Coke team or anything like that, you need to know how to drive on a road course. A good portion of the schedule now is road courses.
Actually, he drove. He used to drive a lot of ovals. If I'm trying to remember, he actually participated. You probably know more this than me on Lionheart. I'm trying to remember if
Yes,
he was named in the Lionheart.
in a couple
Uh,
races.
yeah. And I know he drives ovals. I've raced against him a few times back at the IR 18 days when I used to drive more and more frequently. But he is a really good road racer for what for what it needs to be, and evolved a lot over the years as well.
Captain Canada is the nickname he has. Also amongst those who just took part in a recreation of the California 500 done by IDK Player on the oval side. Also, he's taken part in a lot of other oval-related races as of late. Connections to Elliott Celery Esports on the oval side. Looking still at the battle for Fifth and Cup. Visceral Esports machine, remember, is amongst those on a different fuel strat. And now they have lots of different cars to deal with, including Frank Smith's near leading the back end of the core car. Phil Hammer puts the hammer down and passes him in the backdrop.
And that was quite clean for Hammer to, do that overlap and spend losing a little bit of time. That's what it matters, still being within this race, since we're, like you said, we're seeing the longest patch of green flags so far. Of course, maybe because the cars dwindle a little bit, that might have helped, but we're still having a lot of cars here to contend with as laps go on by and time shrinks bit by bit.
Good time to talk about the Archer Brothers. Archer Brothers Esports is Sanders Cincinnati fastest lap. They're amongst those catching up to all these groupings, currently 29th overall. Currently in the top 6 of their respective class here. Here's an interesting fact. Their original team for the real world started in 1976 with Bobby Archer and Tommy Archer. Yes, that's the same team. After it had some experience in the SCCA, in club racing and ice racing, ran in the IMSA series, won 7 consecutive championships in the World Challenge in 1988 to 95. Ran some Trans Am series action for 3 years. Now, since 2020, Dylan Archer, amongst those remaining from the family, the only one, in fact, to run professionally. And in turn, started an esports team about a few years ago. So far, Jacob O'Reilly doing well. They've also picked up William Boisvert for their oval program after he spent several years running in various different organizations. O'Reilly, the 31-year-old from Australia. All around, meanwhile, goes another car, is Pascal Sticks.
Want to see the replay of that? I was just getting the results of Archer Brothers on the Endurance series on the GT3 last season. 3rd place, and it's a team that got featured heavily fighting for a win. So just didn't get 2nd place from Satellite because of no finish at Daytona, which was one of the craziest races of the season. As we look on the replay of Pascal Sticks.
Well, that got a little bit dicey, a little bit fast for the IRL P3 in their battle pack, though.
Yeah.
Believe that was Kramer. Pit stops, and it looks like Nomad's in from the top 5. So the pit window is open for Dilworth and company. And someone else is coming in for the touring cars. In fact, their window is open too.
XBD Emerald, from what it looks like.
Also opening up this time, looks like SRN Motorsports amongst those in the pit lane. So plenty of pit stops in the midst of the sequence. Side by side now, Impulse and Hydra Race Geodesic Racing EU. Side by side, and that part of the S's just does not work out too well. And that time it nearly didn't work out too great again.
And Oyston just trying to be a little bit optimistic in terms of, I'm just going to have a little bit of a look on the S's on the exit of it and see where it leads me. But no room whatsoever for you to try to go for an overtake.
They're getting a little bit risky on these pass attempts, though. Several times it looked like Ford more so preferred to try and force it up in the S's rather than in this natural passing zone up the straightaway.
Yep, absolutely. And now the track, and you can see the track map on the bottom right of the screen, more colorful or more color than it was previously last time we saw it. So now we're gonna see all 4 classes maybe fighting for track spots, which is, well, some would say insane to think about, Justin. I would say for Road Atlanta, this is just a pretty good Saturday and Sunday.
Let's take a look back to Olympus Esports Atlas. Yeah, Alfonso, just about all race has been in the midst of some battles. Now is the midst of some traffic rejoining. XPD Emerald rejoining right beside him. They're trying to catch back up to the Kramer Racing Esports car that's picked up about 10-15 car lengths in the midst of some of this traffic. For reference, that's Wave Italy Racing Team, the leaders in the sport class, up in front of them.
And if I might be mistaken, he might be racing with Thiago Parreira as well as his teammate. But I know Thiago actually raced the it was the first round. I know this much. I don't know if he actually raced the second round, which are basically kind of a new addition to Olympus. Came from Hakar team, which is one of the Portuguese team that also drives in the Endurance series. So, and they mainly feature within the Cup car. So it made a little bit of a sense for them to transition from the Portuguese brand into the more European brand of sorts, because there are drivers from everywhere at Olympus.
More pit stops, by the way, as this is now for third. Visceral Esports and Impulse closing up for third. Of note, a black flag, it looks like, for Car Sim Racing, but it's not from Race Control. I think it's a pit road entry problem for the 480. Our first speeding penalty of the day.
Okay. You can get speeding in there, and I think for the GT4s would be more complicated for you to try to slow down to the proper speed, but unfortunate to see that.
For reference, the speeding penalty on iRacing on the pit entry is a 40-second stop and hold after you complete your service, unless you don't take any service whatsoever. Then you can turn to trying to at least do a stop and go. Of note, no other additional penalties have been given out from Race Control since the last time we updated.
So far, so good for everybody else. As we also saw, I think the leader doing a pit stop, Austin J. Young pitting, and Adam Brockway right now is the leader of everything for the time being.
By the way, the pit stop penalty has been officially served from the car we referenced. Looking back over to Miranda Sem. This is now the leader of those on the alternative fuel strategy. Of note, Bo Rigor is now into the 64 car. They had been the previous leaders. So you're talking about, with what Hydro Race Geodesic did on strategy, not that big of an offset possibly.
No, not really. Close offset, more than I anticipated, to be very honest. Just wonder how, if we're still going lap based and then time based. If there is any potential splash and dash, because they count the laps backwards, of course. Yeah, this is the alternate. That's a normal strategy they take. So looking forward to see how they operate with the yellow flags and things in tow, and how they adapted on the fly.
For reference, they are 36 seconds back at the Miranda's M Squad car, running at pace about a minute 16 seconds. Right now the lead pace is minute 14s with the tire heat and also less fuel in the car. That's the big key difference. But the pit delta for the tank of fuel is about 56 seconds currently on the racetrack. Meanwhile, hearing some not fun moments on the replay. This is Kramer Racing. That was second.
Less than optimal.
So, Jad Sitkowski picking up a spot that cost Michael Dolbeck at least 5-6 seconds. So we keep an eye on the Hydro Race geodesic cars. The black entry still in front. Both teams making driver swaps, by the way. Miguel Vigo is now in the chasing car. As mentioned, Rigor is in the car currently on circuit. And a little bit of a tight moment for the car. That's the latter of them, Miguel Vigo. That gets by the Apex 1 car.
I got checked up at the entry of the corner. That unfortunately for the Florida native driver right there. So unfortunately, as we're still looking into battle for P15, P16. Kramer on the outside looking to make a move here, Justin. I think they're going to get that move done. I don't know if Ashland's going to get racy at the chicane. They do get racy around the chicane.
Extremely racing with Echelon Simsport. Connor James trying to keep to the left side of the racetrack to with this traffic. Phil Weep. Car behind and has the better run. Able to pick up some draft. Side by side. And here comes the next car in line. Yvonne Hernandez. Looking to make a power move once again. Quickly, that Echelon Simsport car is sliding back.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look into the pit stops right here between everybody. Looking forward to see if Emerald had, I think they had tires in the car. I don't know if the 445 had tires though. Move done though.
Yes. I believe the XPD car is amongst those already on the pit stops. For reference, Sport is led by RJD for the time being with the pit cycle. Christian Jun is up at the front of that group. That's why you see drivers like World of Sim Racing Team and Huge Ass up in front, as well as Apex 1 for the time being. So coming up to 125 to go, depending on the class. Yes, indeed, just taken effect by Adam Brockway. Your thoughts on the action so far? Still plenty of racing to go. But right now, the strategies after the second caution seem to be settling in full swing as Pascal Sticks, he's settling in and trying to catch up to more cars again.
Yeah, thankful the fact that we got a long stint of green flag racing, Justin. That's pretty much it.
So in turn, as things really settle in terms of this race right now, who's really impressed you the most, in your opinion?
I would say Moranis. The Moranis team Swords kind of impressed me a little bit. Of course, they're on the different strategy in the LMP3 class, but I think given the fact they survived that the second yellow flag crash and survived by the nick of their teeth and being very racy so far, it's really good. Olympus is doing really good as well. That 921 car is being impressive as well. In sports, though, I'm trying to pick class by class. I think sports is the more wide open. I'm trying to keep up with the sports class, so I don't have like someone that impressed me in this early on, to be very honest.
Yeah, I was expecting a bit more maybe from Glacier Racing so far, because
I agree.
Wave Italy is still the net leaders once the pit strategy cycles in. They're not even close to them. By 2 corners back, in fact, they are right now. Didn't have the best qualifying space. They picked up a few spots, but Wave Italy, even though they've been taken 3 wide a couple times over, have been doing really well in traffic management.
I think they're trying to make the best usage of the Mercedes AMG strengths around this track rather than the weaknesses that, like I said before, the McLaren has under the braking, and trying to do tire management around it. It gets a little bit worse than the Mercedes does. Mercedes in this track, I think, is more well balanced than the other cars. You see the entire board and the brand of the car. So basically, top 3 is Aston Martins, but I don't think we're truly telling the tale of the tape over here. Justin, top 4 hasn't pitted yet, so we'd see in the net lead a Mercedes and McLaren, a Porsche, and a McLaren, and a Mercedes for top 5. So it's good that it's open, but give everything that is transpiring so far, the Mercedes so far having the upper edge as things go on by in comparison to the Porsche and the McLaren.
That battle continues to close up indeed. And found it really intriguing, the manufacturer discussion. We talked about the Mercedes AMGs having around the mid-pack most of the points. That's the case still in the race today. But there has been the mention in terms of McLaren, you touched upon the car differences there. Seen some mention about the 7th gear, just to make sure I'm understanding right. They can use 7th gear.
It is the most useless gear in the history of current modern racing right now. Do you remember when the Audi R18 back the LMP1 days?
Yes.
So that car, I think if it had a 6th gear, right? That gear was useless. You could use 5 gears, and the 6th gear would be like, what's the point of a 6th gear in that car, even though you had it? It's the same thought of logic for that car, but of course they have to keep it more real life, and the 570S does have 7 gears, so that's the point of you having 7 gears on that car as well.
Yeah, the bright side, there was some conversation, people using the 7th gear to save fuel. Here's a look at the Sport Class for 11. Impulse Racing, and once again Archer Brothers closing up. And another interesting fact when it comes to Archer Brothers, did you know that all the Archer family drivers, Dylan, Bobby, and Tommy, are actually the coaches for that team currently?
That's kind of cool, being an owner, driver, and coach of your team drivers. That's kind of cool.
Especially when it comes to the history side of things. I know there was a lot of them happy about their performance in the qualifying. They quietly got 5th. I know that was something popped up from the driver behind the wheel. But it's so far. Now with Liam Matthews behind the wheel for reference, things are getting kept close with Timo Hayden behind the wheel, or the 457 in front of them.
Interesting to see Timo in a GT4 though. Because I normally I know Timo from like racing together in HPDs, much like I know Pascal. He likes to drive those LMP2 cars, prototypes as well. He gets around the GT4s as well, but not as often. So it's always interesting to see the manager of one of the managers of Impulse Racing doing a GT car racing rather than prototypes. Normally you would see, you would think, he's doing LMP3 for sure, but no, he's doing GT4s. That's kind of cool.
Keeping an eye on the battle for 9th in sport as well. Mackenzie Cornish, a real-world racer for the Grid Light Touring Cup. He's had a busy sim racing schedule as of late, just in the past week alone. Not only has put in a lot of work on the roadside, obviously, for Sim City, but in terms of the oval side, he actually just took part in a charity race representing Movember over the past week and a half or so. That raised more than $2,500. It was actually one of the contenders for the race win.
Nice.
By the way, nice. Yes, indeed. Madness M squad is in, so the window is open for those who went and topped off under the caution.
Might be correct over here. I'm seeing some driver swaps. I think I'm seeing Pascal give to Sven Newman. Adam on the pits as well.
Hold on 1 second. Something's wrong with Adam Brockway. He just stopped after the exit.
Is the penalty box?
The penalty?
That's the penalty box.
Has to be.
That's the penalty box.
Yes, you're right. That's the 5-second penalty it looks like they're going to be taking in that penalty box.
Yeah, which is awkward to see. Normally, when we see IVRA, right, Justin, we think that the penalty box is right at the start of the pit entry, right? We normally see that. We see it every single track. But due to the fact that you enter already into the Road Atlanta pit lane and you have already to tuck into the pit lane already in your pit stall, they left it into the latter portion of the pit lane for you to do the penalty box properly. So that's a good idea on the racetrack.
Also, another penalty has also been served as of late during the pit strategy cycle. ATRS Esports with their cup car served a 5-second penalty. Also, another 5-second penalty is now out for the 923 Dominic Knuckle. Maximilian Fritz also has a 10-second penalty amongst those being checked in. By the way, if you heard someone talking in the background, that's Adam Crane coming out of the race car to get ready for his broadcast stint with Joey Devon. They'll be setting up in less than 30 minutes. Time. We have a crash. It's Whipperman Racing yet again. At the other end of the racetrack, Whipperman Racing is not having a good day.
No, they're being whipped around. They're being whipped around the track like a rag doll. Unfortunately, when I look at the replay of what transpired, you can see looking for tire grip, not so far, but that was on his own.
This has not been a fun day for the German outfit.
Not at all.
According to Liquipedia, the team has won a grand total of $75. Since their team started in 2017, I'm pretty sure that's not
which
correct.
Another
one. That's ATRS Esports indeed right there with an I-13. Well then. That is please. Remember they already served the penalty, and now they get to clean up all their tires.
Hold up. Hold up. Can I do a criticism right here?
What?
If you're gonna rejoin on the track, shouldn't you rejoin where the tarmac is instead of where the sand trap is and you have the curbing and normally everybody would go around the curb, right? That is not optimal.
Very suboptimal, you can argue.
100%.
Miguel Vigo, by the way, now has retaken the overall race lead. Bo Rigor staying with them for the time being. They've swapped back and forth, in fact. Matteo Korenzer is currently in the lead for the Cup cars. Witkowski is just coming in now. Pit window is open for Sport. And hearing there's an issue for Orion Race Team. They just took a second pit stop here, Lorenzo. And unfortunately, there may have been a sim issue where their pit crew forgot the fuel.
I don't know what to say. That has happened to me before.
All we'll say is the fuel man for the pit crew may or may not be on the next pit stop.
He might be a long way from Orion Belt.
Back to the battle with Sim City. Impulse amongst those looking to try and figure out a way around here. To catch up to Glacier Racing for reference on the racetrack. Looking to regroup for the most part here. It's been an interesting one. This is for second and Cup now with the pit cycle closing up here. Chris Lowers is in the car for SimCity.
And I think for SimCity is one of those crazy races, right, Justin? If you think about it. Middle of the pack at 1 point, front of the pack right now, fighting for position, have to defend against the Philip Hammer. And obviously, if Hammer's going to find an opening, he's going to try to do that overtake. I don't think he's going to do a dive right here. It's not logical. It's not sound. But he's going to try to set himself up for turn number one overtake. But good race so far from them. And they're not off in the strategy in terms of field compared to the other cars. Only 13, 14 laps for them so far. So looking good on the field so far.
And keep in mind, when it comes to the driver behind the 971's wheel for the time being, Chris Lowers, they actually had a full-on press release when he joined the team written up, where he joined the outfit for the Netherlands after finishing second in the Bell Car Championship in the Porsche Cup car last year. Essentially becoming a full-time driver, and they had a bit of fun with the release. After all, he's mentioned racing passions his entire life with his girlfriend and their dogs when he races daily behind the wheel of the sim. And so far, doing well.
I don't know why I thought that his dog did sim racing as well. I don't know
Hey,
why.
they might be. He's got several dogs, in fact.
Oh, you never know. You never know. You could have like I'm trying to remember a dog racing or doing karting. I think it's one of those cartoons like Tom and Jerry cartoons. But anyway, I'm just like daydreaming way too much.
I mean, Scooby-Doo drove a car at one point, sometime.
Sometimes.
I think.
Yes.
I mean, if they haven't, that's an episode in of itself. Once hearing that some more trouble has happened, let's take a look. It's one of the XPD entries. And a good save. And could have been much worse. And we've had an hour pass for the lead. They are going back and forth.
Oh, whoa, wait a minute.
Teammates, hold on. Oh, Vigo's got no nose. Hold on 1 minute. What happened to Miguel Vigo's front end? The 62 is in the pit lane, unscheduled. That just happened in 10A and B. It appears there's been a stack up for the race lead.
I saw like the switch going over half a second. I just didn't expect it to be that.
And there's the nose, and there's the contact. 4 cars come in, and 1 takes to the grass.
Oh, that was friendly fire, but like the most intentional friendly fire in the history of sim racing.
This is not a fun day if you're a part of the top class for Hydro Race Geodesic Racing. That's 2 of their cars now with significant damage. That leaves only Bo Rigor up at the front for them. Everybody else has had to come into the pit lane at least once for repairs.
But I really want to look the replay from the ATRS perspective, because I think Vigo was pushed by the ATRS Porsche into the entry of the chicane, and that caused everything right after.
I believe that's the case too. That is what the team's appealing there. Here's a look. This is ATRS. 1 hit, and then 2 hit.
How did he not get suspension damage from that? Boggles my mind. That was right on the wheel arch.
iRacing, that's how. Here's a look from Rigor. And they definitely made contact with the left front. Somehow the nose looks okay. No, it's not actually. Just took an error look. Left side is crumpled in.
Yeah, the left side of the splitter, right? And if you think about it, it wasn't just a friendly fire. I never thought I would say this was actually a double friendly fire, because the TCR was also from the Hydro Race Geodesic.
And you know who's in the conversation now? Nick Thyssen, the longtime sim racer for the Netherlands. And yes, that is the same one that at one point made the iRacing forum app that used to be around and used to be part of gathering of tweakers. Now he's closing in with the TREQ Esports car to the overall lead and fast. Here's Glacier. They're working their way down the hillside, meanwhile, in the midst of a choo-choo train.
Oh, and it's going to lose a lot of time at the exit of turn number 5. Might actually lose the gap second to Thiessen as Thiessen cuts around the outside, doing everything he can to try to get as minimal as he possibly can towards the competition. Now, might lose a little bit of spot right there as he makes contact with the Hydro Race Geodesic Porsche at the exit of the hairpin.
And Nick Thiessen is coming in quickly. And this is the sim racing outfit for the sim company. And now they're within 1.4 seconds. Niels von Hondo, for reference, is their operations and R&D director. Nick Thiessen is one of the team drivers and one of the longtime sim racing veterans on the platform. He's been around since the mid-2010s. Looking back at the battle again going on. Frank Smits, he's trying to send. Now here comes the 962 in the cup car. Breaking things up, that is some teammate help for Hydro Race.
You know what the interesting thing is? I'm looking at the standings so far. This might actually put the 64 into the lead of the championship.
Wow.
If we go like this, because all 3 cars, the Prestanda Nomad, I'm trying to see, he's somewhere in Narnia in 8th place. Sorry, not in Narnia, but he's somewhere in 8th place. He's 26 seconds back this time in the race, and halfway points are coming in about 19 laps, give or take. And everybody else in the competition is not doing well so far, which were his teammates.
An unreal race, to say the very least. But here comes the overall lead. Here comes TREQ Esports. Last time by, they were almost a second quicker. Beauregard not going to make it easy to make the pass. They are equal on the strategy here too, keep in mind.
The GT4, man, he's gonna impede all the momentum from Bull at the exit of turn 8.
No move for the time being. They're waiting until the run up towards 10 A&B. So far today, Hyper Race Geodesic dominated. Now a crash for the overall lead. Caution, the local yellows out. Dominic Engel, Philip Hammer, several more crash. Delatrezzo and Motivins involved. Oh my goodness.
Oh boy.
Well, ARTS Academy's now in second. There goes the race lead for TREQ Esports. They've got damage.
Which Porsche is very slow out of the chicane as well?
That is K. Kramer Racing Esports. Let's take a look at a lot. This was 3 wide entering the section.
Oh my God.
Well, Rusty Spatula is involved in that one. And then it got even worse. Somehow we're not under the yellow. And then here comes everyone else coming up behind the next moment. Gonna have to take another look at it. Of note, Impulse Racing is trying to get off the track. There's also been another tow for Delatrezzo Automotive. Then they stack up behind the K. Kramer car. Or somebody. That was chaos.
I'm just gonna say, wait, this might be yellow flag because the Delatrezzo car is already off the track, nearly into the club area.
And hearing it's 2 different wrecks, that's the reason for confusion. Delatrezzo Automotive has been told they can tow for 2 times now. This is the Impulse car hitting the grass, and here we go.
And then Core.
That is not a good incident, to say the very least. That took out the possible new leader in TREQ Esports. Now they have heavy damage. Brendan Blakesley has a chance to go for the lead now instead. Give it a moment. There's more cars in front. They might spin too.
Not only they took away P2 in the overall standings in LMP3, of course the gap is shredded, but they took away the impulse that was sitting in P2 in the Cup standings. They're in the pits.
What a disastrous sequence. Let's take a look on board from Core. They already got hit on the door in the first place by the ARTS car, and then let's gas it up and go.
Oh, dumb.
Owen blocked for the lead. Record doesn't
Four
want to
wide.
give this up. Now it's side by side. Blakesley forced to back up. And even with all the damage, Record doesn't want to make this easy at all.
You gotta earn that piece of the pie, boy. So that's what Bo basically said.
More traffic as the Wave Italy Racing Team car, Porsche Cup car, moves to the side. The old Monsters battling up at the front for that lead. Now lap traffic breaks up the fight. Rigor gets a little bit of a cushion for the time being. They do have the Olympus Esports Proton car to deal with next. Then they have some of the others for intercourse traffic, or interclass traffic, should say, that they'll have to deal with.
What is insane for me to think about is the previous incident with Kramer, Wave Italy, and Rusty Spatulas. All I'm gonna say is that third place from Wave Italy might be in danger in the TCR category.
1.4 seconds again, the gap. And we've seen the qualifying pace from the get-go for the 12 machine. Wouldn't be surprised if that things are going. They had the expectations, remember, for the team. Well, they're about to live up to them. Now, here's the thing. Traffic has been a big talking point for the teams, at least, in this section that we just seen through the S's. A lot of drivers getting checked up in that section today.
Yeah. Which is insane to think about. How it's kind of like if you had a bingo for Road Atlanta, the IVRA bingo for Road Atlanta. How'd your card would stack at this point of the race?
Taking a look at the Visceral Esports car. Martikainen, since taking the different strategy, hasn't been able to recover all the spots yet. Look at that gap between the front runners. You're nervous about the call before. See why. By the way, ACRS Academy is in. They have pit. They're on a different strategy, offset by 11 laps.
That's why they were very racy at this point of the race, right? You know, lighter car makes a little bit more sense for you to push on, so get that opportunity. Now the ball is on Bull Riggers to try to break away the best he can towards track.
That leaves Rigor out for the time being to try and push. Keep in mind, Nick Thiessen, after picking up his damage, is now 7 to 8 seconds behind. It's been a race for this class today. If you like broken bumpers and broken front body panels, guess what? This has been the race for you if you're in an LMP3. Lots of dentist work. Hey, you got to get all those fillings done, right?
That was well played. I have no addition to this because that was like well set up and played. If you wanted to pick on like the dentist class, well done, Justin Prince. You've done a masterwork of a job.
Well, the teams would say otherwise. They prefer no need for fillings and no need for a root canal to be done to all the front of the race cars. But on the bright side of your car, Sven Newman's doing well. Of course, still in the conversation, possibly for the top three, even in the midst of after all pit stops, with how things have fared out here today.
Yeah, just crazy how this race transpired in these laps.
This is the battle for position now on screen. Glacier Racing, Hydro Race, Geodesic Racing, Vertex. You also have a battle in front for 12th in the LP3s. Yes, there's another battle for that class. They're laps down. And hearing that Dominic Angel has no nose, and now Maximilian Fritz goes inside of his teammate.
Oh,
John Betafer nearly getting some contact. That got really tight.
yeah, Engel driving without a bun, without the grill of that car is a little bit of a danger. It might take the pressure away from the front of the car a little bit and the precision into the corners. And that's odd for me to say about Dom, because Dom has plenty of experience driving that GT4 car. Basically, is a ringer around the Nordschleife. Well, ringer Nordschleife is the same thing, is the same denomination, but odd, very odd to see that happen for Dominic.
He is also, mind you, a part of administration when it comes to the team side. He's been with the team since 2015. Take a look at the battle for 16th. It's been very quiet back here in sport, but when it comes to what a sim racing team, they've picked up about 9 overall spots today. And they've kept the car clean. They changed over from touring cars. Well, I know we jinxed them because Adam State for Whipperman Racing nearly hit him. In our words, what I'm trying to say is what a sim racing team has a lot of bad luck in these races. Let's take a look at who got bad luck here.
Kept it off the wall, that's what matters.
That was a pretty big spin, to say the very least. That was the Team Hointingveld entry. Andrei Rechkovic behind the wheel of that car. Looking back over the Glacier. They're up to third in class. John Betafer, mind you, if they can find a way to get up to that car again, is for position. However, you can see the difference between that spot is around 3-4 seconds. Their teammates, Frank Smith, is still keeping the pressure up. And here comes Dominic Engel again.
Poor Don is getting picked on quite a lot, but let me just bring up the topic real quick from Glacier Racing. We've been commentating quite a lot here, Justin, in the iRacing series. I think you've been commentating more than I do, or be commentating nearly the same time. When was the time that you would think that Glacier Racing would have been on the top of the standings on a GT-based class?
When the Ford was the only car left surviving for Joni Hagner.
Yes, which was like 6 years ago?
Yeah. Even last year.
They contended. They had contended for races, but like for top of the standings?
It's been a good year,
Whoa,
to say
wait,
the very least.
Who's out of turn number 1?
Not quite sure. But that is a car stop. That is Impulse Racing's Philip Hammer stopped again. Caution is out. That's their second incident in the past few laps. What happened to the 915 car?
That's just bad to worse for them.
So we're under caution for the third time. Let's take a look. Oh, that was some help from the geodesic car.
Yeah. Not ideal.
And the reason for the caution, they automatically blew the engine. You heard that motor explode. We're under yellow, nearing the halfway point of this race. And that could make things very interesting on the running order for LMP3. Here's a look on board. Definitely a hit.
Definitely a hit. Definitely on the Hydro Race geodesic car. Frame nearly put up hammer to his mid-derines. Another bad pun.
But in turn, this freezes the field for the time being. A few minutes, by the way, we'll be bringing things over to Joey Tebbin and Adam Crane shortly after we get out of the yellow car safety car period, it looks like here.
Yeah.
So I get their thoughts here in about 10-15 minutes time. Your thoughts so far? Now we're under yellow.
Now, we're on the third yellow, but I think this is the most important yellow flag of this race so far. We're looking at the replay from Hammer's perspective as aerial cam. He was heading up for the braking, so nothing much he could do over there for Hammer, and the car was already damaged as it was. He kind of repaired everything, went back, and then had this hit right after. But I think the most important thing about this is we're right on the verge of the halfway points. We're 8 laps away. So, sorry, not 8 laps. We're 13 laps away, and we're definitely going to get a race for the halfway points whenever we get a green flag going once again.
So once again, the situation, we have a couple more drivers with penalties. Mateo Kozner has a 5-second rule violation, so a 5-second penalty. Michael Dolbeck also got a penalty for a 2 of an overlap for 5 more seconds penalty. 10 seconds the penalty for that issue with the 913 we seen, involving themselves in the 62, and the stack up that collected some of the leaders up front in the class for the LMP3s. So we continue to pace. Also hearing the 464, Satellite Racing is saying their driver is Ayrton Williams. They got hit from behind entering the pit lane for a minute and 25 seconds of damage.
How do you manage to get hit on the entry of the pit lane on yellow flags?
That was on lap 39, should say, and then they spent several minutes under the repair period.
All right, so they basically set us up for like, okay, I thought this would be like now, which would be more dramatic, but no, they played us. Hi, Andra, we need to have a conversation.
Oh my gosh. By the way, Adam Crane, who I believe is still a part of Satellite, is amongst those standing by for the next in the broadcast. He is also the team owner. Adam, you're the team owner. You're also about to be in the broadcast booth for the next few hours. How are you? You are muted.
He's committed a cardinal sin.
His response is, oh joy. Oh joy for your car so far.
Yes, it's been an absolute joy to watch the Satellite 464 car have issues in the pit lane. It's customary, it seems, with Satellite entries that we've got some kind of issue during the races, so I suppose this race is no different.
So in turn, how has it been trying to strategize with all the cautions now? We're at 3 total, and we've had a fair bit of attrition amongst the 74 laps. Quinn, yourselves, how has it been trying to strategize outside of, well, you have a lot of repairs?
So, full stop, I've actually left strategy completely up to the drivers of the 464. We're kind of in our own silos right now, with Satellite having a bunch of different hands in a bunch of different cookie jars between the IVRA Endurance Series and the IMSA Esports Series. We have to compartmentalize a little bit, and it's always good for driver development and driver improvement if people are able to end up doing out some calculations on their own, which is just part of the driver growth program that we have at Satellite Racing. Unfortunately, it seems like the contact of the pit lane has compromised the 464's race a little bit, but sometimes that's racing.
By the way, hearing the estimate is we will reach by laps by 4 minutes if we continue at the pace we're going after the caution period. It's going to be near identical on time. It depends on the length of this yellow flag period. Now, in turn, what makes this track so difficult for a race like this today, where we've seen a lot of trouble once the traffic overlaps for the first time after the restarts? Good answer.
Sorry, was that directed at me?
Yes.
So obviously the speed difference between the cars, the instability caused by use of the curbs, specifically the turn 5 curb, which has seemingly taken out quite a few cars, and then just some miscommunication by car placement of some of the drivers is just causing just a little bit of confusion about where to place your car if you're overtaking, and it can put overtaking cars in kind of a bad spot. But then again, the aggression of some of the overtaking cars has been such that if they cause a collision, then other cars that are close around are easily put in bad spots where they can be part of an accident that they weren't actually even an initiator of. So Road Atlanta, it's a war zone out there, man. The track layout just really lends itself to causing these sorts of issues. We saw it in the IVRA Endurance Series as well. It's really just about making good decisions, having good car placement, being able to drive to a consistent car balance, especially over those curbs, not taking too much, really watching your steering input as you roll over the turn 3 and the turn 5 curbing. It's a difficult track, but as we can see here, we got some pit stops happening now in the should be for almost everyone. Should be interesting how this plays out.
Indeed, and Renzo, I think, has something else to ask before we get towards the race discussion here and get prepared for your actual broadcast. Renzo.
Yeah, so Adam, we were talking on the endurance race after about the strategies and everything. My question goes on if you guys had a list from A to Z in terms of strategies, are you guys on strategy G or L? Just for us to understand.
We're in Greek letters at this point.
Okay.
Just because the way that the strategy works out is you have a projection at the race start if it were to go green, which it almost never does, and then you're making decisions and projections towards the end of the race working backwards. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to figure out yellow flag after yellow flag if it makes sense to stop given the track position that you give up, as we see a pretty crazy stack up there at pit exit with the pit exit closed. But as far as strategy goes, you're trying to figure out if it makes sense to pit, if it saves you a stop, if it continues green from when the race goes green flag. But you're really operating on the fly and trying to figure out if pitting and taking more fuel really makes sense. You get to a spot in the stint where everyone can pit, and it really paves everything over when you've driven deep enough into the stint, which is very similar to what happened to us at the most recent IVRA race. But this is just part and parcel with the game, and you have to put yourself in the best position to win, and sometimes that works out and sometimes it doesn't.
Well, once again, Adam, thank you very much for the time. I'll let you get back to your preparation for your broadcast stint that starts in less than 5 minutes.
I got my coffee. I'm good to go.
Okay, then. Adam Crane getting ready here, and it looks like we have some different strategies. Remember, halfway points are a thing in this series. And guess what? Some drivers are going for the halfway points.
Yeah, I saw Dilworth actually having a very pit stop from what it looked like, so he's going to take the chance. Decent also with a longer pit stop, 30 seconds on the pit stall, but that was enough for him to get into that range of you going for broke. But Neumann, Blakesley, I think they're the one who took the biggest chances in here.
So a lot of bold calls here. You see some of the differences on the strategies on screen. Right now, 9 are on the lead lap in their respective class for the LMP3s. Also of note, SimCity Racing is scored as the leader for the Cup class. They are also going for the halfway points. Just about everyone else behind them pit. Visceral Esports is amongst those who have taken the service in their class. Also keep in mind, some others like Olympus Esports, both their cars and Orion, have not yet pit yet in terms of their window, but did not pass by those pitting, so they don't get any spots.
Okay. More like track position than anything else. My only question remains if they're going to give way for the GT4 cars or those lower traffic, for example, these two to go around. And eventually, if these two go around, they're going to let everybody go around this ball, which would lengthen by 1 lap and a half. Maybe everybody else is trying to cycle themselves into the traffic. Because we're having conversations over here. We are on the verge of going into time. And this is like by 1 lap so far.
You see that time up in the left-hand corner of your screen for reference. Technically, we're about 3 minutes away from the halfway point on time.
Yeah.
If we're talking halfway point for the points on laps, we still have about 8 or 10 laps.
Give or take.
Touring cars, by the way, not that we've been ignoring them, it's been all Obsidian Racing so far. And now it's Sergio Ferrero driving the car with Ricardo Ferreira behind him for Brabham Esports. So we'll see how this all goes here. Still no indication of the pit road being open, by the way. The cars have still not completed the running grid yet.
Ricardo actually joined Brabham? I'm slightly surprised if it is who I think it is.
Yeah. So Corey's up in the race lead, by the way. So just about getting set to go here in about a minute's time. We'll cross things over to Joey Tebben and Adam Crane. Till that moment, your final thoughts, Renzo, for the first half of this race before we hand things off to our second crew.
We've seen our fair share of attritions. I think this race is based upon attrition because it is a short track. But I think it's a very open race to everybody. I think there is no favorite here in this movie so far, given what transpired in this race. And from what it looks like, they won't make it in laps. So we should be looking towards time for whenever we get this restart going.
Remember, the points are based on the race laps for the halfway points, not on the time clock you see up there. But in turn, how are you feeling about your picks from earlier today? Do they hold on?
I think some of them already are not. I picked Wave Vitaly. Wave Vitaly are in a world of pain. They're probably going to get a penalty. I think Sport might be open. I think I picked the Hydro Race, the Glacier. That's the only one who I still think might have a victory, and Viscero as well in the Cup. I didn't pick an LMP3 because that would be the widest one to be open.
So just about all set to go, and with us reaching 12:15 p.m. Eastern Time, and us about 2 hours to go on time, it's time to hand things over to the next crew to be able to close things up for the race itself today. Joey Tebben, Adam Crane, now standing on side. We heard Adam Crane's thoughts. Joey, it's time for yours.
I think there's a perfect amount of commentators in the booth right now, Justin. We've got 4 of us. We should just do this for the rest of the show.
I mean, I'd be open to it, but that's not my choice.
I'm hoping to break a world record for most commentators in the booth one day here at RaceSpot. But for now, it will be me and Adam Crane taking you to the end of the race for the second half here. Not quite to halfway on laps, potentially past halfway on time now, but as we do know, the halfway points are given out halfway in the scheduled race distance. So half of 172 is 86. So we've got a couple of laps after this restart, Adam, for everybody to fight for track position and fight to hang on to those halfway points.
Yeah, with so few laps remaining to the halfway points, we're going to see some pretty crazy battles here throughout the field. Some teams have made strategic decisions staying out at that last yellow to make sure that they can have better track position for the halfway points. 33% of full points is not anything to sneeze at, so really, really good call by those that are making the decision to try to grab those points and then let the chips fall where they may for the rest of the round.
These are always tense moments in a safety car period in this series because it's such a different procedure than you get anywhere else on iRacing. IVRA has its own safety car procedure with the pit stop cycles, with everybody getting cycled around the pace car, with the reordering of the field. It's always quite remarkable to see. It's remarkable to see the reordering of the field and what race control does, but it's always a little bit intense as a driver, I think, because you're waiting quite a while to get back racing. The tension rises over the course of these safety car periods.
Oh, for sure. It's definitely a slow build to temperature. You definitely feel it in the car as well. I can give you first-hand account of that. You definitely grip the wheel a little tight as you know that you're getting close to when that green flag will fly and the cars will be riding around in anger. And you just got to do your best to control your breathing. As we see, the pace car lights are off now, so we'll be going green this time. All the drivers will be doing their best to make sure that they're set, prepared, mentally in the right space to go battling for what will end up being 7 laps here of green flag action before the halfway points. And some of these teams are in pretty close points battles, so every point's going to matter, and it's a long season, so really important to maximize everything, especially when you're this close to guaranteeing yourself some really good points.
These guys are getting every last degree of tire temperature they can get. Everything's not quite shuffled out just yet. There's still some TCRs and some of our sport class GT4s kind of intermingled. Still have to wait for them to all be organized, but we will be ready to go here in a matter of moments. You can see the snake going all the way down the back straight. Everybody trying to get every last degree of heat into the tires. And Sven Newman in LMP3 at the head of the field in the core racing number 80. They've gone off strategy a couple times this season to get those halfway points, I feel like. We'll see if this is finally the time that it pays off for them. Into the chicane here. It is about time to go racing again, I believe. The safety car is going to pull down pit lane, and we have put the field in control of the core sim racing number 80. When does Sven Newman decide to go? When does he get us back to racing? He's going to wait until we crest over the top of the hill, and coming down, the throttle is on, and we're racing again. Green flag conditions. The 700 kilometers of Road Atlanta is back on. As the LMP3 class files into turn 1, there's almost a battle for third between Jason Dilworth and Alexander Russell. Nothing changing just yet as everybody fires the heat into their tires.
Really important here that all the drivers try to take care of their stuff while also being as aggressive as they can. Oh, we got a spin already.
Oh, was that the Hydra Race geodesic car, Bo Rigger? I think it was. Into the wall, into the tires, trying to get it looped around, but there is a whole field of cars coming through. GT4, TCR still coming through, and that is going to be all the way to the back of the field for the Hydra Race geodesic car. I believe that's Miguel Vigo, actually.
No, I think you were right with Bo Vigor,
No,
or
I
Bo
was right the
Rigger.
first
No,
time.
you were right the first time, but that's a horrible feeling sitting there having to wait for the whole field to go by, knowing that you've lost all that track position and the opportunity to really get some good points by being able to battle with other cars that you're battling with on the lead lap.
This is that battle for third that almost came to blows into turn 1. It's now preparing to come to blows into the chicane. Jason Dilworth, Alexander Russell. You see Alec Bergstrom in the background hoping things fall apart. Side by side through the chicane. Very difficult. Look at that through the middle. Down the hill. That's going to be the 2-for-1 special for the K. Kramer Esports. Jan Valmers is actually going to stay behind that. That is the 2-for-1 special for Alexander Russell up into third.
Wow, really good driving there by those guys to be able to keep it clean, but then also from Adam State being able to go from 3 cars back to the leading that little pack there. As we see battles all over the field here to start this restart.
All right, that was Adam State in the Vimperman Racing LMP3 that got to the head of the train, but Alexander Russell got to the head of the actual battle on track. Not confusing at all. Lap traffic always loves to screw us up a little bit there, but this is a battle all for track position This is the GT4 class, the sport class, with a blanket thrown over the entirety of the middle of the field. You see the huge-ass BMW at the back, World of Sim Racing at the head of this little train. It's like a battle for the lead, but it's a battle for 12th.
Yeah, and with halfway points, the way that they're structured, even these positions need to be fought over like it's the last lap here to try to really make sure that you're maximizing your points for the race.
Here's a dive into the chicane. LMP3, it's war all over again. Nothing's going to change that time. The Trek LMP3 going to hang on to that position, but this is for position. Prestanda Nomad and JDR side by side through the final corner. How about side by side through turn 1 as well with Alec Bergstrom on the scene? Are we going to be 3 wide into turn 1? Luckily not, as Bergstrom thinks better of it.
Really close racing. There's some contact entering turn 1, some maneuvering and positioning with the cars there, but really good to make sure that everyone was able to get through there safe. This battle will continue here for another 5 laps here before we get to halfway. Really, really important that the pressure's on these drivers and that they're really trying to grab every spot they can.
Riding on board with the number 1 JDR Graphics Sim Sport LMP3, Alexander Russell behind the wheel. Behind him is Jason Dilworth in the Prestanda Nomad 56. Behind him is Alec Bergstrom in that ever-purple Moradness M Squad car. And a whole train behind them as well. Kay Kramer, Trek, and even more that we can't even fit on your screen, all fighting for third. As Core and ATRS have actually pulled a fairly comfortable gap in first and second as everybody's fighting for third behind them. See, can Prestanda Nomad do anything? Can Kay Kramer do anything this time? It's going to stay train mode for the moment, but I think a lot of these guys see that gap forming up to second, and they say, we got to get out of this train quickly. We got to make some progress.
Yeah, this train's interesting because not only are they all fighting for these championship points, but they're all fighting for what will end up being the effective lead because they all recently made the stop under the yellow, so they're all in the same fuel strategy. The top 2 cars, they've actually extended their stint by not pitting under the yellow because they've decided they want to take the track position. So this group here is going to be the effective leaders of the race once the top 2 cars pit.
So this is the battle for the lead, essentially, at least in the short term. Once that core car comes in, once that ATRS car comes in, this will be the battle for the lead, and it is a very spicy battle for the lead through turns 7 and 8. You're not really going to make a pass here. You're not going to have an opportunity to, but onto the long back straight, your best overtaking opportunity on the track coming into the chicane is Jason Dilworth, and that teal Prestanda Nomad number 56 is going to be close enough. He sure hopes he's closer than the last lap, and I think he's going to go for it the second he gets the chance.
It looks like he's using that draft to good effectiveness here. Let's see if he tries to make a move. Oh, he sends it.
There it is again to the inside. It's going to become the outside through the second half of the chicane. That's what makes that move so difficult. He's still there, but he's going to welcome Alec Bergstrom into the party. He's going to welcome the Trek car into the party as well. 3 wide into the final corner, and Alec Bergstrom's up to second, and Dilworth is going to wreck across the line. The Trek car involved as well. That is calamity out of the final corner.
That is what pressure does, as we see Alex Russell, because he's spinning because he doesn't have a rear wing. That's unfortunate. Bunch of cars damaged there in that altercation, but that's just a product of the racing when you end up with these situations where you've got the halfway points, everyone's under pressure. It looks like
he's just sitting there waiting for the entire field to come by because you see the Cup class is coming through now. The Sport class and TCRs haven't even come by. I think he's trying to get back out on track, but he also may be too damaged, and we may have to start thinking about a safety car here, Adam. If he can't get out of the gravel, that's grounds for another safety car.
And there it is, and the yellow's thrown out. Yeah, I don't think he's able to move that car. I think he really required a tow in order to get it back to pit lane, which unfortunately puts us under control of the yellow again. Only 3 laps before the halfway points, but again, this should reset the field now because. If you're Core, if you're ATRS, you're going to stay up for halfway points, but then probably pit shortly after, and everyone behind, all of a sudden, the role reversal flips. They end up getting the track position, but are in a worse spot towards the end of the race, which will almost certainly be time certain now, which throw the book out for what the strategy could have been, because with all these yellows, or with the potential of future yellows, you really don't know what the actual total distance is going to be. So it'll be really, really tough here for the teams.
There's going to be service for the Trek Esports car. Nick Thiessen bringing that very, very damaged car down pit lane. But we do have the replay festival kick it off here. This was actually at the start in the GT4 class. A couple of laps since then. Big spin for the Aston Martin. The Mercedes caught up in it as well. That was far better than it could have been. For a collision through the S's, Adam, those are usually worse than that.
Yeah, normally that would be a complete write-off. But again, just another product of like 3 or 4 laps before the halfway points. You got to fight for every inch. And in a spot like that where you're too wide down through the S's, contact's possible, and contact happened.
We'll have a whole host of replays, I think, especially that moment out of the final corner. You got to say that Alec Bergstrom in the Moradness number 3, the third car in LMP3 right now, he took the moment to pounce. He took the moment to overtake that battle, and all the calamity happened behind him. I have to imagine he's pretty happy with his decision to go for that move. As we watch it now from the fourth car, this is from Nick Thiessen, the Trek car. See Bergstrom coming through. You see everybody behind him involved.
Yeah, with Alex, sometimes you're sometimes you got to make your own luck, and sometimes luck happens for you. And he was lucky to be in the right spot, but then with the car placement, and the decision making, he was able to capitalize on the fact that 2 cars ahead of him made some contact. Both went wide, and was able to grab that third spot. So really, really heads-up driving there by Alec.
So we know that the Trek 33 was damaged enough to have to immediately bring it down pit lane. We know the JDR number 1 was damaged enough to bring out the safety car. But the Prestanda Nomad number 56, that was also involved in that collision. Do they have any serious damage that might require them bringing it down pit lane is my question. Here they are, third in line. They made the initial contact with the number 1, but it doesn't appear that they got any damage from it.
They'll, if they didn't get any damage, then they'll definitely have to be counting their lucky stars. Only Jason Dilworth in the car right now is really going to have a good understanding about if the toe's out or if the car's okay. His team will almost certainly be looking at the front end of the car to see if there's any nose damage. Luckily, in these cars, the nose fix is pretty fast, but at the same time, if there is any damage, this would be the perfect time to come in under the yellow to make sure that it all gets fixed. But again, after literally the end of this lap, which is the halfway points, when they'll be awarded.
So how does that nose look to you? I mean, it looks clean to me. These LMP3 noses are kind of funky in the first place, but I don't think there's any extra damage on that.
Looks like there's a little bit of scuffing there on the right front, and it looks like the splitter is a little raised up. So I definitely think that he's carrying some damage. He wouldn't be able to pit because of the yellow sequence under IVRA rules until probably another couple laps anyways, which means that it would be advantageous for him just to come in and get that fixed, and he'd still get the benefit of running in P4 to get the halfway points.
This is the first, I feel like this is the first real issue we've seen Prestanda Nomad have all season. They won at Daytona to open the season. Didn't go quite their way at Road America last time out. Finished 4th overall, but this is big trouble for them. If they have damage to repair, that could put them at the back of the train. And with Hydro Race Geodesic second in the championship right now, they've had their own trouble today. The second Hydro Race Geodesic car is out of the race or 8 laps down right now. The third Hydro Race Geodesic car is also having its own trouble. A bad day for Nomad could have been far, far worse.
Yeah, if I'm Jason, I'm probably going to take the points and then box, because with how this race is going, it's still going to be chaos for the next half of the race. And whenever the race ends, you might end up finding that you're on a optimum fuel strategy in order to make whatever the end of the race is. So still advantageous. You're not really losing a whole lot. You're getting certainty that the car is completely fixed.
But coming to the line this time, this will be halfway points. So for the second round in a row, ironically, Core Sim Racing are going to come across the line to take the most halfway points in the LMP3 class. HERS in second, Moradness in third. They're going to get the most points there. In the Cup class, SimCity Racing have brought it down pit lane, but I don't know if that was the right move. I think they may have crossed the line in first, but I don't think pit lane was open necessarily.
I believe the pit lane open call had been given, and I think their gap to the car immediately behind them was sufficient that they were able to cross the line.
Were they leading at halfway then is the question, or did they finish third in the pit lane across the line?
I will have to leave that final call up to the organizers to decipher.
Like, can you?
But
Because
I
that's a
think they were
shorter
okay.
run. That's a shorter run, distance-wise. That is
Correct.
that's
Yeah,
funky stuff.
Yeah, the start-finish line is just right there, just a little bit past the pit entry cones. So I think they were probably okay with maintaining their position. But definitely everyone who would otherwise pit under the first lap of the pit being open will definitely be pitting this time now that the requirement for the halfway points is up.
And TCR Team Hoisingveld, halfway points for them. Obsidian and Brabham as well round out the top three. You get 33% of the race points for halfway points. So, for example, the class winner at the end of the race gets 100 points. The class leader at halfway gets 33 points, and so on and so on. Too much math for me to do right now, but yeah, all the halfway points add up, and they add up very fast. There's been a lot of teams this season who have really... Ooh, there was near collision there between Hoisingveld and Obsidian under safety car conditions. We already had one... It wasn't during safety car conditions. We already had one collision on pit lane. Hoping we don't see another one.
Yeah, collisions on pit lane or under yellow are just so needless that it can be really devastating for the whole entry, all the drivers. Just those avoidable incidents and just making good decisions, staying aware with your head on a swivel, even under these yellow flag conditions, is really, really important. So usually it's going to be the teams that make the fewest number of mistakes they'll pretty much excel, as we see here. For sure, the leaders will be coming here. Core Sim Racing, they're on lap 30. They're going to be finishing their 30th lap here in the stint, so they were a guaranteed come. But it looks like most of the other cars, as we see, I think that's the 56 also in. No doubt to take the fuel and make sure the damage is repaired. But it looks like they're the only ones on pit lane, which is an interesting choice.
The other team that was off strategy, the ATRS Academy, they're on 8-lap, or they've been on their stint for 8 laps longer than anybody else. They've elected to stay out. They're going to stretch it out. But yeah, that's 3 different strategies now in the LMP3 class to keep track of. In the Cup class, by the way, we did hear in the YouTube chat that that Visceral, the number 901, did get the halfway points, but absolutely barely. With SimCity Racing on pit lane, Visceral got the halfway points for first. SimCity, I believe, got the halfway points for second, and then Visceral's number 997 got the third place halfway points. I believe it was, the difference was split, but it was very, very close.
It's nothing quite like having your cake and eating it too. So a really good play there by the Visceral group to make sure that they were able to get the halfway points by the skin of their teeth, and were able to make a stop under the yellow. And now they're in a better position for setting themselves up for the rest of the race.
And speaking of off strategy, look at this in the sport class. 2nd through 13th, they all came in under the last safety car. Apex 1, they say, no, we're not coming in under the last safety car. We're not coming in under this safety car either. We're going to keep extending this. We're going to take our halfway points, potentially, or at least some of them, and we're going to take our track position.
No doubt thinking that more yellows will end up paving over the positions of the cars behind them, and they'll just inherit the track position moving forward towards the end of the race. So really interesting strategic calls. One of the things I love about IVRA is just the ability for these yellows to spice up the strategy, running full out sprint laps for a 2.5-hour race or a 6-hour race. Honestly, isn't all that exciting. So the format that IVRA has really lends itself to these different strategies where you got to brain your way out of problems, and it'll be interesting to see if the strategy played by the top 3 in sport ends up panning out.
There's a couple of outstanding penalties in the Cup class. The 916 for Wave Italy, they still have a 5-second penalty they need to serve. Visceral, I believe, is not clean. The number 901, Santeri Martikainen, got a 5-second penalty for failing to maintain a gap under a previous safety car, I believe. Actually, I believe it was at the start. So they still have a 5-second penalty to serve. And the number 962 still has a penalty. I don't think they're going to be in consideration right now, but that's something to keep on your mind. If we do get green flag pit stops next time around, they aren't yellow flag pit stops, there's going to be a lot of teams that still have outstanding penalties to serve.
For sure, and penalties are another one of those variables that you try to take into account when you're trying to strategize the rest of your race. One of the things that you got to keep in mind too is that it could be the case that we get yellows within the 90-minute intervals for the remainder of the race, where the requirement to serve your penalty resets. So if that's the case, as a driver, as a team owner, I definitely prefer to just straight up take a 5-second penalty added to my race time, given that track position is so important, and you can very quickly lose 5 to 10 seconds over a run of faster cars through slower class, or if you're in a faster class moving through a slower class. So given that, you almost want to try to push these windows for serving the penalties out as far as you can to see if you're within that 90 minutes. And we're only going to have about 9 minutes between where the end of the race will happen, because we'll be within 90 minutes of the end of the race, and where we are now. So one more yellow and the penalty clock effectively resets, and that time will just get added to your total race time. That's much more advantageous.
Yeah. And I do have to issue a correction, by the way. The number 901 for Visceral, they did serve their penalty already, as well did the number 962. They have served their penalty as well, so no worries there. Still pending penalties for the number 913, the number 916, and a whole host of others in some other classes. But that is how things stand as they are. Still waiting for everything to get reorganized for the safety car cycle to finish up. But when we go back racing here, Adam, it will be about 90 minutes to go. What was once a 700-kilometer race is now essentially a 300-kilometer sprint to the finish.
Yeah, it'll definitely be interesting. I think everyone should have to make one more stop, notwithstanding future safety cars. But it'll be interesting, given the differences in the car classes, the strategic considerations that'll go into when other classes will pit. The fuel tanks on all these cars aren't the same, obviously. So we'll have to see what those strategic considerations look like. But I would expect everyone to need to stop at least one more time, either under green or yellow, and we'll see how things shake out here towards the end.
The Wave Italy Cup car, the number 916, has taken an EOL here. I believe, Adam, that's in a trade. They don't have to serve their 5-second penalty anymore because they've taken the EOL here under caution.
Correct. So what you're able to do in IVRA is you're able to substitute an EOL penalty for any penalty under, I believe it's 20 seconds. So what Wave Italy have decided there is that it's going to be easier for them to try to make up the track position that they've sacrificed, while giving up the requirement to satisfy that 5-second penalty. I'm not sure I necessarily agree with that, especially, as I said, given the fact that that 90-second clock will reset with literally one more yellow. As we see, the pace car lights are off, so we'll be going green this time. Man, it's still going to be a sprint here to the finish, because you still got to maximize everything.
So it is a slightly confusing order at the head of the LMP3 field, because there are some lapped cars in the middle of all this. The lead car on your screen, that's actually the Boutsen VDS number 92. They are a lap down, or not quite a lap down. There's 7 laps down, actually, a little bit more than that. And they've got Vipperman Racing up there as well. They're a lap down. The ATRS number 12 is the white and orange car on your screen. The Moradness M Squad purple car, but behind 2 lapped cars as well. So there's a little bit of separation between them that Alec Bergstrom and the Moradness M Squad number 3 is going to have to deal with. That the ATRS Academy number 12 of Brandon Blakesley is not going to have to deal with. He's only got 1 car ahead of him, and we are ready to go back green here. The iRacing Sedan pace car is back down pit lane, and we're green again. The 7-lap down Boutsen VDS by undercut car leads us across the line, but look at that 2nd place car in the race lead, and look at that 5th place car in 2nd, looking to take over the race lead if he can get through the lap traffic.
Yeah, this is all quite tense still. Again, with the reset of the yellow and the halfway points, you're able to settle into a little bit more of a groove, but it's still making sure that you capture all your apexes, you don't bounce off the curbs too hard, and if you can try to grab a position or two before you run up on traffic or get run up on traffic, then absolutely you're going to take that and say thanks.
Blue Cup car in the middle of the field. That's the Orion number 944, Akira Iwata. But look directly behind them. There's a dive from Mr. Z, Dalton Zavadil, to the inside of Stephen McGarvey into turn 6. That was a dive, and he is looking forward after making that stop under safety car. SimCity Racing moving forward. But look at this Cloud and LMP3 as well. The action never stops, and it's Hydro Race Geodesic. It's two teammates, 64 and 62 side by side, into the chicane.
It's Graham and Austin, who are well-known combatants to each other, both really experienced and skilled drivers within the Geodesic Racing stable, so they'll be doing their best to try to grab the position from each other, but you can trust them to do it safely for sure.
They love their prototypes. They've been battling all season long in the Lionheart Sports Car Series and GTP competition. Take 2 steps down the prototype ladder into LMP3, and these guys are still going to be wringing the necks of those prototypes. They've got some progress to make, though, and they're looking to stay ahead of that Prestanda Nomad number 56 that's hunting down at the back of the screen. Lachlan Behrman has gotten behind the wheel of that car, and he doesn't want to lose any more points to those Hydro Race Geodesic guys in the championship.
No, those Geodesic guys, they're formidable in both their skill and quantity within this series, so making sure that if you've got a little bit of track position that you keep it is no small task against these guys. It's not going to be too long here before the LMP3s run up on the TCR traffic as well. So if you're any one of the group ahead, you're just waiting, trying as quickly as you can, and waiting to get to that slower car traffic to try to build a little bit of a gap.
Here's the battle in the middle of the sport class. It is a used car lot back here. There's Porsches, there's McLarens, there's Mercedes, there's, I think, even an Aston Martin trying to join the tail end of this train. But look at this, side by side. Could it be 3 wide to turn 1 to LMP3? It's not going to be this time. But Hydro Race Geodesic, their duopoly has been broken up as the core sim racing number 80. Sven Newman's gotten through. Lachlan Behrman not quite so lucky, but Austin Young knocked down a peg. And Sven Newman separates the 2 Hydro Race Geodesic entries now.
Really good overtake there by Sven, being able to capitalize on a little bit of a mistake / spacing error from Austin, and being able to grab that spot before they exited turn 1. Really well done.
You also just saw Mr. Z, Dalton Zavadil, going for the move into turn 1 on Akira Iwata. Zavadil is on an absolute flyer right now. Look at him up over turn 5, just mounting that curb. Tony Hawk style, getting some airtime, and look at the gap he's pulled already.
Yeah, that's exactly where you want to place your car to maximize your speed on the exit there. You got to use all that curbing to try to open up the exit as much as you can, carry as much speed as you can, but obviously the compromise that you need to make on setup sometimes makes it difficult, and if you haven't compromised enough, or you compromise in the wrong ways, especially with your driving, as we still see here, the Prestanda Nomad car battling with the Geodesic car, man, these fights are crazy. Fast and furious.
Lachlan Behrman says, I'm going to make Austin Young's life even more miserable. Isn't able to make the move that time, though. And look at who's 4th in line. Sven Newman had made that move on Austin Young, has lost 2 spots since then while we were looking away. And there goes Austin Young off the road. That's 1 more spot for Sven Newman. And in 2 laps, that's 2 spots for Lachlan Behrman and Prestanda Nomad on their recovery.
I think Sven Newman made a mistake on the exit of turn 5 on the last lap. That gave up the track position that he worked so hard to get when he overtook Austin at turn 1. But then Austin made a mistake himself, and Lachlan Behrman ends up capitalizing on both of them. So the guy that doesn't make the mistakes ends up getting the spots.
We've navigated our first little bit of traffic. The intersections have begun, and this gives the opportunity to Jan Valmers in the K. Kramer number 32. He's going to look to the inside of Andre Reikovic for Team Hoysinkveld into turn 10. That is going to be an easy move for Valmers. Didn't look like Andre wanted to fight that too hard. Valmers is going to get through, and Graham Sanders is going to say thank you very much as well. He's going to get to the inside into the final corner and move up into the top 5.
Yeah, Reikovic did the right thing by giving the spot up, but he looks like he peeled off a little bit too much speed, and like you said, Graham ended up capitalizing on the small mistake and took that spot as well.
Side by side in the sport class, it's Hydro Race Geodesic all the time. Now it's their sport Porsche, currently 5th. ahead of the Glacier Racing McLaren, ahead of the Impulse Mercedes. These have been three of the strongest cars all season long. Not having the best day today, though, so far. They are on a different strategy to some of the teams ahead, so don't get too worried by the fact that they're not fighting for the lead right now. But for now, it is a battle for 5th, and you saw Glacier saying, nope, I'm not going to go for that. Behrman, on the other hand, for Prestanda Nomad, says, yes, I'm going to go for any move I can. He's up to 4th.
Got to always capitalize when your opponent makes a mistake, and that's exactly what Behrman did there. As we see, the fights between these LMP3 cars can be so close. Oh man, running down here into turn 10A, quite close here between these two cars as well as the cars behind. Ooh.
That is so hard to run side by side there through the second half of that chicane, but somehow Vollmers and Sanders have made that work. These are two of the strongest drivers in LMP3 machinery and prototype machinery of any kind, and they're putting on a show in the final sector. Sanders to the inside into turn 1, sees the Wave Italy TCR coming through, and that was a savvy move from a prototype expert to make it through in turn 1.
Yeah, he was able to use that TCR car as a pick just a little bit to cause just a little bit of a hiccup by Jan to get back to the throttle, ends up getting the spot, and Lachlan ends up falling in behind as well.
This is a very spicy battle for the podium, and you know who's looking in his mirrors right now, not very happy, is Alec Bergstrom. He's been comfortable in second place. He's had nobody to fight with other than a little bit of lap traffic, and suddenly behind him, he's got Sanders, and he's got Behrman, and the gap is absolutely nothing coming onto the back straight.
Yeah, this is the chaos of multi-class racing. It's both exhilarating and frightening. You just got to try to make the best decisions you can by placing your car in essentially where there isn't a hole, or where there is a hole, just to make sure that you're able to avoid contact, as we're going to see Jan here go 3 wide as well. Oh,
it is so difficult. There's a 3-car battle for 3rd. There's a 3-car battle for 5th as well, as everybody in LMP3 is trying to make things work. You saw a little bit of rallycross there coming up over the top of the hill, around the outside of some TCR traffic through the final corner. Everybody's going to make it through cleanly this time. I don't know how everybody navigated through that traffic so cleanly, Adam. That was chaos.
Give and take is the name of the game, and everyone did a really good job of giving in that context.
We are back up in the battle for 3rd. Lachlan Behrman basically on the grass trying to get by that GT4 Mercedes. Past the huge-ass BMW now is Bergstrom. And side by side into turn 6, that's Behrman to the inside of Sanders, pouncing when he gets the opportunity. Bergstrom is going to block the inside, getting through the Prestanda Nomad Mercedes, ironically, and that's going to allow Sanders to get back alongside. They've been side by side for half a lap now. Why not keep it going for another half?
He's got the over-under, and they're both fighting for the draft from Alec Bergstrom. Looks like Graham's able to situate himself right in behind, so he should have this spot as we see Lachlan Behrman falling behind, realizing that spot was lost halfway down the back straight. And here we go again. Graham having the track position, making a little bit of a mistake. These GT4 traffics, though, man, crazy.
Yeah. It's crazy all around. We've got to the point where there's a little bit of stratification. We've kind of got the classes fighting amongst themselves for a moment while the LMP3s have come through, but calm does not last very long in the GSI ClubSport series, Adam. You can calm down a little bit after everything cycles through after a safety car period, but just know that give it a couple minutes and you're going to be dealing with every class of traffic again.
Yeah, you can pretty much look everywhere in the track, even 3 or 4 laps after a safety car, and there will be traffic overtaking traffic everywhere, sends everywhere. This is a really difficult series just because of the number of different classes as well as the skill level of all the drivers involved, so you got to really prepare yourself to be fighting for the entirety of the stint, especially when the cars are so closely matched.
And that was actually the race leader, the HRS Academy number 12, coming through that GT4 traffic. In the middle of this screen, it's kind of like Where's Waldo here. I don't really know where you look. There is a battle for 3rd, and it's a 3-way battle now. Vollmers, in that red, black, and white K. Kramer LMP3, is back in the fight for 3rd. It looked like it was Sanders versus Behrman, but they have been colossally held up reaching sport traffic for the first time. And Vollmers says, "Hi guys, I'm still here, and if you guys start to bobble, as Sanders just did behind one of his Porsche GT4 teammates, he's ready to take advantage."
Yeah, just the gap management when you're in spots like this is, I can't describe how difficult it is, especially the LMP3, which doesn't necessarily even have the best visibility when you're sitting in the driver's seat of a lot of cars on iRacing. So it's really, really well done when you're able to drive close up around other cars and not be involved in a collision or have a small bobble. These guys are the top of the LMP3 game right now on the service, so really, really impressive stuff from them.
Pass for the lead in TCR, actually. These guys have kind of had the calmest run of anybody while it's been LMP3 and GT4 warfare. The TCR guys have been on a peaceful island of their own, and Obsidian have made the move over Team Hoisingfeld for the first time in quite a while. Sergio Cardiel Ferrero ahead of Fabian Siegman.
Yeah, and these two cars are a little bit off strategy. It looks like the Wave Italy in P3 is 11 laps to the better on fuel, but these guys are still going to have to try to push as hard as they can to build gaps, as we see more infighting here between Vollmers and Young.
Young and Newman and a whole host of others. Vollmers as well. It keeps flopping up and down. You saw Vollmers was in contention for third, but there's a peek to the inside from Austin Young. That was aggressive. That was late, and that didn't work out because he didn't send it smartly.
See a replay here of the TCR. Oh, just a little bit of a collision there. Pushes that car there out wide.
That was scary.
Scary rejoin there.
That's Tines Carvajal behind the wheel of the XBD Emerald TCR, the number 111. And TCRs are not supposed to crab that much at them.
No, that's definitely suspension damage. That'll be race ruining for sure, especially given the fact that we're under green flag conditions. They were running, I think, P7, so they'll definitely have to bring that to pit lane for repairs for sure.
Geodesic White, we believe, has served a penalty, but get ready for the most confusing battle in sports car racing history here, Adam, because the lead car is the K. Kramer number 32, black, red, and white. The second car is the Core LMP3, black, red, and white. Which one's which? I hope you got your timing up.
Timing is a man's best friend at this point. Definitely have that up, and all the teams will have timing up as well to make sure that they're running the right lap times, what their gaps are to the cars around them, what laps they're running, what laps they need to run as far as lap times. So timing is definitely a best friend, and when you're not even looking at the cars, you're just looking at the name and the number, that makes it a whole lot easier for sure.
There is a big K on the side of the K Kramer car, so that makes it slightly easier. But still, red, black, and white. It's the traditional sports car color scheme, and unfortunately, it comes to confusing situations like this sometimes. But I do like the big K. That's helpful.
Yeah, whenever you see big letters on cars, then it normally
is there a core on the side of the 80? I don't think there is, so that's not helpful from them. This is helpful though. The SimCity racing cars always differentiable. They've got the highlighter yellow, Hydra Race Geodesic with their familiar bronzish orange. There's a big bunch of smoke in the background, and Hydra Race Geodesic, the number 962, hard into the wall before turn 1. Could this be another safety car? Looks like they're going to be able to keep it pointed straight and keep it rolling.
Looked pretty clumsy there between the two cars. That Geodesic Porsche is hurt for sure without the rear wing. That's probably going to be something that they can try to finish the stint to get to the stop and take the damage repairs, but they'll be on a fact-finding mission right here. Let's take a look at that incident. Yeah, it looks like he just turned right. And cause that collision with the Geodesic car. I'd be quite upset if I was driving that Porsche GT3 Cup car for sure.
I don't think that's going to be... that was Ian Lake in the Hydra Race Geodesic Porsche. I don't think he's going to be Mr. Z, Dalton Zavadil's best friend. I don't think there's going to be any Christmas cards to Mr. Z in a couple of weeks here. This battle raging on, though. Austin Young has been up, he's been down, he's been at the head of these guys, he's been at the back of these guys. He's hoping that once and for all he can finally get by Sven Newman for good. A little bit too far back though, out of turn 7 this time, and he is going to be waiting another lap for that move to be made. Down in the sport class though, the Apex 1 number 401 stayed out for the past 2 safety cars. They're off strategy, and suddenly they look very off strategy. They've got about 7 cars stacked up in a train behind them.
Yeah, that Apex 1 car has been on track for 43 laps of this stint. That'll have to be close to the limit on fuel and tires. So all these cars that are behind, they're all in the same fuel strategy, literally just waiting for that Apex 1 car to pit. But on the same token, Apex 1's waiting for a safety car as we see the Geodesic car, Geodesic McLaren making a move here. Easily done. Looks like the Apex 1 car played ball and just facilitated that overtake. This is crazy, though, back here.
This is calamity. The two Olympus Esport Cup cars behind the battle for third, the battle for second in LMP3. Once again, masterfully navigated by Behrman and by Bergstrom and by Sanders. But it is absolutely craziness, especially at Road Atlanta, where there's so many places on this track where it's a single groove racetrack, down the S's, into turn 6. And somehow, we've had shockingly little damage, shockingly little trouble. The safety cars have only come out because of interclass contact, which we may see again here as we send it 3 wide into the chicane. Through the middle, Sven Newman backs out of it. Austin Young takes the spot.
Yeah, some really aggressive.
Oh, and Newman's got it back on the
Newman
switchback.
got it back. Some really aggressive but really good racecraft fighting here between these drivers. I would have thought that maybe with a little less than 90 minutes to go, they might have shown a little bit more restraint, but elbows out time for sure with some of these LMP2 drivers.
No restraint whatsoever, and now they've got to navigate through those Olympus Cup cars. And as I mentioned, through the S's, it's so difficult to run side by side. How about 3 wide? That is not going to work, and that is going to be an incredible save there from Sven Newman in the Core Sim Racing number 80. That car was fully sideways down the S's, and he did not make contact with a single other car.
Yeah, that was a really remarkable save. They're really difficult using the aero downforce to try to save the car. You're on literally a wing and a prayer at that point, and luckily for Sven, the downforce ended up saving him a little bit, and he's able to continue without losing. I think he didn't lose maybe one spot, just to the Geodesic car. Pretty remarkable stuff, and still in the fight.
Now we have to wonder, will there be a steward's review from that? Side by side into the chicane yet again. Turn 10 and 10A, not confusing at all. Young on the outside, Vollmer's on the inside. Is this going to be Austin Young finally making it happen around the outside through the final corner? It's not going to work just yet. He's going to try and make it work around the outside to turn 1, an even harder task for him. Around the outside, lots of room left by Vollmer's. Full respect given, and Young is going to be able to get that down into the S's. And now I think Jan may have to start worrying, will there be a steward's investigation? Let's see what happened again.
It looks like both cars were ahead of the 992 car before the required turn-in point, and it looks like there was just a little bit of incidental contact as they were both trying to get through there. It's hard to call that one anything more than a racing incident, to be fair.
Yeah, and I don't know which of the two Olympus cars that was who was on the scene. It was either Ozaretskovskaya or Thiago Neves Pereira. Not sure which one it was, but either way, it looks like they have gotten away with minimal damage from that. This is a melee. This is a melange of traffic now. You've got Cup traffic, you've got GT4 traffic in the sport class, you've got LMP3s coming through, and dare I say there may even be some TCRs up the road as well. We're gonna see our first 4-class intersection in a couple of moments. We'll ride on board with the number 922. This is Thiago Neves Pereira. That was the Olympus car involved. And is that wheel still pointed straight at him after that?
Oh, we'll have to see here. It looks like looks like that's okay. Looks like that's maybe slightly right hand down, but that actually looks okay. My question is going to be with the Core Autosport car, because that almost looked like he took that contact to the right front. Man, these cars, especially direct contact suspension-wise, is really, really tough. This
is horrifying.
This is nuts.
4 wide into turn 6. That's not a sentence that's allowed to be said, but somehow we're doing it anyway. And that is the battle for second resolved for a moment. Alec Bergstrom has actually lost 2 spots in that whole melee. I think he was being very careful, and in the process, Sanders got through, Behrman got through as well. And there is quite the gap now between third Behrman and Bergstrom, almost a second behind. The 2 Hydra Race Geodesic cars on very different laps there. That was one of Sanders' teammates getting out of the way, making sure he didn't cause any trouble. But it was scary all the same. And Bergstrom's right behind there, trying to get back to his old rightful spot.
Yeah, Behrman and Graham Sanders, the top 2 cars in points as well. Prestanda was able to benefit from that halfway point safety car, so they were able to get a few more points. But you got to know that the 62 geodesic car is going to be having that in the back of their head and thinking that in order to maximize their position here in the race, they really got to make sure that they put some spots and some time between them and the 56.
I'd like to issue a personal thanks to the huge-ass car of Giovanni Romano and to the XPD Emerald driver of Luis Martinez. They separated these two for just a moment while they were coming down through the S's. I think that avoided any further contact between them from unlike that scary moment from a couple of laps ago. They're going to be side by side again through turn 7, though, as the 2 cars that came together just a couple of laps ago, they're going to do battle into turn 10 this time, and hopefully it doesn't come to blows.
Traffic giveth and traffic taketh away. So no doubt that was what brought the Core Autosport car back up to this fight. And these cars are fantastic because you're able to battle all the time, and the series is fantastic because there's battles everywhere all the time as well.
Now, you at home didn't hear a "Don't you dare" from our producer Dustin Allis. He did not want Sven Newman to send that 3 wide. I did. Of course I want to see 3 wide, but I think that's the reason why Sven is behind the wheel of the car, and I'm in the booth right now because he's making smart decisions on the racetrack. He's trying to find a higher percentage move to get by Vollmers, and through the S's, the scene of their historic moment. It's gonna be a couple more moments of waiting now for Sven Newman. The distance is grown, and just as Adam said, just as I think Shakespeare said many years ago, the traffic giveth, the traffic taketh away.
Yeah, I think that was one of Shakespeare's most underrated works.
Yeah, that was his best one.
His motorsports poems. But you can definitely see, regardless of what Shakespeare said, that these drivers aren't paying attention to what words of caution, tales of woe might end up describing, because they're literally fighting all over the place, including for the battle in P2 in the sport class.
This is a swarm of biblical plague proportions. There are just cars everywhere. There's barely an inch of track visible with everything going on here. The battle for second in GT4 is somehow occurring in the middle of all of it. Wave Italy, Glacier, Geeks Energy, and Fiercely Forward. Look for them in the mess of cars, because they're all battling for position as the LMP3 field navigates through.
And all these cars are all on the same fuel strategy because of that yellow too, so this is literally a fight to probably the end of the race with 72 minutes left here to go. They're going to be elbows out trying to capture everything that they can and making sure that they try to keep the car as safe as they can with all 4 fenders on it as well.
And if you remember when Apex 1 was leading in this class, they did make their pit stop a couple of laps ago. They've fallen to the back of the sport class because they were so off strategy. Hydra Race Geodesic, the number 462, they've taken the lead in this class. And speaking of strong Hydra Race Geodesic drivers, we mentioned Graham Sanders and Austin Young being some of the best in prototypes for Hydra Race Geodesic. John Batafer currently behind the wheel of the Hydra Race Geodesic GT4, one of the absolute best in a GT4 car, and understandably, he's pulled a 2-second lead over everybody else in this class.
Yeah, 2 seconds even in this class is pretty much gold, because it means you're able to manage your gaps that much better. You're able to manage how you attack, how you defend, where you show nose, where you try to insinuate to the faster class cars you don't want them to overtake. It just, even 2 seconds affords you so much flexibility there that it's John will be very, very happy with that gap.
We are going to have to start thinking about pit stops here soon for a lot of these classes, or at least a couple of these classes. LMP3, they've been on their stints for 20 laps, 40 laps, depending on the team. Down here in the sport class, it's been about 32 laps for all of these guys. It's an hour and 10 minutes left on the clock. That's a fairly short amount of time. You have to imagine that all these teams are thinking about the end of the race right now, and they're thinking about their paths to the end of the race on strategy.
Absolutely. One of the things I'd be thinking is trying to extend the stints as long as I could, just to make sure that if there was a yellow that I don't end up getting caught out. and trapped on pit lane a lap down.
And speaking of a yellow, Glacier Racing, it's not going to bring out a safety car, but they are heavily damaged on the front end. Here's what happened. Oh, it was in the middle of the sport class with one of the TCRs as well. Big spin for the Glacier McLaren and some front end damage to boot.
Yeah, the spinning there is really painful just because of how unsighted it is to the cars behind. Really easy to pick up damage and to no fault of the cars behind. So they'll have to see exactly how hurt they are and if it makes sense for them to try a little bit on alternate strategy and try to pit early or wait for that yellow.
That was almost 3 wide into the final corner with the Trek LMP3, and there's a little bit of GT4 Rallycross for good measure. That's never ideal, especially nowadays, Adam, with the iRacing update from many months ago with the realistic or more realistic grass. The grass is far stickier. It's good when you're spinning and it slows you down. It's not quite as good as when you're throwing it off the road. It's slowing you down even more as you try and get it back on the track.
Yeah, the way that the iRacing have modeled the grass is significantly different than the way that it used to, where there's significantly more grip now. It can save you in some cases, and it can hurt you in others based on the tire that's loaded and gripped up. But that's an example of the last corner where running wide doesn't cost you as much or isn't anywhere near as dangerous.
Huge wreck here. That's the Orion Cup car and the huge-ass GT4 behind. Was it the huge-ass BMW involved? Yes, it was. And just a little loop-de-loop into turn 6. So no big drama for them. Our producer scared me, Adam. He said it was a huge-ass wreck. And it was, but it was more of a huge-ass spin.
I heard that. It's not too often that you hear single car spins being huge.
That was fake news, but there's a change for the lead. Prestanda Nomad and Hydra Race Geodesic, Behrman and Sanders. The ATRS Academy cars finally brought it down pit lane. Gareth Higgins has gotten behind the wheel of that car, and this is the battle for the lead on track right now between Behrman and Sanders, separated by absolutely nothing. We're going to see a battle for the lead into turn 10.
Fight for the lead and the championship here as they both work their way down the back straight to turn 10A. Looks like Prestanda's going to hold the spot. Graham might try to switch back. Not able to get it quite to work, especially with that lap traffic coming up. But Graham's going to have another shot here down into turn 1. Really close racing here. Prestanda shows the defense. Graham's going to have to really send it around the outside here like Austin did. But Prestanda's going to take and keep the spot.
But most importantly, you see directly ahead of them, there's a couple of cars, there's a couple of sport class cars, but other than that, there's very little traffic to navigate through. This is going to be a car v car battle. It's going to be an LMP3 Cup battle, essentially, once they navigate through these two sport class cars. It's going to be very straightforward, very convenient, and interacting with them in the straight between turn 5 and turn 6. And now Sanders tries to prepare the exit out of turn 7 onto the long back straight. He's got a good exit. Does he have enough straight line speed to make this work, though?
The draft is quite effective here in these LMP3 cars. As we see Graham trying to use the toe. I'm not sure if he's going to have enough steam by the time he gets down here to turn 10A. Might try to fake it a little bit. No, he stays put. Really smart racing there from Graham, realizing that at the same time as he wants to make this overtake, he's still on a lot worse fuel than Prestanda. Oh, as Graham ends up pitting here.
So this is very interesting. This is we've got to start telling the tales of the strategy to the end of the race now if we can figure them out, because Hydra Race Geodesic again this time. The Glacier McLaren's in trouble again down in the S's. Looks like there was another car involved as well. They're going to get it back going again, I think, so no safety car worries, but the Glacier McLaren has not been having a fun day over the last couple of minutes, especially in the S's.
No, and it's crazy just how quickly things can turn sideways on you here when you're running at Road Atlanta. You can be in a really good spot for 2/3 of the race, then all of a sudden one issue in one particular corner can completely ruin your race.
Here's what happened to the Heusinkveld LMP3 into turn 10. Did not see this when it happened. That's very odd, Adam, and it makes me wonder, is that maybe a technical issue for that car?
That definitely looks like some kind of hardware issue, and they were able to pull it right into the pits. Almost maybe looks like a monitor might have disconnected or gotten a quick black screen before it
And there was an immediate
reconnected.
driver change as well. So
Yeah.
add those two together. Here's Glacier Racing. Oh, it was with with one of the Olympus cars again.
Yeah, just again that turn 3 issue. Just a quick tap, misjudgment, and again just puts everyone out of position and causes a little bit of an incident.
That was the number 992 or the 922 again of Neves Pereira. He's not been having a good time through the S's either. He was there when the two LMP3s came together, and now he's there with the Glacier Racing Sport car as well. The 482 has come down with a penalty. We believe Otto Pustonen in the 455 has come down with a penalty. 10 seconds for them. And there's going to be all sorts of stuff coming in. There's lots of stuff for the stewards to review right now, Adam. It's been a little bit crazy since the restart.
Yeah, these yellows with the compression effect that they provide really does do an awful set of nightmares for the stewards. But this is just part and parcel with this kind of racing. You get cars in close quarters, then you're going to end up with some contact, and sometimes that contact ends up in penalties.
The dive from the Archer Brothers Mercedes versus the Geeks Energy and Fiercely Forward Mercedes. Jacob O'Reilly in the 460, Alvar Gomez in the 444, still side by side into the final corner. O'Reilly is gonna have a nice meeting with the grass though. That's gonna slow him up a little bit, and he's gonna learn the outside is not the way to go through turn 1. He's gonna have to hang back and hope to make it work into turn 2. He's got an LMP3 friend behind him, and he's gonna make it work.
Well, really good driving there to manage gaps, make sure that everyone's able to get through there okay.
That is scary stuff there. I don't know which Hydra Race geodesic car that is. They all look identical. That could have been Graham Sanders, who will potentially be the race leader. Could have been Austin Young. Could have been the third car with an issue. It is second place Austin Young. So there you go. If it was Sanders, I would have been a little bit more worried because he came in for the early stop. May have gotten bitten by strategy if he got held up there, but Sanders, for all we know, is fine, and Young is going to get through that traffic and navigate to live another day. This battle's not done yet, by the way. We thought, that almost ended it right there. Again, one of the Olympus cars ends up on the grass after a late block.
When the grass is this grippy and cars are all around, sometimes the grass is your only escape route, and that looked kind of like what that car had to do in order to make sure that it was able to execute the pass. And we have Orion spun here at the second last corner. Not sure what happened there. I'm sure we'll see replay of that, but one of those corners that it's easy to have. Oh, it looks like you got a little help.
Oh, yep. Oh, and that's Prestanda Nomad. That was the race leader getting looped around there as well.
Going to be so painful, so needless contact in that spot. They were racing geodesic through the pit cycle, but those are the incidents that you can't afford to have if you're running against a car for the effective lead.
That was an incredible save from Lachlan Behrman to not make that any worse than it was. But what caused that in the first place? What was there contact between the Prestanda LMP3 and the Orion Cup car, or was that the Cup car clipping the grass and therefore clipping Behrman? Because that's gonna determine the steward's conversation on that one.
I'm not sure. We'll see here on this replay. My intuition says that it was just a little bit of netcode contact which caused the Orion car to spin and then clip the Prestanda Nomad car just on the way by. So a really good 360 no-scope there from Prestanda, but not something that you want to do when you're in what essentially is a time battle, a lap time battle against Geodesic for the race win.
Yeah, that's going to be really hard for the race stewards. I don't think they have a penalty matrix for the 360 no-scope.
No, I haven't seen.
They're gonna have to break out another clause for that one.
I think that might require an amendment to the rule book.
Impulse Racing, Hydra Race Geodesic, and a couple of others say, hello, pit lane. It is pit time for the sport class. It's going to be a couple differers on strategy. The Archer Brothers and the Fiercely Forward entries are going to stay out, but just about everybody else in this class, Adam, says right about now, with a little over an hour to go, it's time to make our potentially final stop.
Yeah, it looks like all these cars are able to make it to the end of the race with this stop. Interesting strategy consideration, right? Because obviously you've got the possibility of going a lap down if you pit, depending on how long the stop needs to be. as we see the Echelon car doing a little half spin here and putting himself in a really bad spot just on the exit curb there. But it seems like everyone was able to make it out okay. But just going back to the strategy, right? You've got the opportunity to pit, get your pit stop out of the way, make sure that you're able to get home with no more stops. But you got to measure that against the possibility of a safety car coming out and ending up getting trapped a lap down. So depending on how much fuel you got to put in, if you're taking tires, all these considerations will go into what some of the teams are thinking, and also whether they're in a battle or not. If you're in a battle, chances are you're going to want to do the opposite of the cars around you, the cars that you're fighting with, because then it offers you more of a window to try to figure out if you're able to get around them based on pace, and sometimes you can get a little track luck as well. Oh!
More trouble for Olympus in the Cup class, but live on track right now, Prestanda Nomad holding on to the lead because the Hydra Race Geodesic number 64 of Austin Young got into some trouble in traffic, and that gap is colossal now between first and second, and Young looks to be ailing.
Yeah, that looks like turn 5 curb victim. Really big hit there from Austin.
Oh, safety car time, question mark.
Oh, looks like he might not be able to turn right. That might be the safety car that a lot of teams that pit did not want. I'm not sure if he's off the road far enough that race control will give him a tow. Yeah, he is unable to turn right.
And doesn't look like there's a Marshall post either there. That is solid concrete wall and tire barrier. A hellacious impact into the concrete wall for Austin Young is going to be the end of the Hydra Racing Geodesic number 64's day. And the Prestanda Nomad team say, we are going to take this opportunity to bring it down pit lane. We are not waiting for a safety car to come out. We're getting that stop done immediately.
Yeah, it looks like race control did issue the tow to Austin, which is great for the race because it keeps this tempo up, doesn't reset the field, and we still have the strategic concerns that teams like Prestanda were able to try to work around in order to maximize things on their end.
Sport class, Cup class, TCR class, all on track together. This is not a battle for position, but somehow it almost looks like that because there's been so much trouble for these Olympus Cup cars as well. They've been up and down. Both cars have been involved in incidents, mostly of not their own doing, and because of that, they've had to pass basically the same cars in some other classes many times, and that's got to be very frustrating for these Olympus guys because they can't seem to avoid trouble no matter what they do.
Yeah, it's very frustrating overtaking cars, having a mistake, falling in behind them, and then having to overtake them again. You feel so terrible as a driver because you just want to make it easier for everyone, and knowing that you're in some cases costing other teams more time by overtaking them again and again just really doesn't feel the best. It's just part and parcel with the racing.
But that is still those cars we saw. Those were the 4 class cars that are still out on track. SimCity Racing, still waiting for them to come in, still waiting for Orion to come in, still waiting for both Olympus cars to come in. Lyubov Ozaretskov-Skaya, she has been on a dynamic stint for the last over an hour, I think. She's been on a titanic stint. Thiago Neves Pereira in the Proton Olympus car, not quite gone so well for him. He's been involved in a couple incidents, but I think both of them will be down pit lane in a matter of moments. Riding on board with the Hydra riding on board with the Wave Italy sport class Mercedes, by the way, behind the Hydra Race Geodesic McLaren, and it's a GT4 battle at the back straight at Road Atlanta, and it's a straight line speed battle, McLaren versus Mercedes.
Yeah, I'd have to put that up to the Mercedes, but that McLaren is still pretty stout in a straight line, and the Geodesic car, you'll know, will have quite a good setup for low downforce to have that straight line speed. All these spots here are important, and a battle between P8 and P9 might set you up for something a little later on if another safety car comes out as well.
So now that we're past the 1 hour to go mark, let's start thinking about strategies in LMP3, I think, because Core Sim Racing, they've been out for 34 laps. Sven Newman still has not made his stop. Will that be his final stop when he brings that car in? And where is that going to put that team once they make that final stop? Because behind them, Hydra Race Geodesic made their stop 7 laps ago. ATRS made their stop 9 laps ago. Verstand and Nomad made their stop 1 lap ago. That's four different strategies and 4 different calculations to the end of this race.
Yeah, you definitely want to have, as long as you can make it to the end, you want to have as little fuel as possible. But the core sim racing strategy here, I think, is just hope a yellow comes out, or that the other cars end up getting into trouble with traffic and you're able to increase a gap. Whoa! And we've got the Apex 1 off at what looks like turn 5. They must... Either they made a mistake or they had to have some help there in order to be that far off the road.
They were taking the club track there.
As we see here, it looks like side by side and a little bit of a hip check there from, looks like one of the geodesic cars again. So that put them off onto the runoff at turn 5, and lucky enough they were able to rejoin without much trouble there.
That would have been mildly amusing, though, if they ended up on the club track and just said, you know what, I'm just going to keep going around there. I'm going to cut half the track, and I don't think we would have questioned a thing if they somehow ended up in the race lead doing that.
I think I'd be on the horn to race control pretty fast, asking for
race control would notice, I think, but we're commentators. We're not very observant.
No, not at all.
That actually happened in 1959 at the U.S. Grand Prix at Sebring. Harry Schell literally cut half the track. But because there was nobody observing, there was no electronic timing, there were no cameras, nobody knew, and he got to keep the lap time, even though he cut half the track.
Well, the more you know.
I'm always wishing somebody would do that, but those pesky slowdowns and those pesky 90-minute black flags or whatever they give you when you take the NASCAR layout at Watkins Glen, those are a good deterrent.
I think Edgar Allan Poe's got a poem about that called the 90-second slowdown. I think to just go back to the poet theme.
Yeah, it is. It's terrifying. So I'm not surprised he wrote about it. So maybe break that out around Halloween. The most scary thing you can think of, the 30-second slowdown. I hate pit speeding penalties. That would be my Halloween costume, just a floating pit lane speed penalty, because that gives you nightmares.
Off the 90-second slowdown, nevermore.
Never more. Dalton Zavadil is in, by the way. Speaking of poetic nicknames, I don't know what that segue was, but Mr. Z has brought the SimCity Racing number 971 down pit lane. Final stop for him and for SimCity Racing. Not going to be a surprise there. Is there going to be a driver change though, or is Mr. Z going to stay behind the wheel? The answer is no. He is going to the end of the race.
Yeah, that's definitely the play, especially if you don't lose a lap. That looks like a 3-way battle here for 3rd, 4th, and 5th in GT3 Cup. Looks like the Visceral Esports 997's best placed with more fuel. We'll need to see the Orion and Olympus cars still to pit. But then the 2 Visceral cars are actually essentially running effective P1, P2, which would be a pretty tremendous result for them.
There's the Verstand and Nomad LMP3 as well. We've kind of lost sight of the battle for the lead in LMP3, but Behrman currently almost 13 seconds behind Graham Sanders. So that is very separated in LMP3. The lead car, though, in the lead class, Core Sim Racing, they are down pit lane. Sven Newman, is he going to stay behind the wheel? And more importantly, will this be the final stop for our overall race leaders? Are they going to be able to make it to the end from here?
It should be the final stop for the Core Autosport car, or the Core Sim Racing car, and Pascal Stix is now in the car, taking over for Newman. So that'll be Pascal into the end of the race. It looks like the closest battle we have here for the effective lead is going to be in the GT4 class. But it looks like we might have... Oh!
That's ATRS.
Apex Tech in the wall there with a little bit of a helping hand from, I think that was Geodesic car. But that looked like the Apex Tech car just did a little bit of a Pruitt fade over to the right and just turned himself on the nose of that car there.
And yet somehow, after eating fresh concrete, Gareth Higgins in that number 12 is still boasting a 2-second lead over Lachlan Behrman. This is craziness, though. Porsche Cup class, Visceral versus Olympus, still side by side, and still gonna be side by side down the back straight here. There's 2 Visceral cars, there's 1 Olympus car, and there's a bunch of very hungry cars behind as well. There's LMP3 traffic too. who's going to come out on top after turn 10. I think it's going to be whoever can keep it on the track in about 10 seconds time.
Yeah, this track position game, car play. Oh, as we see a little bit of a send there on the TCR, but it all worked out. These cars they're so close, so tight. Just got to make sure that you try to keep it on the black stuff with only 15 minutes to go here.
Some rallycross in the sport class for good measure as well. Those McLarens, I don't know if it's understeer issue or what, but I feel like we've seen them off the road a ton in the final corner. And now, as all of that is resolved, it is a visceral 1-2 in the Cup class. 7 and 8 lap stints respectively for both of these cars. Can they make it 50 more minutes to the end, or are they going to have to stop again? I don't know the Porsche Cup fuel numbers, but I feel like that would be a pretty long run with 1 minute 20 lap times to bring this car to the end of the race, or for both of these guys to bring these cars to the end of the race, because the longest stints we've seen were 37, 38 laps. The Olympus Esports number 922 is still on a 37 lap stint right now. How many laps is 50 minutes with 1 minute 20 lap times? It's time to do some calculations that I can't do. But first and foremost, here's what happened to the K. Kramer LMP3. Nope, the Vipperman LMP3. That's what happens when you have red, black, and white cars and a little half spin.
It was a really good job just to lock it up there and keep the car from spinning and put the nose back straight forward and head in a straight line.
SimCity Racing GT4 car in the sport class with a Hydra Race Geodesic LMP3 behind. Hello, how do you do? And a little bit of a loop-de-loop. No damage, no wall contact, but yet again, turn 10 proves to be a very, very treacherous intersection point between classes.
So the question's going to be if that was the Graham Sanders driving the leader or if that was one of the other geodesic LMP3s. Just because the one thing that you can't afford to do with so little time left in the race is accept a 5 or 10 second penalty for causing an incident like that, especially when you've got a lead like the one Graham Sanders has.
So I did some calculations on the side. That was the number 62, by the way, who made contact with the SimCity Racing GT4. So is that going to be a penalty potentially for the race leader? I'm sure race control is reviewing, but I did calculate 50 minutes is about 37 laps in the Cup class. So nobody can make it to the end of the race except for the team that just brought it down pit lane, the Olympus number 922. Thiagos Neves Pereira can probably bring that car to the end of the race. Unfortunately for him, though, he was third behind the two Visceral cars anyway, so it all evened out. And the two Visceral Esports, 1 and 2 right now in class, even though they do have to make an extra stop, I think they will still come out in the race lead after they make their final stop.
You see them fighting there. Fighting is probably the wrong expression, but definitely trying to do this to save fuel and extend that down like that. The deeper they're able to go, the greater likelihood there is to be a yellow, and might be able to profit on a little bit better track position.
Could be a little bit of a family feud here. They may decide they want to do some battling on the track. Because if you look who's in third in the class right now, HRS with Sebastian Nove behind the wheel, 14 seconds behind them too. So if they do decide to fight, as long as they don't take each other out, I think they do have a big enough margin that they can go gloves off.
Looks like we're hearing that the 971 has served a penalty for causing a collision.
Yeah, that was the crash at turn 1 with the Hydra Race Geodesic Cup car. 60-second penalty.
Really, really, really tough to take at this point in the race, and can really be race ending as far as maximizing your position. So really, really tough. Again, just going back to mistakes. Mistakes kill. And the team that makes the fewest mistakes or no mistakes is usually going to be the one that comes out on top.
Pit stops in the TCR class right now. Impulse Racing are making their final stop of the day, and these will be the final stops for the TCR class. Everybody still has one more to make. Team Hoistingfeld, they're going to take over the race lead with one more stop to make. I think Obsidian will probably get by this number 122 as well, potentially. But I don't know. Marcel Jochheim is doing a good job of holding on to that thing. But here comes Obsidian. They're going to be through in a second. It's going to be Impulse down to third.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if the Team Hosting Veldcar can end up making it to the end of the race on fuel as well, because they're 8 laps into their stint. I almost wonder if some of these teams are hoping for a yellow, even not necessarily to make a pit stop, but just because they'll end up saving fuel with the caution laps under yellow, and that might end up pushing them into the fuel window where they're able to make it to the end.
But I do think Impulse right now are actually going to be in the best position. I think they're going to be able to make it to the end of the race here, because they did 33 laps on that last stint. Lap times for this class are about 1:27, almost 1:30. So I think they'll be good to make it to the end of the race with 46 minutes to go when they came in. I think they're going to be good. Meanwhile, Team Hoisingfeld, they're on an 8-lap stint right now. Obsidian are on a 10-lap stint right now. They're not going to be able to make it to the end of the race. If Impulse can make it, I think they've nailed the strategy here.
No, though, Impulse definitely looks like they're in the catbird seat, and if I'm Obsidian or Hustingfeld, I'm trying to use the amount of space that I've got to Impulse, that amount of time, which is 11 seconds and 5 seconds respectively, trying to use all that time to save as much fuel as I can to see if I can't make it, and then buy myself a little bit more of a window where I can be out on track, running fast laps, waiting for a yellow to come out.
Right as I say that, Obsidian coming in to make their final stop. Sergio Herdiel Ferrero has been doing a very, very good job. He's been in this car for, I think, over an hour now, and he says, you know what, why not add another hour to this race? He's going to go to the end of the race in that car. Only 11 seconds of fuel needed to put in the tank. He's going to drop that team down to 4th in class, though. The battle on track in the sport class. Hydra Race Geodesic versus Wave Italy. Betafer versus Gonzalez. These guys both need to make their final stop as well, but before they do that, why not decide the race lead on track?
Yeah, you definitely want to be in a position where you've got track priority to make a call about if you're going to stop or not. Having to try to enter a pit lane as difficult as the Road Atlanta behind another car is extraordinarily difficult, and you can make up so much more time if you're able to have cleaner run in there yourself. So it's still going to be an intense battle between those two to see who's got the superior track position at the time to stop.
A little bit of fuel saving, it looks like, into turn 10 from the Geeks Energy Fiercely Forward entry. The number 444 with Frederick Schwartz now behind the wheel. I don't think they're going to be able to make it to the end. They're currently on a 9-lap stint, but it looks like Schwartz was saving a lot of fuel there. Is he thinking about making it to the end, or is he just thinking about minimizing the final pit stop?
I'd say a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. That's definitely the strategy I would take at this particular moment in time. You got nothing to lose, and you're still under green flag conditions. You're way better off trying to save the fuel to try to extend the stint and hope for a yellow that you might end up, like I said, being able to push yourself into a window where you can make it to the end.
Lap times in this class are just under 1:30 as well, and we know they can make it. We know they can make it 27 laps. I think they can make it about 33 laps actually total in GT4. So if you came in about 10 minutes ago, you'd be good to make it to the end of the race, I believe. But are you going to be good enough to make it to the end right now? These are all the questions that I think all these teams are very lucky they have strategists to answer, because the math is hard, and you can't trust commentators' math to solve any of it. What is an easy solution to some of my problems, though, is you just saw the Visceral Esports number 997 bring it down pit lane in the Cup class. Everybody in the Cup class has one final stop to make. Everybody in the LMP3 class has one final stop to make as well. The overall leader, Graham Sanders, is going to make his and Hydra Race Geodesic's final stop of the day.
Yeah, this should just be a super short fill just for fuel only to make sure they can make it to the end. And haven't seen any protests in yet for the Graham Sanders car related to that contact they had earlier at exit of 10B, but doesn't change the fact that their game plan needs to be go as fast as you can and try to keep that lead on track.
And how things went wrong for Prestanda Nomad. Looked to be in the fight for the race lead, but before Graham Sanders brought that car down pit lane for Hydra Race Geodesic, there were 18 seconds between Hydra Race Geodesic and Prestanda Nomad after that big bit of a spin up at the top of the hill after contact with the Orion Cup car. It has just been downhill for Behrman, and he's got to look in the rear window now because Alec Bergstrom is on the scene through traffic, and Bergstrom wants to put this Moradness M Squad LMP3 onto the podium.
Yeah, these cars here are all in a row in the LMP3 class. That spin probably only cost Behrman maybe 4 or 5 seconds, and Graham's just been able to pull away in traffic, extending that gap out to I think at the time of the Graham stop was about 14-15 seconds, which is really good for Graham because it means that time, even if he's given a 10-second time penalty, he's insulated against whatever would happen there. And would be able to keep the lead as we see the Moradness M Squad car putting the Prestanda car under some serious pressure here. And I think both of them still need to make a stop as well. But same principle applies to these cars too. You want to have the track position, be able to make a call about when you're pitting or not. So they get trapped here behind this.
Bergstrom!
He spun.
As they were driving directly into the sun, potentially a little bit of target fixation for Alec Bergstrom, and he loops it around right in front of the Apex 1 GT4. Luckily, no damage, but as the sun is setting here, the sun is inconveniently setting in the most inconvenient corner on the track.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a quite weird little half spin there that ended up costing Bergstrom quite a bit of time. Might be a case where the car just became unloaded as he was traveling behind the slower train, and it caught him out a little bit, and potentially a little bit of excess steering angle, a little bit of excess brake just as he was trying to make the corner, and it just caused the car's already spinning even before he gets to the apex there. He's just not able to make the correction to straighten it up. Really unfortunate there because Alec was looking really, really good for a really good finish, and to take that spot away from the Prestanda car.
It is a surprising mistake because Alec Bergstrom has been cutting his teeth all season long in the Precision Racing League LMP3 GT4 series with similar dynamics. So it's not a mistake you expect from a driver like that. You did just see one of the sport class cars coming down pit lane, and that's going to be the final stop for Impulse, I believe, one of the many Hyperion, one of the many black and blue cars.
They'll be in for their final stop as well. Just fuel only, not enough time to take any tires or have them be worthwhile even in these conditions. Oh, TCR car stopped through the S's trying to rejoin this Core Autos or the Core Simsport car.
Yeah, that's Ayrton Rudeman behind the wheel. Looks to be a rear wing lodged in the grass as well. I think he's going to be able to get it going again, but that is an ailing car, and it's not often you see the trunk lid off of a TCR car. But I think he may have gotten a little bit of help.
He absolutely did get help. I have to see, but it looks like the K. Kramer car might have been actually the offending party there. Just more mistakes. Just not even a possibility for an overtake there. So that's just straight up mistake by Jan. Not necessarily something you'd want to see from his side or that benefits either car. So definitely something that will affect their result moving forward, and not something you want to see for sure.
If any executives from Hyundai are watching, we've got the new model, the Hyundai Crab, down there as we check out a replay of the offending contact. It was a kiss of the tire wall, but it was a pretty hard kiss, and the trunk said, "You know what? I'm thinking about staying on the car, but no, I'm hopping off of here."
Yeah, some lucky fan will be able to take that home and have a pretty good souvenir from the crustacean that is that particular brand of Hyundai now. So definitely not how you want your race to go again with 37 minutes to go. So close to the finish after so much chaos as well. Lots of opportunities having been offered for grabbing spots that not exactly what you want to do. So we see the Alec get around the core car for P2.
But getting very held up by the Obsidian TCR through the final corner, and that's going to be Pascal Stix back up into second. But these are cars on two very different strategies. Stix came in 12 laps ago. Bergstrom on a 20-lap long stint. He's going to have less fuel. He's going to have a lighter car, and that is going to help him in continuing to fight for second. It's going to make Pascal Stix very unhappy though, because He's in his own fight right now. He might even be thinking about making it to the end. I don't know if he's going to be able to do that, but he's in a separate race.
36 minutes to go. That'll be close. As we see the Apex car here around the RJD GT4. That's a good fight there. The flashing of the lights with the gap, probably a signal that something happened earlier that wasn't too appreciated. Geodesic GT4 is here, running down through the S's. Oh, the Geodesic Porsche off. You can see just how hard these drivers are pushing as well. A lot of these mistakes are attributable just to over pushing the car, trying to really, really maximize entry speed, braking zones, everything in order to capitalize on issues, trying to maximize those points.
Final stop for the HERS Academy, number 12. Gareth Higgins brings that car down pit lane. For a car that was spun at one point into a concrete wall, that car has shockingly little damage, and HERS are going to be in for a good run to the end here. But this is the battle for 5th in TCR, or in sport, I believe. Actually, the battle for 8th. I have to go a couple spots back because Impulse are currently in 5th, then Prestanda Nomad, then Geeks Energy and Fiercely Forward, then Hydro Race Geodesic Vertex with Anton Roger behind the wheel. They're going to keep fighting that out on track as you see the Prestanda Nomad GT4 coming in ahead of them. There's final stops coming, just not for these two. They're going to keep fighting on track.
Yeah, this is an important battle here. Oh, entering turn 1, just you see how close the cars get. Looks like a car off the road there, maybe.
The Orion Cup car could be a little bit of target fixation coming into the S's, but that's not going to be a trick that Frederick Schwartz is going to fall for. Here's what happened to that Orion car: a little bit of a wiggle on entry, and then it gets even worse at him.
Yeah, just pretty remarkable he was able to save it considering how loose that car got on the entry. It's really, really tricky, that turn 1. More often than not, you're almost completely off the road there, just past the apex. So really, really good job to keep it on track.
More trouble in the sport class. This is where it's all been going on. Wave Italy and Hydro Race Geodesic into turn 7. A very clean 360, but that was absolutely a 360 no-scope from the Wave Italy Mercedes.
Yeah, that was the battle for the effective lead in the GTs in the sport class as well. Looks like the Wave Italy car turned down quite aggressively on the apex there with the Geodesic car. I'm not sure if there's a penalty worthwhile to investigate there, but I'm sure that the Geodesic team will be submitting something to see what the stewards say.
That is going to be thoroughly investigated, especially because it was for the race lead. Hugo Gonzalez Aranda in the Wave Italy car, John Badefer in the Hydro Race Geodesic car. I hope that wasn't the move that decides the win in this race. Both of those guys still have one more stop to make, and Hugo Gonzalez Aranda has been otherwise picture perfect, squeaky clean all day long. John Badefer is going to be ruining that one little bit of contact, and now a 4-second gap separating the top two in the sport class.
Yeah, it's just that easy to have an issue like that cause a bunch of time loss, and 4 seconds, just like the 2-second gap that John was able to benefit from with pace earlier on. That 4 seconds is just a masterful cushion that you're able to really manage. So really, really good opportunity.
By the way,
for
Adam,
the win
sorry to interrupt you, but I just realized something. The penalty that Wave Italy, the number 486, got for leaving too large of a gap during the restart, they have a 5-second penalty still to serve. So they, technically, even with that 4-second gap, they wouldn't end up in the race lead if they have to serve that 5-second penalty in the next pit stop. That might be a little bit of solace for Hydro Race Geodesic right now.
That might be why the Wave Italy car was so aggressive there at the apex, is because they realized that the only way that they can make up that 5-second gap to try to capture a race win would be to develop a gap and by grabbing the lead from the Geodesic car. So really interesting there. We'll have to see how fast the Wave Italy car is able to move through traffic and progress down the road here to try to pull out a 5.1 second gap against the Geodesic car.
There's not many pending penalties left, but with 30 minutes and final stops coming, you're going to see a lot of teams potentially serving. There may be another penalty there as XBD and Glacier, 2 sport entries, come together into turn 1. that could have been far worse than it was, with front end to rear end contact into the fastest corner on the track.
Yeah, these drivers are definitely hanging it all out. Little over 30 minutes to go here. You got to appreciate the spirit, but it might not be the best way to make sure. Oh man, as more contact happens, oh,
still saving it. Eventually, they got it pointed straight. That was a crash that lasted about 5 corners, though, for Luis Martinez.
Yeah, definitely not the kind of thing you want to have with 30 minutes to go. These drivers need to maybe take it from 12 and bring it down to 11 and a half, just to make sure they're able to get to the end of the race. The last thing you want to do was pop it into a wall or end up in the pit lane with terminal damage with only 30 minutes left.
Number 463 in the sport classes served their penalty. I don't believe they're going to be in conversation for the race lead. We did get a message in the chat, by the way, Adam, from Margot Cornash. She says, "If you don't make risky, then you don't drink whiskey," and I think that explains a lot today.
Well, that's one way to think about it for sure.
I'm going to put that on my wall. I'm going to make like a live, laugh, love sign with, "If you don't make risky, then you don't drink whiskey."
Yeah, keep calm and chive on.
That's for me.
I'm a whiskey drinker, so it works for me too.
There you go. Good stuff. We're making friends in the booth today with the people in the chat. If you are still with us, who are you rooting on in the final 30 minutes of this race? Who's going to end up winning? Who's going to be heartbroken at the end of it all? We want to see all the predictions. Core Sim Racing in the lead in LMP3, still waiting for them to make their final stop. If they do have to make it, I think all laws of physics suggest that Pascal Stix is going to have to drive this car down pit lane one more time, but he's been fuel saving, and it's never a foregone conclusion to know if anybody's going to be able to pull off an alternate pit strategy.
No, and with a 9-second gap there to the geodesic car of Graham Sanders in P2, it's possible that he's able to make it. That 9 seconds is really useful because it means you're able to lift and coast or clutch and coast significantly further, which is really helpful to saving fuel. In a situation like this, even here, where he's trapped behind the GT4 car, you're able to really save and not feel like you're under pressure to make a move. All this is doing wonders for the fuel-saving game, and it'll be tight to see if he can make it the rest of the way, but the fuel save is definitely the only way that's really going to save them at the moment, except for another yellow here with 28 minutes left.
So lap times in LMP3 are about 75 seconds. That's 24 laps to the end of the race. 24 plus 18, that's a 42-lap stint. I don't think that's possible for Core Sim Racing. I don't think they're going to be able to do that, but I don't remember what the longest stint in this class has been all race long. I think it was around 37 laps. I think extending the field by 5 laps may be too big of a concern. Speaking of Core, though, it's the other Core team spun out of the final corner, and they had rear-end damage last time. Now it looks to be some heavy front-end damage.
See if they are able to get the car rolling. I'm sure they're stopped right now just to make sure that all the cars that are oncoming are able to get by without issue. One of the issues with having this large grid multi-class is that...
Visceral. Oh. That's the potential winner in the Cup class getting involved.
Not what you want to see if you're close to a race lead.
Did not know. I didn't see if that was the number 997 or the number 901, but there is a tow for the Core TCR. I don't think that's going to be a safety car because they were able to tow. They were able to get back to pit lane, and that was the 901 of Vince Peters who was involved in there. We'll take a look at the replay. Do you think it's any fault of Peters, or is it the TCR in front?
Looks like he's the TCR heads literally halfway through a spin, and the GT3 Cup car just gave him a helping hand a little bit. I wouldn't put that on the Cup car for sure, although it's not an incident you want to be having at any point in the race, let alone with so little time left.
I have a feeling race control is going to agree with you. Poor old Ayrton Rudeman, just he's out. I think that's going to be enough punishment. The fact that car is out of the race of its own doing. I don't think there will be any more involvement here, but we've got former Supreme Court Justice William Brennan in the chat cheering on his team, Hyperion Racing. It's only a battle for 15th right now between Jeffrey Lund and Dennis Brizic, but it's a battle for points all the same. Points go all the way down in the GSI ClubSport Series by IVRA. Maybe a battle for 15th, but it's going to be hardly fought in the final 26 minutes.
Yeah, even these spots are important to get, if for no other reason than for a little bit of pride and showing that you're able to make sure that you're the better car and the better driver. So pride, even in these spots, is still worth points, which is why these cars will be fighting so hard.
I've got the points matrix up on the side of my screen. 15th place pays 19 points. 16th place, 16 points. So that's a pretty solid margin. The championship could come down to 3 points at the end of it all, or at least a battle for a championship position. So exactly as you say, every point matters. It is a season-long championship. It's all about stacking up results, and that's what everybody's trying to do here. Prestanda Nomad versus ATRS. Both of these teams have completed their final bouts of service, I believe. Lachlan Behrman versus Gareth Higgins. This is going to be a battle on track to the end of the race. It's not going to be for the win unless something goes wrong, but it could be for the final spots on the podium.
Yeah, these cars are having a battle of what if, what could have been. But even still, 4th and 5th still pay out significantly different points. So with 24 minutes left, they're going to be they've already made their last stop, as you say. So there's no fuel strategy, there's no fuel battle, there's no pit battle. It's just driver versus driver, car versus car. Whoever can come out ahead is going to snag those points.
And Brennan does point out from Hyperion, they are a little bit higher up than they'd expect, or than we'd expect with them down in 15th and 16th. Still a lot of teams in the sport class that need to bring it down pit lane. But once that's all resolved, we'll get you their final position. Both of these cars have a little bit of damage, I think, Adam, because the ATRS car got hit, it got spun into a concrete wall into turn 10. The Prestanda Nomad car got spun after turn 10. Both have taken repairs, both look fairly clean, but both have been involved in incidents today, or not their healthiest selves, as Gareth Higgins peeks to the outside.
Yeah, that damage isn't mattering a whole lot for the efficiencies of the cars, because they're battling here side by side, entering 10A. It looks like the Prestanda car is going to have the high ground entry. Doesn't look like the ATRS car is going to have a switchback opportunity, so we'll have to wait another lap here to try again.
This is going to be painful in the championship, I think, because I don't have the halfway points next to me. I don't know how that's going to add up, but if Hydra Race Geodesic wins this race, they'll close down the championship gap. I don't think they're going to be able to jump it, but here's something even more pressing. Colossal impact between the core GT4 and I believe the Vipperman LMP3. A lot of red, white, and black cars yet again, all meeting each other in the concrete wall.
Yeah, that was a big one there. Looks like the core car came out significantly worse. Just again another tough one of too little track space, too many cars, which is remarkable considering that section of Road Atlanta is pretty wide. But that's again 20 minutes remaining. You really don't want to do a whole lot there.
This has been separated a little bit. Behrman pulling away for the moment, but traffic has been dealt with, and there's some clean air for a couple of moments. There's one of the GT4s. That's the damaged core GT4 right ahead, who they have to deal with. And about 20 minutes to go. Apologies for some technical difficulties here. We've had to restart the timing software. We'll have those graphics back up in just a moment. But luckily, we have a battle for position on track, which makes it very easy to determine the positions.
Yeah, these cars, again, they're just fighting for everything they've got here with about 20 minutes left. It's always a good thing when you're able to have had issues and have damage and still come away with the top 5, which both these cars, as long as there aren't further issues, will both do. But still, it's going to be, both these teams and drivers are going to be thinking about the race that could have been if they'd had fewer issues earlier on in the race within the last couple hours here.
Straight line speed for the ATRS LMP3 seems to have been a little bit better over the course of the race. So is he going to be able to take advantage of that? We're not going to get to see that because it's Rusty Spatulas doing battle with some GT4 traffic. Mercedes versus Mercedes yet again. SimuCube versus XBD. The battle of the sponsors and the battle of Rusty Spatulas versus XBD.
Yeah, again, these cars are both all strategies on the pit lane have played out. They're literally just fighting each other to the finish for the last spot in the top 10. And it's going to be interesting to see how traffic plays out, helps and hurts. You can still see lots of drivers are having issues as we see a battle here with a couple SimCity SRN.
Yeah, this is the battle for 9th currently. SimCity Racing versus SRN. I think this is going to be probably about 7th or 8th when everything cycles out, but it's unknown. I don't know if SimCity served that 60-second penalty, by the way. They have. So Dalton Zavadil did serve that 60-second penalty that came from the contact with Ian Lake coming into turn 1. So they're done serving all their penalties. They're done with their jail time. And now it's a race to the finish to see how much they can hold on to after serving a pretty catastrophic penalty.
Yeah, there'll still be P9 in class, which will be welcomed, but they'll also be thinking about that 60-second penalty that will put them significantly further up in the field if they didn't have it.
Kay Kramer, Geeks Energy and Fiercely Forward, RJD and Hugh Jass, 4 different teams. 4 different manufacturers, if I'm not mistaken. Hugh Jass BMW, RJD Aston Martin, Geeks Energy and Fiercely Forward in the Mercedes, and Kay Kramer just off screen. Ah, darn, they broke it. They're in a Mercedes as well. We could have had a beautiful 4-manufacturer battle if only that Hydra Race Geodesic Cup car was a Porsche GT4 car. We could have had the quadfecta there.
Yeah, it looks like the RJD car and the Hugh Jazz car are just slightly better on fuel, but I don't think that's going to matter at this point with only 20 minutes left. This, again, straight up battle right to the finish. Let's see who can come out on top.
Still many pit stops to be awaited. Core Sim Racing, unless they're able to pull an almighty fuel-saving stint, I think they're still going to have to bring it down pit lane in LMP3. In the Cup class, we're seeing the final stop now for the Apex 1 number 992. That's going to be the final fuel stop for them, and that tells me that the final stops for ATRS, for Wave Italy, are not too far away. We may finally see the true order, which will likely be with the 2 Visceral Cup cars in the lead of that class.
Yeah, and those cars are all within about 7 seconds of each other, so a battle here or there, an issue on your in-lap or your out-lap can bring everyone back together. I know Beckham Yassir and Sebastian Hove are both fantastic drivers. They're going to be pushing as hard as they can to make sure that they can capitalize on any issues.
And after that pit stop, the Apex 1 number 992 has ended up in 5th, so I don't think Dalton Zavadil can expect many positions. I don't think SimCity Racing are going to be promoted much with any further pit stops, so they're going to have to settle for 8th. But for a race where they literally received a full minute penalty, I don't think finishing 8th is going to be too bad for them. They're 2nd in the championship right now, about 20 points behind Visceral. They're going to lose out there, but they got halfway points, and it could have been far, far worse.
Yeah, definitely a race of attrition, and one where you can take advantage of other teams making mistakes. And if you're one of the teams that make mistakes, then that attrition can actually work to your advantage, and it ends up being a race of mitigation where you just try to salvage as many points as you can.
Kay Kramer in LMP3, final stop for them. That's after a 34-lap stint. That doesn't bode well for Core. I think they're going to have to make another stop. They're not going to be able to hold on to this race lead no matter how much fuel saving they do. It's going to be Hydra Race Geodesic 17 seconds ahead of Lachlan Behrman and Prestanda Nomad. But that battle for 2nd is going to be critical, Adam, because we've just gotten word from the stewards. 5-second penalty handed down to the Prestanda Nomad number 56 for contact. Remember, with that Orion Cup car up at turn 10 that ended up looping Behrman around, they have been given the penalty for that, and he's going to have to add 5 seconds to his race time at the end of this all.
Yeah, so Behrman's going to need to do his best to, after all this cycles out, to try to build a 5.1 second gap or 5.001 second gap to ATRS behind, in order to make sure that he can keep that what'll end up being, I think, second spot on track. And that's like, if he's able to pull it off, then again, with the principle of mitigation, finishing second behind the Geodesic car will probably keep them close to the point lead there in the LMP3 class.
You saw the final stop for K. Kramer Racing Esports and GT4 as well. Philip Weiss performing the final bit of service there. Glacier Racing down as well. Only 15 minutes to go. It's very late in the running, but there still are many, many cars that have yet to come in. The final orders in basically every one of these, or at least in the sport class, you're going to have to wait until the end of the race to get the true resolution there. This is SimCity Racing in the Cup class, getting through some Wave Italy GT4 sport traffic. There's a couple more penalties that haven't been served yet, by the way. The number 974, not too worried about that. The number 922, though, that's the Olympus car that was potentially fighting for the top 5. They have been given a 10-second penalty for contact with a GT4, so that could be them out of the top 5 as well.
And the 462 Geodesic car with John Betafure, he's ended up making his final stop 5 laps ago. Oh, it's
Wave Italy and GT4, that's the race leader, that's the class leader, and that is total destruction for a team that already had to serve a 5-second penalty at the pit stop. Now they're serving an infinite penalty. Their race is over.
That's devastating accident there. We'll have to go back
and
and see what
could this
happened.
be a safety car, Adam?
I think it might be that.
Could it be a safety car, or are we going to be able to go to the end here under green flag conditions? I think it's so close to the end that we may be able to just finish this race and tow that car off to the side. We've got to wait and see what race control says.
Yeah, I think we're within the window towards the end of the race where safety cars won't be called. That's an absolutely brutal mistake and crash that literally takes that Wave Italy car out of what would probably be close to the lead, to finishing way down the order. Brutal incident and race-changing mistake there.
And they were allowed to tow, so no safety car. We are going to finish this race, and we're going to race to the end. The other Wave Italy car in the Cup class, by the way, coincidentally has brought it down pit lane for their final stop. Going to get some resolution there. And now, well, let's see what happened here first. That's the Brabham TCR car, I believe. And it just looks like a similar situation, Adam, that we've seen all sorts of times coming through the S's of multi-class traffic in a single groove part of the racetrack.
Yeah, the Wave Italy car there tried to go too wide. It looks like there was a little bit of netcode that might have started the spin by the Brabham car, but there was definitely a subsequent contact that pushed the Wave Italy car right nose first in the concrete barrier, doing probably about $180, which usually suspension components and engine components don't like. So that will almost certainly spell the end for the Wave Italy car here for the end of the race.
Back to the battle for third here. This is separated out a little bit. At one point, Gareth Higgins was all over the back of Behrman. They were both of these cars were separated by about 0.2 of a second. They were using the draft. They were right next to each other. It's elevated to about 0.7 of a second right now. Higgins needs to find another gear, I think, to bring down this gap if he wants to even think about second place. If not, looks like it's likely going to be third once Cork bring that car down for its final stop.
Yeah, Prestanda's going to have to hope for quite a bit of traffic luck here in order to try to build this gap. Only 12 minutes remaining, so call it about 9 laps worth of time here. It'll be a near miracle in order to be able to pull out this 5-second gap here to prevent the penalty from pulling them off the second step of the podium.
Yeah, that makes things even more interesting, because you're exactly right. There is still that 5-second penalty for Behrman and for Prestanda Nomad, but does that put Core back in conversation for the podium? If they do have to make a final stop, if they have to come in for a splash, could they come in less than 5 seconds behind Prestanda Nomad and maybe still end up on the podium somehow?
It'll be very close. Just given the gap here to P3, it looks to be about a 25-second gap from core to Prestanda. Plus 5 seconds means the gap's effectively 30 seconds. Depending on the amount of fuel and how quickly and efficiently Pascal and the core sim racing LMP3 can get in the pit lane, definitely possible. Which I know is a concrete answer. Definitely possible.
Definitely possible. Big checkup here for Prestanda Nomad. They're in a very relevant bunch of cars here, because thinking about who can make it to the end, John Badifer and Hydra Race Geodesic in 5th can obviously make it to the end. They came in 8 laps ago, but RJD, they're on a 25-lap stint right now. Hugh Jass are on a 26-lap stint right now. You can make it up to 34, 35 laps in a GT4 car. There's not going to be 10 laps left in this race. This could be RJD versus Hugh Jass. This could be the battle for the win on track right now.
Yeah, really, really important. It's going to be, it should be a fight anyways, but definitely with the prospect of a race win on the cards, you're going to see these guys fight tooth and nail here with 10 minutes left to go.
The thing that makes it tougher, though, is look who's right behind. That is John Badifer in that McLaren at the top of your screen. He is within one camera shot of the RJD entry, of the Hugh Jass entry. Florian Denzler and Giovanni Romano, they may be comfortable right now to make it to the end. They're not going to be so comfortable when they see John Badifer behind them.
No, and you got to know John will be pushing like crazy to make sure that there's not even the possibility that they'll need to pit for fuel. He'll want to resolve this position on track, and he's definitely got the pace to do it, considering he's essentially made it an extra stop compared to them and is able to really push and not have any fuel concerns.
This BMW has not been the car of choice all season long. Obviously, the Hugh Jass team, they've got a long history with BMW, so they're still going to go for their car, but it has not been the car to choose. They've still been doing a solid job with it, though, and if it can come out with a win, that would be absolutely triumphant for this organization that's been around sim racing for so long. Jacob O'Reilly has brought the Archer Brothers number 460 down pit lane for the final time. That's going to promote this battle into 1, 2, and 3. It's the battle for the lead on track, and it's the battle for the lead separated by nothing now.
Yeah, this is going to be tooth and nail stuff here. Fighting for the lead. You're in a very difficult position because you want to be able to really get your elbows out, but again, you've got essentially a guaranteed podium on the cards if you're able to keep the car on track. So it's going to be a measured but aggressive fight here for these 3 cars. Although I'm sure, given the pace that John in the Geodesic car has shown all race, and the fact that he was in the effective lead racing against that Wave Italy car, he's going to do his damnedest to get past these cars, put them in really compromising spots to try to get by.
We're not going to take a look away from this because it's the battle on track, but the Cup class has also been resolved. Final pit stops have come in for HERS, the number 913, and for Wave Italy, the number 916. Those are done. That is the order. Sebastian Hove is going to be able to bring that car to the finish, but this is so intense right now. The Hugh Jass car, faster in a straight line, seemingly a little bit better on the brakes, but getting held up behind Florian Denzler, and John Badifer has only got closer. There's now 4 tenths separating 3 cars for the lead.
Yeah, you can throw out the lap times and the gaps because the cars are right there in front of you. The Geodesic car is going to be so quick down through here, but there's not a whole lot of places you can place the car in order to facilitate an overtake, especially when you got these multi-class other classes running at the same time. The one thing you don't want is you don't want to get balked and get pitchforked between another class like you see there with John.
It's time to go split screen mode. You got the battle in sport at the top of your screen, the battle in cup at the bottom of your screen. That was pretty straightforward. Beckham Jasir taking second place away from Antonis Despotakis. It's going to be second for Visceral. With only a couple of laps to go, can Beckham be fast enough to bring that gap down to Sebastian Hove? On the last lap, he was actually 2.5 seconds faster. I think traffic had a little bit to do with that, but Beckham Jasir is as fast as anybody. If anybody can bring down a gap like that, it's him. Up in LMP3, though, overall race leader is in for the final stop. Core Sim Racing are not going to make a fuel miracle happen. Graham Sanders and Hydra Race Geodesic are going to take the lead in that class, and we're not done in sport either.
Yeah, this is easily the most intense battle here, with all these cars being able to make it to the end. Really, really, really close. This is fingernail type stuff with these cars. It's going to be traffic.
Core have actually come out fairly well. They've come out in second, I think, ahead of Prestanda Nomad and ahead of the ATRS Academy. So it's actually gone very, very well for Core here. Remember, they were leading at halfway. They're going to get a ton of points for that. And for a second place finish as well, they're going to get 91 points. They're going to score more points today, I think, than Hydra Race Geodesic is. So they might not get the win on track, but it's going to be a fantastic day if they can finish this out. So, well done, Core Sim Racing. They've been known to go off strategy all season long, and it may finally pay off for them. If there is trouble for Hydra Race Geodesic, maybe it could even be a win. Maybe there could be trouble for Hydra Race Geodesic in sport as well, because they are just absolutely stuck right now. For as fast as John Batafer is, GT4 Dirty Air is a very real thing, and he's learning that firsthand yet again.
Yeah, as Murray Walker has said, catching someone is one thing, passing them is another, and you see the effect of just having to manage your gap a little bit, manage the traffic a little bit, just really puts that extra birdie in your ear to prevent overtaking. Just makes it that much harder, and you definitely don't want to have an incident either, which I'm sure is what John is thinking as well.
Trouble between Echelon and Apex 1 in the sport class. Little bit of contact through turn 10A. Both did very well keep that pointed straight, but that was the Hydra Race Geodesic GT4 Porsche, I believe, that was coming through there. That wasn't quite so lucky, but they've had a bad day already. That was another punch to Anton Reger.
Yeah, this multi-class traffic really has the potential to increase or shrink gaps. We can see that the RJD car's been able to skip away a little bit with that traffic interference, but it's made it a little bit easier for John, who will have the draft, where the Hugh Jans car won't have any tow or draft to try to facilitate an overtake. This will be really, really close here. Again, we're coming down to probably 3 laps to go here.
Here we go. This Aston Martin is so fast in a straight line. This BMW is so fast in a straight line, and the McLaren we rode on board with is also very fast in a straight line. Is this going to be Batafer's ticket to get through Huge Ass into turn 10? He's got the inside for the first time, and is this going to be a straightforward move for Batafer? It is not. Still side by side into the second part of the corner. It's very difficult to make that happen. There's a Trek Esports LMP3 that's coming through, but Batafer's going to be able to find the inside into the final corner, and John Batafer books Hydra Race Geodesic into second. Only one more car to pass now.
Brilliant job by John there to execute the cutback. He was able to stay on the outside of the apex of turn A or 10A, and then initiate the cutback for 10B.
Still fighting for these last spots. P8, P9, P10, P11. It's all Mercedes all the time, and it might be 3 wide with an Aston Martin in the scene as well into turn 6. They're going to resolve it for the moment, but it's SimCity Racing versus Geeks Energy and Fiercely Forward, 2 very similarly liveried cars, and they look identical because they're stuck together on the track.
Yeah, these cars are literally all over a blanket.
Oh, there's P9. There's one of the other Geeks Energy and Fiercely Forward cars off the road. Take the deck lid off, get it going again. Not going to be a safety car. 2 minutes 30 to go. That is just going to be a punch in the face for that team. And that's always frustrating, Adam, when you've made it almost to the end of the race. You literally have 2 laps to go, and then you get race-ending damage. That's almost worse than if it happens early.
That's the epitome of painful. You've put in all this work and effort and time to try to put yourself in a position, and something small like that just forces the car off the track and ruins a really good result. Real big shame there.
Helps to widen your net, though. So if you've got multiple cars in the race, that means that even if you lose one car, you've still got a little bit of hope if you've got another car rolling there. But GT4's not done. 2 laps to go, I believe, for this class, and that gap is nothing. Half a second between RJD and Hydra Race Geodesic. You saw how easily Betafer was able to get by that huge ass car once he actually finally got a shot to be alongside with Giovanni Romano. Can he do the same on Florian Denzler? Can he get there in the first place? And when he's fighting for the race lead, is it going to be that much more difficult to get by?
Yeah, I think the RJD car and Florian Denzler, he's going to really make it difficult for Graham to facilitate an overtake, or for John to facilitate an overtake. If you're John, you're thinking you don't need to go for a Hail Mary send. You just got to put yourself in a position where you can try something on the last lap, or where you can make a move based on taking advantage of some lap car involvement, or some multi-class involvement. You just got to try to get yourself just a little closer to buy yourself an opportunity.
Not sure if it's going to be the white flag this time for these guys, or 2 to go. Not entirely. It's going to be 2 to go, actually. Graham Sanders is behind these guys on track. So, will they both have enough fuel to make it to the end? Will Betafer have enough time to think about making the move through the final corner for potentially the penultimate time? He's within 0.2 of a second. You're not going to make the move into turn 1, but Betafer's going to be there the second he gets that opportunity into turn 10 or into turn 7. Or even into turn 3, he thinks better of it.
Yeah, that's a really good call there by John. You don't need to force a move right away. As the leader takes the white flag here in LMP3, Graham will be completing the last lap here, but this is definitely the closest battle and the most important battle on track we've got at the moment.
We'll make sure to take you to Graham Sanders to the finish, but these guys still have this lap and 1 lap after this to... well, actually, depending on if Sanders catches them, they may finish this race on this lap, but I don't know if Sanders is going to be fast enough to put them 1 lap down. Betafer's got the exit he needed, though, out of turn 7, within 1/10, using the slipperiness of that McLaren. Is he going to be able to get to the inside to turn 10, or is Denzler going to force him the long way around? Denzler doesn't go defensive. Betafer's going to get to the inside into turn 10. That's going to give him the outside into turn 10A, though, or it would in normal circumstances. It doesn't there because Betafer is so much later on the brakes that he's able to terrifically take control, and that's going to be Betafer and Hydra Race Geodesic up in the lead because RJD are out of fuel. No wonder it was so easy to get by them. They're out of fuel, and they've got to make it a whole nother lap around, and that's not going to happen. But you've only got to go a couple seconds back because Graham Sanders and Hydra Race Geodesic are coming through the final corner. It's wham bam, thank you, Graham. Again, a phenomenal final stint. After heartbreak at Daytona, it's 2 wins in a row for Hydra Race Geodesic, the number 62 team in LMP3.
Yeah, Graham Sanders doing what Geodesic and Graham Sanders do with a really well done race. Fuel strategy played out, race strategy played out, kept it out of trouble. They were able to come home with the win.
And that was actually a ridiculously close finish between ATRS and Visceral. There was a colossal impact with the second Visceral car and with the Wave Italy Cup car a little bit further back at the final chicane. But there were only 0.3 between ATRS and Sebastian Hove and Beckham Jasir and Visceral. So that was another triumphant final stint for Beckham Jasir. This wasn't quite enough, and ATRS come home with the win in the Cup class. Hydra Race Geodesic are going to take 2 wins today because John Betafer is going to come through the final chicane here and take that win for them, the number 462 team in the sport class, and our 4th class. TCR was a quieter class than any other, but Marcel Jochheim is going to take the Impulse Racing number 122 to the line, and Impulse win in TCR, Hydra Race Geodesic win in sport.
Brilliantly run race by all of them. They were able to keep the cars as clean as they needed to, and they were able to not make they made fewer mistakes than their other opponents, and they were able to bring it home with wins and podiums.
And that is the first win of the season for both of those teams. Hydra Race Geodesic winning for the first time this season in sport, Impulse winning for the first time in TCR. It was the second win of the season actually for ATRS. They won last time out at Road America. And it was the second win of the season as well for Hydra Race Geodesic and LMP3. But what absolute drama we had all race long there, Adam. Yet again, a late race safety car, fuel concerns, and all sorts of other drama makes yet another phenomenal race of the GSI Club Sports Series by IVRA.
Yeah, IVRA does it again. Just the format, the car classes, the cars, the drivers. it keeps everyone on their toes and keeps strategy and the broadcast interesting for sure.
And I got to give Sebastian Hove the underrated driver of the day award, because we did not talk about that ATRS number 913 much in the Cup class, but they were so strong. They got the race lead when it mattered. Hove was able to hold on with a charging Beckham Jasir at the end, and that's their second win of the season. This has been a quiet championship run for ATRS, and they may be the favorites coming into the second half of the season.
Yeah, that second half is really good to treat kind of like a reset, but if you've been able to get some really good finishes kind of under the radar, then it means that you're doing it without making a bunch of noise, without making a bunch of mistakes. Really good solid base to launch off of for the second part of the season.
Got the results ready here, taking us through. Graham Sanders brought that number 62 home, and it's Hydra Race Geodesic, the number 62. Graham Sanders and Miguel Vigo that win yet again in LMP3. Core Sim Racing, Pascal Stix and Sven Newman. Phenomenal run for them, and with an alternate strategy, they both got halfway points and finished second. They are going to be ecstatic with that day. Lachlan Behrman and Prestanda Nomad, him and Jason Dilworth, are not actually going to finish third. There's going to be 5 seconds added to their race time, and Gareth Higgins and the ATRS Academy, they are going to finish in third. Him and Blakesley, they're going to get the final spot on the podium. Alec Bergstrom and the Moradness M squad finish 5th, and then it's K. Kramer Racing Esports, Team Hoisingfeld, Trek Esports, Vipperman Racing, and Bootson VDS by Undercut, rounding out the top 10 in class. Then you've got a few more teams that ran into assorted amounts of trouble. The used car lot of Hydra Race Geodesic number 72, Hydra Race Geodesic number 64. They traded a win for this bad luck. You saw a hellacious impact after that safety car a couple hours ago for the JDR number 1, and Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage. They have just had a hellish season with tons of bad luck, and it happens yet again today. In the Cup class, the quiet winner, ATRS Esports, Sebastian Hove, bringing that car home. Phenomenal stuff from that team, and another win to add to their equation with Luis Bilecki, who's here as well. Beckham Jasir brought the Visceral car home in second, then Wave Italy rounded out the podium. I believe no penalties yet to be served, so I believe that will still be your podium. Visceral number 901 and Apex 1 round out the top 5. Olympus Esports, I think they still have a pending penalty that Tiago Neves Pereira accrued, so they're going to drop down, and they're going to promote SRN, Orion, and the other Olympus car with Joao Afonso and Lyubov Ozratskovskaya up a couple spots. Dalton Zavadil, Mr. Z for SimCity Racing, served a 60-second penalty and somehow still brought that car home in the top 10. Good stuff from them. Could have been far worse. Then K. Kramer, Hydra Race Geodesic, and Impulse Racing all ran into their own assorted amounts of trouble in the Cup class as well. The Sport class, because the hits keep on coming. John Batafer with a last lap, or at least a second to last lap pass, ends up coming home with the win. And Hydra Race Geodesic, both he and his teammate, who I should remember the name of now, but it's blanking my mind. Him and Justin Ream, of course, my old Justin Ream, coming home with the win in that class over Hugh Jass. Phenomenal run for them. In second, the Archer brothers round out the podium, as RJD ran out of fuel on the final lap, comes home with 4th after what could have been a race-winning run if they just had one more lap of fuel. Impulse, Rusty Spatulas, XPD Emerald, SimCity, World of Sim Racing, and German Sim Racing round out the top 10. Lots of cars in this class. K. Kramer Racing Esports. Satellite Racing, sorry Adam, unfortunately didn't have the best day in the world. Hyperion Racing, Prestanda Nomad, Echelon Simsport, Apex 1, the 94th Hydra Race Geodesic car in the field, and Geeks Energy and Fiercely Forward, Glacier Racing, and Core Sim Racing bring us down to the end of the top 20. Wave Italy were in conversation for the win. Their race ended in an engine-busting crash, and Saybelt Esports, their day was essentially over before it even started. And the quietest class of all, TCR class, we didn't talk much about, but Impulse Racing did a phenomenal job to win that race over the favorites all season long in Team Hoisingfeld. They're going to be happy with that. Team Hoisingfeld still coming home in second. Wave Italy still coming home in third. Then Obsidian, Hydra Race Geodesic, Brabham, Core, and XPD Emerald rounding out the finishing results in TCR. That's a lot of cars, Adam, and I'm ready to talk to our race winner already, because we have who else but Mr. Graham Sanders waiting, and he's going to be a very happy guy.
I would be, if I were Graham, for sure.
If I was Graham, I would be happy. He's going to be a little bit unhappy because, unfortunately, I'm having some technical issues and I can't drag him into the booth. So I'm going to have to leave interview duties with you here, Adam.
All good, Graham. congratulations on the win, driver of the 62 iRacing geodesic racing car. Talk to us about the race and that last stint and a half where you were racing the Prestanda Nomad car for the race win.
Yeah, that was a fun race. That was a really fun race. First of all, it's a really big day for us. 2 wins. I actually didn't realize that we won in GT4 until I joined TeamSpeak, so that's awesome. Honestly, at the start of the race, or at least once we were a lap down, I was kind of just hoping for a miracle. And Miggy had an awesome stint in the car. It was short, but it was a very good stint. Got past the leader, and he mentioned something in Discord. He mentioned a caution coming out, and literally within 20 seconds, caution came out and honestly saved our race. And it was fun, really fun, but really challenging.
Fantastic drive again. Talk to us about that last stint in a bit. Were you concerned about fuel at all, or were you able to make sure that you're able to just run your pace and finish the race with the race lead?
It took a lot of there was a lot of discussion about that. I wasn't really sure. It was going to take a lot of fuel saving to make it on one more stop, and we made the early call to just split our refuels, and I think that played a really big role in our win here today. So. And just a massive shout out to Miggy and Andrew, our strategist. They did a fantastic job, and we definitely wouldn't be here without those two.
Amazing work. Talk to us just quickly about how you're feeling about the rest of the championship here. You've got Indianapolis, Virginia, and Interlagos as the remainder of the schedule, and that race win should put you thereabouts for the for P1 in the championship. Talk to us about what you're thinking about moving forward in the IVRA ClubSport Championship.
Yeah, feeling really good. I think that does put us in P1 in the championship. I personally really love Indy, VIR, Interlagos. I really like, as long as the track temp is like the surface of the sun, which it seems like majority of the time it's like 50 degrees Celsius. So I'm really hoping for a cooler track, but I'm really excited. Should be fun.
Fantastic work. Give a shout out to any other sponsors or plugs you want to make.
I just want to. Huge shout out to GSI and Hydro Race, our title sponsor, and they've really helped us a lot over the last couple of years, and I really appreciate them.
Fantastic drive again, Graham. Thanks so much for stopping by, and congratulations on the win to everyone in the 62 car and the geodesic racing team.
Thank you very much, Adam.
Graham Sanders, always a winner. He's got to be getting up there in most race spot interviews between this series and the Lionheart Sports Car Series. He's certainly getting up there. But we do have a representative from the ATRS Esports number 913. It's the second driver of the car, because both Sebastian Hove and Luis Bilecki drove this car to victory today. Luis, talk us about how stressful that final stint was with Beckham Jasir chasing you down. How did Sebastian hold on to that?
Oh, I have no clue. We somehow got in front of them by deciding we're not going to take any tires in the last pit stop, because we thought we can make it work and just might as well try it. And then we saw we came out in front of Jasir, and we were just hoping we can somehow maintain the gap with the tires, and Sebastian was. We were both very stressed, especially seeing how quickly the gap was closed, especially with the tires not being... basically, they have no life in them left, and Seb somehow made it work and did an unbelievable job today.
So that's 2 wins in a row now for you guys, and Visceral and SimCity Racing both had bad days today. As we come into the second half of the season, are you starting to think about the championship and starting to think about your path to the end of the season?
I mean, yeah, for sure. The championship is definitely our goal for the season if we are up there today. And we are hoping we can just maintain the gap to the other guys behind and just put in solid rounds.
Well, Luis, congrats to you, congrats to Sebastian, congrats to the whole team, and we'll see you at Indianapolis next time out.
Thank you.
Luis Bilecki representing ATRS. I'm sure they're all very happy back there in ATRS land. But we've got one more interview to go, because yet again we've got a Hydro Race geodesic driver. And this time, it is Mr. John Badafer, one of the drivers of the Hydro Race geodesic number 462. You had a similarly stressful finish with having to get through RJD and Hugh Jass at the end there. but how much fun was that to actually be racing for the end, racing for the win at the end?
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. We didn't think we'd have the chance after that little spin before our last pit stop, but the battling up front kind of brought us back into it, and we were able to get by.
And the number 462 is another car that I think we expected to win already this season. Hasn't happened until now, but is this the start of your season getting back on track and the championship charge starting to look more likely again?
Yeah, I think this puts us right in the thick of it. We've had some decent results, just maybe a couple bad pit calls on my part in the first couple races prevented us from getting a win earlier, but overall we're happy with where we're at and looking forward to the rest of the season.
Well, John, congrats to you and to everybody at Hydro Race Geodesic. 2 wins for the organization today. I'm sure you guys are very happy, and we'll see all of you in your 94 team cars at Indianapolis next time out.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
John Betafer coming home and representing that number 62 team. Both he and the whole team doing a fantastic job. It's always confusing to have all of these Hydro Race Geodesic cars on track, Adam, but they all do so well. Their driver lineups are so stout that you can only expect them to win multiple races in a season.
Yeah, and with a lineup that strong and with their competency in the cars that they've got in their stable, you got to think they're going to be thereabouts every round. I know with Satellite Racing, we definitely view them as consistent and regular challengers. So any day that you're able to beat any of the Geodesic cars is a good day.
Unfortunately, no Impulse Racing representatives here with us. Well, actually, just as I say that, right in the nick of time, how about that? Miguel Freitas is here. We're not getting off the air just yet before we give them a shout out. Miguel Freitas here from Impulse Racing, really quick. Congrats on the win. How much stress was going through your mind? Seemed like TCR was pretty calm today.
Thank you. Yeah, it was calm racing between the class, but yeah, dealing with all the traffic was a little bit crazy. We had like 3 accidents right in front of us, so it was a bit scary, but it was good in the end.
Well, Miguel, congrats to you, congrats to Marcel, congrats to the whole team on the win, and we'll see you in a couple of weeks' time at Indianapolis to see if you can do it again.
Yeah, thank you.
Miguel Freitas representing Impulse. Of course, he's a racing driver, so he's very timely, and he's a lot more coordinated than I am. But that's going to be all from us today. Adam, it's been a fun day here, and we'll be back in just a couple of weeks' time. Indianapolis, the Indianapolis Road Course, kind of a new classic in terms of endurance racing, and it'll be a whole new challenge for these drivers. That will be on January 6th, 2024, the 500 kilometers of Indianapolis. We hope you'll join us then. Same time, same place here on RaceSpotTV. But for now, I've been Joey Tebben. Adam Crane's been Adam Crane. Justin Prince and Lorenzo Bonder had you for the first half. And Dustin Ollis has been producing the whole shebang today. Congrats to all of our winners. And until we see you next time, so long.